We don't have too many seats to play with in the remaining three phases, but these three phases are very critical because they include critical states, 7 states and 1 union territory, 49 seats in phase 5 of the 7 phase polls, and we are looking at some very big faces this time around. 695 candidates are in the fray across 7 states and 1 union territory, so 8 in number. The BJP is actually defending in 32 out of these 49 seats. They will want to inch up closer to 49 to add to their gains, but is it going to be easy? These are supposed to be their stronger phases. 10 union ministers across the length and breadth of the country, from Maharashtra to Uttar Pradesh and beyond, are going to test their mettle. Odisha is going to cast its ballot for the assembly elections. 22 seats in the Hindi heartland will also be casting their ballot. And ladies and gentlemen, as we signpost this, 14 Uttar Pradesh seats. The score was 13 to the NDA, 1 to the INDI alliance in 2019. Will that balance tilt? Ayodhya will be tested. Amethi will be tested. Fatehpur will be tested. Lucknow will be tested. Can Rahul Gandhi, yes, retain this Gandhi bastion of Rai Bareli? Amethi to gaya, Rai Bareli bachegi. That's the big question that's being asked on ground. Prestige battle in 6 Mumbai seats between the BJP and its alliance partners. They're all there, and it's going to be the test of emotion, sentiment versus delivery and stability. Ladies and gentlemen, who actually will inherit the Thackeray Virasat? Neck-to-neck fight in 7 West Bengal seats. Again, critical. We are getting into the business end of the Bengal elections. Out of those 48 seats, they will want to win the maximum. 42 seats, beg your pardon, in Bengal. Both sides will want to show their supremacy. The BJP is seeking to make gains. The Trinamool Congress wanting to claw back and feed off their assembly election success in the recent past. What's going to happen is what we'll have to watch for. Odisha will also be casting its ballot. They have chosen wisely in the past, separating the state and the centre. This time around, is there a flux even within the state? Naveen Babu is also on the ticket this time. Joining me, Rahul Shivshankar. Zakir Jacob will be joining us in a bit on the magic wall, but Rahul Shivshankar, critical phase, 49 seats. Is this the phase that will decide 300 par?
Well, if you go by what Amit Shah has said, they already are 300 plus. So, Anand, look, fundamentally, size doesn't matter. 49 constituencies, viewers, 49 constituencies, least amongst all phases, going to the polls now. But for those interested in the maths, looking for pure statistics, out of the 49, 39 were with the NDA. The 8 were with the India bloc, 3 others in this particular contest, which are with nobody, which is the BJD, obviously. But beyond the math, viewers, beyond the math, this phase will deliver many verdicts. So this election really in this particular phase is, as I see it, and I've written that in a piece, there are 4 mini verdicts that are going to come through. Is Hindutva still a potent organizing principle of Indian politics? Faizabad is going to vote today in the backdrop of the inauguration of the Ram temple. One of the precincts is Ayodhya. This is where the axis of religion cuts through the axis of civilization, my friends. So it's a critical test of the Ram card. Are the Gandhis still politically relevant? As Anand was saying, lost Amethi. Can they retain Rai Bareli? And let me tell you, it's not going to be a cakewalk. That margin between Sonia Gandhi and the contender there had already begun to shrunk. So Rahul Gandhi has his back to the wall coming into this fight, and perhaps that's why there was a lot of dithering. Smriti Irani, many say it's going to be a close contest. I think it's going to be a no contest, but that's my personal view, Anand. But
they have been trying to float a lot of talk on ground that she is losing, she's doing. But the transformation of Amethi, we can put it on record. I've been there in 2017, 18 and 19 and in 2024. There is a sea change. There is palpable change. And if one Sansad can do this in a span of 10 years,
let me give you a cold
5 years as a losing candidate and 5 years as a winning candidate.
Let me give you a cold statistic.
It's tough.
Absolutely. Yeah. Cold statistic. Only 30 lakhs saved from the kitty of MPLAD funds that Smriti Irani got. All 9 point whatever crores, only 30 lakhs left. She has put in all the money. She has invested in the right schemes. Now, whether they actually get her a purchase, the voter will ultimately decide. But as of now, she looks like the favorite.
Amethi did not have a SP office. The SP was operating out of the Thana in charge there. The DM was operating out of the SDM's office till the time she got there. The first rack for Khad came when she came there.
What?
They did not. So there are a lot of little things. Now, with that, will they remember that, or will they go back to this entire family loyalty, 40 years of loyalty?
Rai Bareli, that question is a potent one. Family
Yeah.
loyalty. Also, the BJP not very strong cadre level there. Its organization is slightly weak, but it's doing well. So I think even that is going to be a challenge, as I said. But two very important things. Who is the true inheritor of Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy?
Yes.
Don't forget that today in Maharashtra, there are 30% of the seats of the 13 that are going to the election. A third is where there's a direct fight between the Shinde Sena and the UBD Sena. So it's over now to the people. Who do they see as a legitimate Sena? Who do they see as a legatee? May not be a bloodline thing. At the end of the day, Bal Thackeray's legacy might be handed by the voter.
See, is it bloodline or ideology?
Absolutely.
That's the big question. We've got news coming through. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Home Minister Amit Shah have already taken to X and posted that the appeal to people to come out and cast their vote. PM Modi says, and I request all the voters of this phase to cast their votes and create a new record of voting. I especially appeal to women and young voters to participate enthusiastically in this festival of democracy. And is there a story there, ladies and gentlemen, that after phase one, the voter turnout has steadily picked. It's steadily gone up. Phase one is the BJP and the NDA's weakest phase, was the weakest phase. 102 seats. They did not have dominance in majority. They had to improve their strike rate there. And from that phase onwards, where the voter turnout was low, there was a charge, there was an infusion electorally. And will that have an impact? What does a voter turnout of around 67-68% overall, near to 70% actually mean? Let's get a chance and let's try and go across and focus on Maharashtra and Mumbai, where all 7 seats are going to the ballot. Vinaya Deshpande joining us from Dadar, Mayuresh Ganpate at Altamount Road, Vishal Chatkara in Juhu, Yesha Kotak at Malabar Hills joining us at this point. Mayuresh is with us. Mayuresh, this fight in Mumbai, will that decide the tone or set the tone, not just for the BMC elections, but also for the assembly elections? Is everybody looking at Lok Sabha 2024 as what's to come next with respect to Mumbai and the rest of the state?
Absolutely, you can call it as a semi-final for the assembly polls which are going to happen in the end of this year. But as Rahul was mentioning that yes, this is one of the seats where Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena battle can be seen. It's Arvind Sawant, who was a former minister also in a settled government, against Yamini Yadav. Yamini Yadav is not that new name. She won her first election, state assembly election in last term, but she's not that known. But Shinde has put all his weight behind Yamini Yadav, and he had given this particular seat or ticket to Yamini Yadav. So it would be very interesting to see that what exactly South Mumbai decides and who basically they vote for, whether they vote for Shinde Shiv Sena or whether they vote for Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena.
True. And that fight will also decide, and they will have the legacy claim coming out big time. Vinaya Deshpande joins us. Vinaya, whereabouts are you? Dadar, what's the fight and what's the sentiment on ground? Are they looking at bloodline or ideology? Who stayed true to Balasaheb's Hindutva, uncompromising Hindutva ideology? Or is it about who carries the Thackeray name? Who betrayed whom?
In fact, yes. Yes, this is that seat where the Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena face-off takes place, and that is where Rahul Sheware, who's the sitting MP, will be fighting against Anil Desai, who's been pitted against him by Uddhav Thackeray. So Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena, represented by Anil Desai, versus Rahul Sheware, who is the incumbent MP, who is the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde group leader. And so clearly this is one of the high stakes seats that will be watched out for. Let me also tell you, I am right outside Ujjwal Nikam's residence, where we are expecting him to leave for Siddhivinayak temple in a few minutes from now. So it's likely that within a few minutes we will see action right here. But yes, prominently with respect to Dadar and the Mumbai South Central constituency, which Dadar is a part of, this is an interesting battle because remember, this is one of the places where the Congress had staked its claim and where Varsha Gaikwad was quite keen to get the ticket. In fact, traditionally, this has been a stronghold of both the Shiv Sena as well as the Congress, which had alternatively taken up the seat. But this time on, Uddhav Thackeray refused to give up the seat during the negotiations within the MVA, and that is how we saw that Anil Desai has been pitted against Rahul Sheware. It was a general sentiment, though, that if the seat would have been given to Congress, that would have worked out much better for MVA. But having said that, Uddhav Thackeray did prevail in that talk. This is not the only seat where he prevailed. We saw several other locations as well where he prevailed and got that seat. But at the same time, this is where there is a vote bank. There is Asia's largest slum, Dharavi, which will dominate how this entire region votes. So several interesting factors in Mumbai South Central, where I'm standing right now. The primary face-off between Rahul Sheware and Anil Desai, the biggest factors that will decide are not just loyalty but also the kind of vote bank politics with respect to the backward classes, the Muslims, who exactly will be able to claim that vote share at a time when Rahul Sheware is already an incumbent MP. He is being pitted as somebody who is the representative of Narendra Modi, and so there's a massive campaigning that has been held not just by the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde group but by the BJP as well, saying that you aren't just voting for Rahul Sheware, you're voting for Modi at the end. Will that prove to be a game changer is something that will remain to be seen.
Yes,
but yes,
and
Mumbai South
also in
Central,
that ballot
an
box,
important battle, an important
in
face
that
of
ballot
Sena
box, on the ballot box, in the EVM, on the EVM, it's also the Chunav Chinna, who has the Dhanush Ban and who has the Ghadi to their name. Because a lot of people will also identify a party by the Chunav Chinna. Yesha Kotak, you are in Malabar Hills. Mumbai, lots of people love to take to social media and write a lot, but they don't come out to vote. You are standing in an area that traditionally sits at home and does not come out to vote. Will Malabar Hills beat their own record and up their voter turnout?
Absolutely, this is something that we've been absolutely. In fact, like you rightly mentioned, of course, there was a low voter turnout. Mumbai, maximum city, is known for a minimum voter turnout, and very much here, that is Malabar Hill, which is the South Mumbai part. There is usually a voter turnout anywhere between 30 to 40%. Of course, we've seen that over the last week. While Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in fact out on streets, this was a message that people should come out and vote. This was particularly in areas where there is low voter turnout. We've seen particularly in Northeast as well as in Dadar. Both of the places very addressed. This was an urge to the citizens to come out and vote, and this is something we've seen, like we've earlier mentioned as well. Prime Minister has taken to social media and asked people to come out and vote in this very seat that we speak of. Considering this is an affluent area, it is known as Mini Bharat because it has a mix of all the crowds, right from Gujaratis to North Indians, also a mix of Hindus as well as Muslims, and which is where the whole battle game lies. In fact, we've seen Arvind Sawant getting those kinds of a vote support, particularly because of the Hindu and the Muslim vote bank that now, in fact, the Shiv Sena is eyeing over. Yes.
Well, why should we divide the voter based on their community is one question that perennially is asked, but eventually the electoral conversation is always based on those community lines. But more importantly, jise bhi chahiye vote kar, par jaakar vote kar, Malabar Hills, that's the most important point. 30 to 40% average, everybody should be ashamed. If you're watching in Malabar Hills, you should have to go out and vote to from one place that hardly comes out to vote to another place which in the Mumbai has a very, very low average. That is Vishal Chatkara joining us from Juhu. Are the stars going to go out and vote? Not just the stars, along with that, their fans, along with clicking selfies and taking pictures, will they also go and cast their ballot?
Well, sure they will, and Janvi Kapoor is one of the first one who's expected to go out and vote early in the morning at 7 o'clock at Pali Hill. Good morning, Anand. However, I am at Mumbai's Jamnabhai Narsi School, which is in Juhu, that comes in the northwest constituency of the Lok Sabha of Mumbai. Juhu is the hub of some of the biggest Bollywood names, Bollywood stars. So we are expected Amitabh Bachchan to come and vote with his family, Jaya Bachchan, Abhishek Bachchan, Aishwarya Rai. We are also expecting here Dharmendra, the Deol family, Dharmendra, Sunny and Bobby, Hema Malini is expected to come here along with daughter Isha Deol. Anupam Kher is expected he's very active and he surely will be coming and vote here. However, there are 3 polling stations in Jew. The where I am right now is Jamnabai Nursery School. That's the school where Alia Bhatt studied. But Anupam Kher will be coming here. Jitendra lives close by. He will be coming along with his family and his son and
So
daughter.
one after the other,
Ekta
it's the
Kapoor.
big brand names who will be coming and big names who will be coming. Thanks for that. And we will go across to them. What's their message to the people? Will they all go and do the Ungli? That's what they said. The Ungli Kar campaign is something that stays back with me. The fact is that you can do the Ungli when it comes to cribbing about it. But are you doing the Ungli when it comes to voting about it and doing casting and doing your fundamental, not just exercising your fundamental right, but also doing what is supposed to be a duty of every citizen of this country, that is go out and vote. The numbers have been picking up after the phase, but will phase 5 set a new record? These 49 seats are critical, ladies and gentlemen, and in pockets where historically voter turnout has not been very, very high. Let's try and understand what are the X factors when it comes to Mumbai, the 7 seats of Mumbai and also Maharashtra. Factionalism. The split in the Shiv Sena and the NCP could cause confusion. Will the voter be true to cadre loyalty, local leader and ideology, or will there be this family bloodline loyalty conversation which will be an impact? First test for Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde after switching loyalty. Can they be leaders? Will they be able to exercise the authority they always felt they had? Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar could capitalize on the emotional aspect, sentiment. Dhoka diya mujhe is what both of them are going and saying on ground. My own betrayed me. That's what the betrayal aspect. And the Maratha sentiment, if it swings and believes that someone has been betrayed, so no matter how wrong they are, will they go and vote for them, or will they say, you are the one who betrayed the original ideologies? You are the one who betrayed the voter. You are the one who betrayed my mandate. Will they remember that? That's the big question. And these are aspects which will come into play. Also, BJP believes sympathy for them over the MVA alliance. So that's the original betrayal that's being claimed, ladies and gentlemen. But is that in the distant past? Is the latest betrayal what's going to stay? This is betrayal versus betrayal story which is being talked about on ground. And of course, infrastructure. Big boost from big ticket projects which will come to the fore. They have shown the Vikas story there. Although the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena will in Mumbai claim that most of these projects have been initiated by them, completed by them. But Devendra Fadnavis say it was actioned and put into play with me. And we would have only continued it had you not given me dhoka. So this is the conversation which is happening on ground. The story of taking Maharashtra to making it a 1 trillion economy, the first state in Bharat to become a 1 trillion economy. So who is taking it towards a Bimaru state and who is taking it towards 1 trillion economy? Who's bringing investments and who is pushing away investments? These are all questions. 50% cap, a hurdle for reservation for Marathas. This Maratha reservation aspect, everybody has voiced it, but then they blame the courts for halting it or stopping it. Now, will this come into play on ground? We'll have to wait and watch. BJP on the back foot, as many groups are also feeling let down with respect to the Maratha quota. Now, how much of this will come into play is the big question, Rahul Shivshankar, the Maratha quota aspect, because Devendra Fadnavis has backed it. But it was the courts that shot it down. Now, this game of trying to play one versus other, and Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar has always played this 3M combination.
Well,
historically.
Sorry to be a bit of a party pooper here, Anand, but I think this is really a clash of personalities. It's Modi. This is a vote for Modi and his guarantees. Can Modi inspire Maharashtra to turn up and vote for the BJP, for the NDA again? And let me just very quickly tell you that in Maharashtra, the combined new NDA, so to speak, has 11 out of 13 seats. Lot to defend here. The BJP itself is very strongly placed in Maharashtra.
I'm interrupting you right now because you go talk to the pictures a bit, Rahul. You talked about PM Modi's personality and he is at Puri Jagannath.
There you go. So the Prime Minister is a great past master at choreography. So here he is again. Now this is very important. This religiosity is going to play out in Uttar Pradesh fantastically right now on the ground. This is the reason. Why? Because it is that entire area around Ayodhya, Lucknow, all those seats that are going to polls, and Hindutva, the Ram card is on test tonight. Though, of course, Jagannath Puri has a significance of its own. Odisha also has elections going on there. So, look, competitive religiosity, there is no better at the Prime Minister than executing it. But coming back to Maharashtra, which is really where the election is right now.
Puri Jagannath will also have an impact in Mumbai. Because who's carrying forth the Hindutva flag, the religiosity aspect will also come into play here.
Absolutely. It's all very well choreographed. You know, you can take the strand and fit it anywhere today. But let me just tell you, Anand, you were spot on when you said that, look, at the end of the day, it's going to be about a test of loyalties. Who is going to stand with whom? Who do they think was the greater betrayer to the mandate? That is what really this is about. And many people are already saying that the bellwether state this time in Maharashtra, I'm not so sure statistically if you can extrapolate and say that Maharashtra has been an all-time bellwether state, but certainly this election, Maharashtra holds the key to the BJP's fortunes. Its dominance there to the NDA's fortune. Its dominance there was for all to see. It had, out of those 48 seats, the second largest block that goes to the Lok Sabha, friends, 39 of those seats were with the NDA last time. It's a huge chunk. It's a huge chunk from one state. I mean, you can pretty much settle this election between Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. If you have those two working for you, you have a little bit of the Hindi heartland, you're almost the halfway point.
See, in the sense, despite the NDA splitting, the BJP held a certain number of seats. If the BJP holds its seats, and there are some gains out of the 15 that had there, and plus 3, 18 that have been given to their allies within the NDA, Shiv Sena Shinde, and of course Ajit Pawar's NCP, plus some of the others. I'm just saying, is it a greater test for Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray?
That's what I've been saying from day one.
If they are not able to make a dent,
this is a make or break election for Uddhav Thackeray. It is a make and break election for the Sharad Pawar faction. Look, Ajit Pawar has many races left. He is at the end of the day the organizational man at the Baramati level. Let's not forget that. The organization spins and revolves around him. But let me just give you an idea of how critical this phase really is. Look at Maharashtra, 11 out of 13 for the NDA. Uttar Pradesh, 13 out of 14. There are no room really to make gains. Okay, let's assume that Rai Bareli continues to vote for the Congress. So that 13 out of 14, they'll have to hang on to 13 out of 14. Bihar, 5 out of 5. JDU, in fact, had one seat here. The LKSP had one. Now, that past one seat is also very important because many people are saying this time in Bihar, BJP is carrying forward, but the allies may get chewed up by the RJD. We don't know. The jury's out on that one. Jharkhand, 3 out of 3. You can't grow possibly in Jharkhand. Odisha, 3 out of 5. Can you make it 5 out of 5? There's room for growth there. Statistically, West Bengal 3 out of 7, 3 out of 4, 3-4 it was. The TMC at 4. It's a very interesting election for the TMC this time because if it has to prove that it can still carry the Hindu vote, this is the phase where it has to prove it.
No, but the fact is that with just ahead of the phase, Mamata Banerjee's comments, will they help her or hurt her?
And remember, the CA card has been pulled out of the sleeve, my friend. It's there now. The guarantee is there. I told you I will make you citizens. So, you know, you're absolutely right. This is a fundamental, real make or break.
But in that arithmetic of 32 out of 49, if you were to see, there are 17 seats where they still have an opportunity. The NDA and the BJP.
39 out of 48. 49.
39 NDA, but the BJP has 32 out of 49. 32. So if it is 39 out of 49, there are 10 seats where they still have to max out. My point is...
So those seats are the Congress 1, Rai Bareli, SS UBT 2, TMC 4. Those are the 7 or 8 seats there. And of course, 2 of BJD. So that's what. So they will have to pull seats from UBT. They'll have to pull seats from Trinamool Congress. They will have to pull seats from Naveen Babu. BJD. So these are the 3 seats, 3 parties they will have to be. And with each one of them, there is a narrative that will be set. Because in Bengal, if they want to do better than 18 last time, they will have to pull seats away from the TMC while retaining their seats. Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena or Uddhav Thackeray's party or the Mashal party, they will have to tell them that they don't have the legacy. The legacy lies with the ideology and not with the surname. I mean, look, it's a tall order. You know, 17 after today, just to put this larger phase into perspective, after today, 79% of all seats would have seen polling. And there'll still only be 3 states left. After today, 23 states are done with. Delhi is left, Bengal is left, Uttar Pradesh is left, and I think Bihar might be left.
Bihar might be
You
left.
know,
Yeah, Bihar
so-
is left because
and-
Maharashtra has 5 phases. With today, it's over.
Exactly. So look, these are the 4 states. Now, this is where the BJP has done pretty well in the past. Bengal is really where they need to grow. Orissa is another place where they will need to really put that little
So
bit of
here,
energy.
now these are the phases which are the retention phases
Retention.
for the NDA and mostly the BJP, rather than the accumulation phases or the adding on phases, aggregation phases for the BJP. Those are already over, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, and 3 were the ones where the BJP stood to gain the maximum. They were defending in lesser place than where they could be aggressive. Most importantly, towards the south, because that was phase 1.
Well, phase
Now-
4, last time Telangana.
Yeah, phase 4 also
was very important.
Phase 4 was also
Yeah.
important because again that was a place that was a state where the BJP was deficient, was coming from behind as a challenger. But now going forward, 5, 6, 7, they are going to have to retain more than gain more. Let's move to Bengal quickly. News just coming through. Allegation coming from Howrah. CPM that last night their party local outfit has been ransacked by the Trinamool. Trinamool so far has denied this allegation. Kamalika joins us with more details. Yes, Kamalika.
Yes, this is an allegation which has been reported from Howrah Shakrail area, and this is the CPIM which is leveling this allegation against Trinamool Congress that their local office have been ransacked, and the visual sees it all. Along with that, Anand, today in the morning as election starts from Arambagh, which is a very competitive seat, both for Trinamool Congress and BJP, as Trinamool Congress only won by 1400 vote last time. There also the report is coming that BJP Upapradhan has been hurt on head. So these are the 2 reports of violence still now coming in. Arjun Singh from Barakpur is a Bahubali Neta, he has always been tagged. He is contesting from BJP. That's an area where every time violence takes place, and that is 762 companies of central forces have been deployed for this phase. So this is a very, very important phase for Bengal, because 7 of the constituency, we have the CA factory in Bonda, where Shantanu Thakur is contesting. That's a very important seat for BJP, where it is the BJP seat there. Barakpur is a very important seat for BJP. Latik Chatterjee, she has also been claiming that there are some areas where agents have not been allowed. She is contesting from Hooghly against Rachana Banerjee, who is a film star, who is a TV star from Trinamool Congress. So till now, these are the 2 violence incidents, but politically, this phase is very, very important for both BJP and Trinamool Congress, because like in Barakpur State, it's a do-or-die situation for both Arjun Singh and Pastor Bhomik. Also in Hooghly, it is very important, the fight. Bonda, BJP has an edge because of the CA. That's what Shantanu Thakur claims. So we'll really have to say, I'm keeping my fingers crossed again, whether it will be a violence-free or a violence day.
No, but Mamata Banerjee's comments about the Ramakrishna mission just about 2 days ago, in fact over the weekend, that Kamalika, and the other aspect is this left becoming so aggressive on ground. That means there is no INDI alliance on ground. How much of that is going to hurt the Trinamool's cause or the BJP's cause? Because the BJP stood to gain at the cost of the left the most in Bengal.
Absolutely, Anand. You have just rightly pointed out that this left aggression on ground that, last 12 years we have not seen, but this time we have seen a little bit of left aggression on ground. This is going to hurt the anti-BJP vote bloc. Now, who is the shareholders of anti-BJP bloc? It's the Congress, it's the Trinamool Congress and left. Left and Congress are together. So it's going to hurt Trinamool Congress. As far as the comments of Mamata Banerjee is concerned, that has really sparked in controversy, because she has said on Bharat Sevashram Shambhu Ramakrishna Mission, ISKCON, which are known for their own causes, this is one statement which is really is a very controversial statement, and none other than the Prime Minister has reacted to it. Various Hindu Sangatans have been reacting on this. How this statement actually works out in the ballot box, that we have to see. These are the faces which are considered at the TMC bastions, like the South Chobbish Pargana, North Chobbish Pargana. Voting is yet to take place in all these areas. But definitely, as far as Hooghly is concerned, Barakpur is concerned, where there is a sizable amount of non-Bengali population and a Hindutva factor is there. How much of this statement really becomes a factor, that we'll have to see
Right.
definitely when the ballot boxes open up.
Well, not so long ago, the Mamata Banerjee would say that there is no Ram in Bengal, and one of the constituencies going to the ballot today is Sri Rampur. So you can understand, ladies and gentlemen, the history and the denial and now the acceptance. There's been a lot that's happened in Bengal. Ram to Bengal mein hai hi nahi. She has said it in the past, especially when the Jai Shri Ram aspect had come to play. And now one of the constituencies today going to polls is Sri Rampur. Ironical though. Let's listen into what Arjun Singh had to say and then we'll take it to Rahul Shivshankar.
हमारे साथ अर्जुन सिंह है। आज सुबह से कोई ऐसा कंप्लेन कुछ आया है?
मैं तो आपको बता दिया कि 190, 123, 198, 99 इन जगहों पर पैरामिलिट्री, दो जगहों पर पैरामिलिट्री नहीं है, 98, 99 में और 123 में एजेंट को मार के भगा दिया गया है, उसको अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर फाड़ दिया गया है। जैनल बोल के एक अपराधी है, मेंबर है, इलेक्शन कमीशन को ऑलरेडी हम लोगों ने कंप्लेंट किया।
वोट देने जाएंगे, शांतिपूर्ण होगा?
ये तो डिपेंड करता है तृणमूल कांग्रेस के ऊपर। तृणमूल कांग्रेस क्या चाहती है?
Arjun Singh, will you call him the Palturam of Bengal?
Well, look, there are so many opportunists in politics that it will be unfair just to sort of single him out. But look, yes, obviously, people want to go to places where they think that the grass is the greenest. So I won't fault him for that. But this Mamata Banerjee comment, I was doing some research and I tweeted yesterday. It's very fascinating. Very few politicians can actually take the moral high ground when it comes to mixing religion with politics. I mean, Mamata Banerjee, last year, Eid celebrations, goes out there and appeals to the entire Muslim community. Forget about Ramakrishna mission, 1.5 missions. The entire Muslim community must back me against RSS BJP. And she has a problem with the Ramakrishna mission saying that, okay, we might work for, not that they've ever said that, I'm just saying she has a problem with one faction of one particular religion.
No, she made a brazen solicitation this time also to the entire Muslim community in Bengal when she tried to say that don't go to left or Congress.
Furfura Sharif has stood behind her. So many religion, the heads of many of these sort of dharam gurus from the Islamic side of the fence have stood with her. She shared the platform with them. That is not mixing religion with politics.
Imam backed Sonia Gandhi, the Congress in the past.
That is not mixing religion with politics. Of course, on the Shahi Imam issue, the Congress always denies it, but that's just it's incidental. But the fact is, Anand, that look, I am also looking very closely at Bihar today. Saran, important seat. You see, here, if this is now the second Lalu daughter who has stepped into politics, in effect, the fourth scion of the Yadav Ghanana that has got into politics. Saran is a very important seat. It is Lalu's base. This is where he made himself relevant to Indian politics. It also is attached very closely with another doyen of Bihar politics who led the social justice movement, JP. So if you stand in that chalk in the middle of Saran, you see history colliding, right? The fact is, if Rohini Acharya Yadav can pull this one off, that tells me that there is a tough fight for the BJP NDA on the ground in Bihar.
Yeah.
If she can't...
So clearly Tejaswi is ratcheting it up. It will be credit to Tejaswi and the...
That's right. This is the bellwether seat. This is it. If the Yadav name is still a factor in the Lok Sabha election in Bihar, if the Yadav vote is still a factor, it has to make itself shown today. It's not going to be easy. Rajiv Pratap Rudy is not a pushover. He's sitting MP from there. So this is and he's been there.
Saran has been a stronghold of the BJP for a while.
Absolutely, for a long time now. So this is not an easy contest. And it will therefore be the defining contest of this election.
The other seat also becomes interesting. Chirag Paswan is on the ticket. Pashupati Paras, the uncle, is back on. So they're all two separate parties but still in the same alliance. How is that going to help Chirag Paswan's cause in this fight that is Hajipur?
Yeah, I think, there is a sympathy factor for Chirag. His father used to win this seat by record margins. He was in the Guinness Book of World Records for the for the margin that he once scored. I think the Prime Minister, from day of sort of faith in him, that's of course one of the stars of Bollywood.
Yeah, Farhan Akhtar and Zoya Akhtar, they are there. So the Akhtar family, they have gone in Farhan. That's Zoya, and they've gone to cast their
Will
ballot.
they be voting for
comments.
the Shiv Sena, I wonder?
No comments. Well, as long as they come out to vote, doesn't matter who they vote for and who you vote for, ladies and gentlemen.
Wouldn't
that
it
should
be an
matter to
irony
you.
of
What
sorts?
matters to us right now is that everybody goes out to vote. Kisko vote kiya? That's not a question that we need to ask today. Kisko vote kiya? That will be evident on result day. But the fact is that...
But it's an important factor.
Yeah,
if the Muslim vote, and I'm not trying to suggest here that we should categorize people by their faith, etc. But the Muslim vote is an important one in this area of Maharashtra, Mumbai and Greater Mumbai. And if that starts moving towards the Shiv Sena, UBT, that's an interesting development. It just tells you the entire...
In that case, then are they moving to the INDI alliance because of the Congress being a part of it, or is it because of Uddhav Thackeray?
And where does that...
Or are they going to choose based on what work is done, and are they looking?
And that's the ideology question, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the
ideology question. What does a real committed voter of the Shiv Sena then do?
Correct. Well, but more importantly, right now, the Akhtars have come out to vote. Will they, Farhan Akhtar, Zoya, they have come out to vote. Will the others come out to vote? That's the other aspect. And will not just the celebrities and the stars, but the normal common denizens of Mumbai, Greater Mumbai, will they also come out to vote, cast the ballot, and better the average of Mumbai as it has been in the past compared to what it has been in the past is the big question, ladies and gentlemen. We'll continue the conversation and the coverage on Battle for Bharat after a very short break. Stay with us.
Pump up the workers, the Aam Aadmi Party cadre, so that they are able to make that statement, make that dramatics over here. Optics are very important in any elections, and this time around they know the kind of dent they have had on their image because of the entire Swati Maliwal episode. They have to portray something on a very hard side, that this incident had happened, and this is being orchestrated by the Bharatiya Janata Party. But we are here to protest against the anyay, so-called anyay, quote unquote, which Arvind Kejriwal talks about against their party. Once again, I want to reiterate that the entire social media, there is a lot of anger amongst the general public, because what they are saying is that this is an issue which is pertaining to women's safety, and why bring out politics and other issues in it. You can see some sort of altercation have already begun. The gates of the Aam Aadmi Party office are open. The workers are starting to gather outside. The workers are starting to gather outside the party headquarters. Police officials are also present over here. But as of now, one thing is clear: the Aam Aadmi Party workers are not ready to budge, and in fact, the police is also in no mood to allow them to move towards the BJP headquarters. Because in these situations, there is a protocol which you need to follow. You have to ask for permission, then only you can move towards or do something like this. But one thing is also clear, that the Aam Aadmi Party workers have been actually, the Kejriwal government and Kejriwal himself has tried to put out a message that you have to move towards the headquarters at any cost, because today this is a battle for truth. Because he says that their leaders are being targeted just because their party is growing on the national level, and BJP is not able to counter them. Met so many people, and then they say that PM is scared of any. Today this is a battle for truth, because he says that the leaders are being targeted. Let's try and get you the visuals from this very side. The workers workers are present in good numbers over here. In fact, we have seen more here targeted so that their could be muscled, they could be election.
See the workers started coming out of the premises. We can see Delhi police reporting from.
Nowhere Sakshi, nowhere he mentioned Swati Maliwal. Very protest. They will try to move towards the BJP headquarters. Arvind Kejriwal. That is the big question. Why Arvind Kejriwal is not we're talking about. In fact, this is the same attack which the BJP has also we will be seeing leaders moving out of this very door so that the Bharatiya Janata Party. And let me give you an alert. Arvind Kejriwal
Mumbai's go out to vote. Piyush Goyal is stepping out to cast a ballot. He's also on the ticket for him is to increase the mark of victory against his Congress. That are just coming. If he speaks, let's listen to if he's. Yeah. All important seat of Jammu and Kashmir, the Union Territory that is going in. Complaints that have come through. There have also been a replacement of towards North Kashmir. Ishan Wani now joins us. Ishan, lot of developments, disturbing ones that have happened over the weekend. Will they have an impact on these polls in Baramulla?
Hardly, because people have decided to cast their vote, and we have seen that in Srinagar Lok Sabha seat, that historic turn after 1996 was a reminder of the fact that people want to make their voice heard. Political parties can say different things, that it is a vote against 370, while center is claiming it's a success of their policies, and that's why the people want to come out and freely exercise their franchise. But the fact is that people are no longer afraid, and they want to come out and pick up their representative. There has been this gap of electoral process taking place in Jammu and Kashmir, and many of the people who you speak with, it resonates with them that they want their local representative and give back power from babus to the elected representatives of their area so that they can help them into their day-to-day life issues. But yes, 370 has been a poll pitch from the regional political parties and trying to dominate the entire discourse. We haven't seen much talk about development from the regional political parties, but they have been talking about 370 and restoring what they call as people's right. But yes, we have seen first-time voters in numbers coming out, who people who haven't voted earlier, they are for the first time voting in these elections. People who have boycotted, stayed away, they have come out. Even Jamaat-e-Islami has traditionally been a pro-Pakistan outfit and has been trying to instigate boycott in Kashmir, have also casted their vote. This queue in Baramulla constituency, both young and old, have come out. You will get a color of how vibrant the elections are this time around in this particular Baramulla
Right.
constituency as well. Key figures like Umar Abdullah, Sajad Loan, and a dark horse like Engineer Rashid, who has been in jail, and his sons have been campaigning for him, is something which is bringing up more interest in these elections. This is a very difficult seat. It will not be easy. We'll speak to some voters here. क्या मुद्दे हैं जिन पर आप आज वोट करना चाह रहे हैं?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम जी। मेरा नाम मोहम्मद इकबाल है जी, मैं मागाम से हूँ। मुद्दा यही है कि हमारा काम हो जाए और जो हमारी मांगे है, जिसको हम वोट डालने जा रहे हैं, तो वो हमारी मांगे पूरी करे।
Thank you. But yes, polls are also
Delivery,
taking
Ishan.
place in
Delivery,
Ladakh,
Ishan.
where we have seen
National Conference versus PDP versus JKPC, and then you're also saying that Engineer Rashid is also there. So his sons have been campaigning. But more importantly, it's encouraging to see people are coming out to vote. And they're doing it in Baramulla, they're doing it in Ladakh. And of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on his temple run this early morning, phase 5. Every election phase, he has gone to a religious place or a landmark position. And then there will also be a rally, which will be close to a constituency that is going to a ballot. It's been choreographed like... brilliantly, like Rahul Shankar was mentioning, he's a past master at this election choreography. And why not? Because right now he's not just the Prime Minister of the country, he's the star campaigner of the BJP. But more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, this Astha is not put on. This Astha is real. And you can see it in the bhakti that the Prime Minister shows. Puri Jagannath is an important destination for a lot of people, and especially the comments that have been made recently. And this will have an impact in neighboring Bengal too. Based on the comments made by Mamata Banerjee, who's tried to call out the Ramakrishna Mission and ISKCON and some of the other outfits and trying to blame them of trying to support the BJP. But more importantly, Prime Minister coming out and saying, my Astha remains solid, my work remains solid. And of course, the messaging is clear. Who stands for Hindutva and who stands otherwise? The Hindutva versus rest, that's the messaging that's also coming out. Another important development, Zaka Jacob is in the studio. Caffeine overload or not, we'll have to see. But the magic wall gets active, ladies and gentlemen, but after a short break. Stay with us.
बस मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा, मैं चाहता हूँ कि मेरा भारत जो है वो विकसित रहे, वो मजबूत रहे, एंड बस उसी को दिमाग में रखते हुए मैंने वोट किया और उसी हिसाब से पूरा भारत वोट करे जो उनके दिमाग में सही लगे।
We are expecting all the leaders, all the Karyakartas, MLAs, MPs moving out of this very place and in fact then going towards the barricading and then try to make their way towards the BJP headquarters.
But looking at the barricading, Yash, are there even any slightest of possibilities of the workers getting through the barricading? Because we can see the security has been beefed up extremely.
Well, Sakshi, the work of the Aam Aadmi Party workers will be to actually get to the BJP headquarters, because this is what they've been told by the senior leadership and in fact Arvind Kejriwal himself. On the other hand, the police is there to stop them, and the reason is that no permission has been sought. In fact, you can see the leaders have started to move out and the Karyakartas have started to actually move out of the party headquarters, and they are actually starting to go towards the BJP headquarters. The music is on. They are trying to pump up the workers, the Aam Aadmi Party cadre, so that they are able to make that statement, make that dramatics over here. Optics are very important in any elections, and this time around they know the kind of dent they have had on their image because of the entire Swati Maliwal episode. They have to portray something on a very hard side, that this incident had happened and this is being orchestrated by the Bharatiya Janata Party. But we are here to protest against the anyay, so-called anyay, quote unquote, which Arvind Kejriwal talks about against their party. Once again, I want to reiterate that the entire social media, there is a lot of anger amongst the general public, because what they are saying is that this is an issue which is pertaining to women's safety, and why bring out politics and other issues in it. You can see some sort of altercation have already begun. The gates of the Aam Aadmi Party office are open. The workers are starting to gather outside. The workers are starting to gather outside the party headquarters. Police officials are also present over here. But as of now, one thing is clear: the Aam Aadmi Party workers are not ready to budge, and in fact, the police is also in no mood to allow them to move towards the BJP headquarters, because in these situations there is a protocol which you need to follow. You have to ask for permission, then only you can move towards or do something like this. But one thing is also clear, that the Aam Aadmi Party workers have been actually the Kejriwal government and Kejriwal himself has tried to put out a message that you have to move towards the headquarters at any cost, because today this is a battle for truth, because he says that their leaders are being targeted just because their party is growing on the national level and BJP is not able to counter them. In fact, he also went on to say that how he met so many people, and then they say that PM is scared of the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's try and get you the visuals from this very side where the workers are trying to get of the AAP headquarters. As of now, some workers are trying to get out, but the leadership is still inside. Probably they are trying to make their way out of the AAP headquarters. Workers are present in good numbers over here. In fact, we have seen more strength by the AAP workers, but this time around the strength is not that great. But still, workers are here in very huge numbers, trying to put across that one message that Arvind Kejriwal and the entire Aam Aadmi Party is deliberately targeted so that their voice could be muzzled, they could lose elections. But as of now, Swati Maliwal has also come out and spoken about it, how her image is being targeted, a character assassination is being done in this entire situation.
Are you doing the ungli when it comes to voting about it and doing casting and doing your fundamental, not just exercising your fundamental right, but also doing what is supposed to be a duty of every citizen of this country, that is go out and vote. The numbers have been picking up after the phase, but will phase 5 set a new record? These 49 seats are critical, ladies and gentlemen, and in pockets where historically voter turnout has not been very, very high. Let's try and understand what are the X factors when it comes to Mumbai, the 7 seats of Mumbai, and also
गरीबी रेखा के नीचे हो, आपके बैंक अकाउंट में 8,500 रुपया महीने का खटाखट 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 आता रहेगा।
महलों में पैदा होने वाले कहते हैं देश का विकास अपने आप होगा, और कहते क्या है, विकास कैसे होगा? बोले खटाखट खटाखट।
ना बजा दी तो हम भी अमेठी वाले हैं।
यहाँ एक भाजपा की प्रत्याशी आई जो आज आपकी सांसद है और उन्होंने काफी झूठ फैला है।
विश्वासघात उद्धव ठाकरे जी, मोदी जी के साथ, देवेंद्र फडणवीस के साथ।
Modi has been saved by Balasaheb Thackeray. So because of him, he is there today.
আমরা সরকার তৈরি করব, আমরা জোটে থাকবো, জোটে আছি আমরা। अभी ये लोग तो ये सब बोलेंगे देख के लोग थोड़ा सा लग रहा है मोदी जी को देख।
Ten hours, ladies and gentlemen. Just 10 hours on phase 5 that you have if your vote is in any of these 49 constituencies that are going to the ballot to cast your vote. And that's why we are telling you, go vote. That's the campaign here at CNN News 18. The numbers have increased phase by phase. Let these 49 seats in phase 5 turn out record number of voting. And that's the appeal the Prime Minister and the Home Minister have also made. That's the appeal that the BSP Supremo Mayawati has also made. And why am I talking about BSP Supremo Mayawati? Because those 14 seats of Uttar Pradesh are critical, where the NDA is actually defending 13 out of the 14. One went to the INDI alliance the last time. Will that be the story this time around? Or will there be a certain level of attrition or gain, whichever side way you look at it? Some very interesting contest this time around, ladies and gentlemen, as we set up the X factor for Uttar Pradesh at the top of 8 a.m. in this battle for Bharat. The BJP hopes to ride on fulfilling the Mandir promise. The Prime Minister is at Puri Jagannath. There was a lot that was happening at Amethi. There's a lot that's happening at Ayodhya. Ayodhya goes to the ballot this time around in this phase. And the number of devotees thronging Ram Mandir and Ram Lala to do a darshan of Ram Lala is immense. The opposition's controversial remarks, will it hurt their cause? Is the Astha now an underlying sentiment which is there parallelly along with all the Vikas issues? Yogi Modi double engine. If there is a Modi vote in UP, there is a Yogi vote in UP. Ye mere bhi CM hai is something the PM has said multiple times. And Yogi Adityanath was right next to the Prime Minister all around in Varanasi too. Focus on the infra projects and women's safety, law and order. Big statement on ground. The Labhartis in Uttar Pradesh, will they come out to vote in large numbers? Center-state collaboration is in focus. The double engine ki sarkar manifest best in Uttar Pradesh. It's the case study for the NDA. Family bastions are at stake for the opposition, but there is also the challenge for Brajbhushan Sharan Singh and his son. So, BJP hoping to maximize its footprint with new allies. The prestige battle, alliances have also changed. On ground, there are some configurations, some alignments and realignment. The opposition hoping to capitalize on this caste fault lines. Somewhere they are picking up the Brahmins are upset. Elsewhere they are picking up the Kshatriyas are upset. Third place, they are picking up another caste fault line. That's what the opposition is quietly trying to do on ground. Will it manifest? Caste census chorus wanes as more phases are voting. They are not focusing on that. They are actually trying to create fissures within BJP's core voting. The Kisan distress, the opposition vowing MSP and loan waiver for farmers. Is that a factor this time around? Big question. And pre-poll clearance of key proposals by the state is also something which is important. But it's a personality clash, ladies and gentlemen. The Yogi Modi combined and the local neta on ground, how much of an impact, especially the family bastions of Amethi and Raebareli. Zaka Jacob is with us, so let's begin with the magic wall and help you beat that jet lag as you dash from the airport straight into our studios, Zaka.
So I think, like you said, the personality battles are going to be in focus, particularly Amethi and Raebareli. We've seen the drama and the politics. So Mr. Rahul Gandhi shifting from the Amethi constituency, fighting now from Raebareli, taking on Dinesh Pratap Singh of the BJP. Remember, he used to be in the Congress. His family was a Congress family some years ago. And then, of course, he's been an MLC with the BJP. Last time around, he took on Sonia Gandhi and he reduced her winning margin to a little over 1 lakh or so. In the neighboring seat, of course, this is the reason why Rahul Gandhi shifted his constituency. Smriti Irani beat him for the very first time. Rahul Gandhi has been an MP since 2004. For the very first time in his 20 years as an MP, he got beaten in 2019 by 55,000 votes by Union Minister Smriti Irani. There was this whole drama surrounding, will he fight from there? Will Priyanka Gandhi fight from there? Will it be a Smriti versus Priyanka battle? But KL Sharma, who was sort of a man Friday for the Gandhis in both Amethi and Raebareli, a man who was managing the constituency for the Gandhis, he has been given the ticket. Will it be a David versus Goliath like it happened last time? Smriti Irani felling Rahul Gandhi. Will KL Sharma be able to do that this time around? I'm not sure. I was not on ground. Anand was on ground. But these are the two big high-profile battles. I also want to quickly run you through some of the others. Lucknow, again, a very prestigious seat, not least because it's the capital of Uttar Pradesh. It's a seat that was held by the legendary, the great man Atal Bihari Vajpayee for a number of terms. Rajnath Singh seeking a third straight term from Lucknow. And then, if of course, we have this whole battle that's been going on in Kesarganj, the whole drama around Brijbhushan Sharan Singh, the former WFI president. He was accused by India's top female wrestlers of molestation and sexual harassment. And then, of course, his son, Karan Bhushan Singh, managing to get the ticket. He's taking on Bhagat Ram of the Samajwadi Party. There's also Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti. She's seeking a fourth term from the Fatehpur constituency. So this part of Uttar Pradesh, the central part, the Awadh region as it's known, Lucknow and surrounding areas, have been a stronghold of the BJP. Just look at this. Only the Raebareli seat was won by the Congress. All the other seats out of the 14, 13 were won by the BJP at over 50% margin. The India bloc having just one seat of Raebareli. This seat, again, the BSP, this region, it's not so much of a stronghold of the BSP. The BSP is much more active in Western Uttar Pradesh or in Eastern Uttar Pradesh. But in the central part, and Rahul Shivshankar weigh in on this, it's always been sort of heartland BJP. And this is, Amethi Raebareli not too far away from Ayodhya, which is where, of course, this election seems to be centered around the Ram Mandir issue. So certainly expect some impact in this belt.
Yeah, the Awadh region really has been polarized very effectively by the Bharatiya Janata Party around the symbolism of Ram and Hindutva. The Bundelkhand area, of course, is where you can see a lot of traction for the BSP. It does pick up some votes from there. But fundamentally, and let's not forget this, if you just look at that board, viewers, the BJP starts at 50% in most of these seats. The opposition India bloc starts much lower. In the last election, when the BSP and SP were together, at least they started from a number, vote share terms, which was close to the NDA. Right now, there's a massive gap. So unless there is a massive swing away from the BJP, it's going to be virtually impossible.
It's a
the
20%
only thing,
difference. 50% BJP,
Absolutely.
30% for India Alliance.
20% is
You don't
very
see 20% swings.
No,
It's
and
a-
if you were seeing that, Rahul Gandhi would have been contesting from Amethi, and Priyanka from Raebareli, and perhaps there would be a huge number of other people in the fray too. So, look, that seat is important. It's a prestige battle. It is really about whether the Gandhi Parivar or the UP will be mukt of the Gandhi, so to speak, as the BJP claims. That's really where this fight is, because there's really no other room for the BJP to grow here. It will hope that the Ram card will continue to consolidate its vote base. I think there will be attrition, but I don't think it will be 20.
Here is the thing. No, I'll tell you what. One of the things with Bundelkhand is the Ken-Betwa project. The water issues in the Bundelkhand region and also the corridor that's building. See, the Vikas issue, the economics issue around the Vindhyavasini corridor project, all of these things, development has happened. It's changed the lives of people.
And 2014,
they are getting 24
when
hours
Modi
water
went to
now.
this area, he promised that project.
Yes.
The first promise he actually made in Uttar Pradesh.
The delivery aspect is more important. And with Ayodhya, Zaka and Rahul, along with Ayodhya, Sultanpur is getting developed. That entire belt between Amethi and Ayodhya are getting developed. Because the new Udan project is coming there. That airport, which was being used as a family bastion and a landing area only for the dons, mafia dons and the big families, has now become an Udan airport. Highways are coming there. The connectivity from Lucknow to Amethi, it's taken me 4.5 hours in the past. It takes us less than 2 hours and 15 minutes now. So that connectivity has improved. Lives have changed. Economically, lives have changed. Yes, they have a vote share gap, but who's delivered? What's happened in 10 years and what's happened in 40 is a big factor. Yes, there is a family sentiment, Will that affect in Raebareli? Let's try and find out. Sherin Elizabeth is with us from Raebareli, Siddhant Mishra in Lucknow, Arun Dhata and Amethi. Sherin, what's the voter turnout in Raebareli? You know, Rahul Gandhi's late entry versus Dinesh Pratap Singh's continued perseverance in Raebareli.
Well, that is quite visible on ground, the continuing perseverance by Dinesh Pratap Singh. In fact, if I ask my camera person to zoom and show you that this is the BJP candidate, Dinesh Pratap Singh, who has just come here, has in fact done casting his vote and is speaking to the media. And right now, he is in fact talking about how the achievement as far as Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are concerned is only that they look like their grandmother, Indira Gandhi. Apart from that, they have not done anything on ground. Also hitting out at Sonia Gandhi, saying that in last 20 years, they have not really done anything much on the ground. So he's very confident that both Amethi and Raebareli will in fact be won by the BJP and Congress account. That was just one particular constituency was there in 2019. That constituency, Raebareli, will also be closed down by the BJP is what he's in fact talking while speaking to the media. We'll also try to get in a few words from him. But you can see the voter turnout, as I was talking about. There is huge number of voters that are already pouring in since it's just been like an hour since the voting has started, and huge lines can be witnessed at the booth, polling booth here at Raebareli. I'll speak to some of them who are coming. आप लोग वोट करने के लिए जा रहे हैं? किस क्या दिमाग में रख के वोट करने के लिए जा रहे हैं आज?
अरे प्रधान तो जीत जाए लोगों और क्या रख के जा रहे हैं दिमाग में।
लेकिन यहाँ पे क्या समस्याएं हैं, क्या है, क्या दिक्कतें हैं?
समस्याएं भैया ऊपर वाले काटेंगे।
अच्छा, आप
वही है भैया।
क्या यहाँ पे मूड क्या है लोगों का? सिर्फ भगवान ही देखेंगे, आपके एमपी सांसद
No, Sherin, the point is that for the first word that she said and then she kept quiet. See, this is something which is symbolic of the voter everywhere. They know who they want to vote for, what they're going to vote for, but they will not tell us. It's not about samasya, it's about the change that's happened in Amethi and Raebareli. When you ask them about that's what they will talk. The first word that she let slip was Pradhan, and then she kept quiet. So they will keep their cards close to their chest, but that's what we will see. But will that translate, and is that the story booth after booth? The results will declare or will determine. Siddhant Mishra is in Lucknow. And Rajnath Singh ji has been actively campaigning, but there is a lot. Lucknow is a city which in itself becomes the destination everybody wants to go to once they go to Lucknow. It's a beautiful city in itself. What's the story for Rajnath Singh, and what's the story in Lucknow? Is it a no contest, or is he going to win with a larger vote?
That's right, Anand. So we are in Lucknow, and in fact, we can expect Rajnath Singh along with his family to come and vote in some time from now. Right now, we're waiting for Deputy CM, and in fact, the cops are right now asking us to move outside, Anand. Sorry for the inconvenience. But at this time, we are in Lucknow, Anand, and the good part about Lucknow city is, Bimba sir, chhod dijiye, wo apna kaam kar rahe hain. The good part, Anand, about Lucknow city is that, whenever you are reporting in Lucknow city area, then people do come out in large numbers to vote in the morning only. And since morning, I have been witnessing a lot of people coming to polling booth. In fact, I was at a Mall Avenue polling booth also. Now I have come to the polling booth where Deputy CM Brijesh Pathak is going to cast his vote. And in fact, people are turning out in large numbers. So this time again, Lucknow is ready with a muskurahat, with a smile to break all previous records. And as far as Rajnath Singh is concerned, Ravidas Mehrotra is in fray from Samajwadi Party. But the target that Bharatiya Janata Party has set from Lucknow seat, Anand, is to win by the margin of 8 lakh votes. So 5 lakh is the target campaign slogan that they have given. But the margin that they want to achieve is 8 lakh votes.
8 lakh votes.
For that, Rajnath Singh's son Neeraj Singh has been working very hard.
So
and in fact,
Apratyashit Jeet, when Brajesh Pathak ji comes there, and if we get a word, we'll try and come back to you. Just quickly going across to Arun Dhanta and Amethi, lot of talk on ground being spread around, rumor mongering has happened. I was in Amethi, the transformation for me was visible with my naked eye compared to when I went there last when I'd gone in 2014, 2017, 2019, 2022, and also now 2024. So over a period of last 10 years, I've gone there multiple times between years. Arun Dhanta, what's the response of the voter on ground? I think what's critical on ground is the fact that the voter must turn out to vote. Are the voters turning out to vote in Amethi? Arun, can you hear me? We'll try and connect. We'll try and connect with Arun Dhanta in just a bit. But critically, we'll just try and see if we can. When we were speaking with Smriti Irani, she espoused a lot of confidence, but there was a lot of talk on ground that the family loyalties will be rekindled. And will that happen with the likes of Mr. Sharma, who's the candidate against Ms. Smriti Irani? One of the questions that Smriti was asking repeatedly is that if they are so confident that I have done a bad job, why is it that one of the Gandhi scions did not come and fight in Amethi? And that's a point that Rahul Shivshankar and Zaka were also making. We'll try and connect with Arun Dhanta in just a bit. If they were family bastions, do you believe, Zaka, that Priyanka Vadra would not have contested?
No, at the very least, Rahul Gandhi himself would have fought from Amethi. I think, Rahul was making this point earlier. I think netas are supposed to be very clued into the ground. They're supposed to have their ear to the ground. Somewhere, Rahul Gandhi felt that if he were to be locked in again in that battle with Smriti Irani, and if he were to lose to her a second time, that would be a debilitating blow, which means that it would actually imperil his chances of leadership, if you will. Of course, he is the de facto leader of the Congress party, no doubt about it. But I think there was a sense that, look, Raebareli might be a safer seat and let's go for the safer option. The problem is, I think the voter has reached a stage in this country where the voter can sense this. I mean, as they say in this part of the world, Maidan chhod diya. I don't think that message should have gone out. Certainly that, Rahul Gandhi has left the field, the Amethi field, and has gone to his mother's seat, which, for whatever it's worth in the Congress perception, is a safer seat for Mr. Rahul Gandhi. But I think I also want to refer to what's happening on the screen right now. The Prime Minister is taking out a massive roadshow in Puri. You can see Sambit Patra, who is the BJP's candidate there. He's standing against Arup Patnaik, who used to be a former police commissioner in Mumbai city. Of course, he's contesting on a BJD ticket, and Sambit Patra used to be a national spokesperson of the BJP, very familiar face on television. The Prime Minister taking out this rally. Rahul, significant that it's A, a temple town, B, this is one of the best hopes for the BJP in terms of a seat that they've not won in Odisha, hoping to convert that, snatch that from the BJD. And again, it's all timed to the fact that today is phase 5 of polling.
Phase 5 and 25 seats, assembly seats are going to the polls in Odisha today. So, and it's not in Puri, but in and around that in Odisha. So it's timed to that level, Rahul.
Yeah,
and last time around, Sambit Patra lost out by a narrow margin because he didn't have time to cultivate. This time around, he spent a lot of time in Puri.
Yeah, of course. That being said, let's not forget that the BJD itself is at inflection point this time around. So there has been, at least optically, the transferring of, let's say, authority by Mr. Patnaik to Mr. Pandian, who is thought to be at least described by the BJP as an outsider, but has spent a good number of years as a bureaucrat managing the BJD, managing the state. So, he's also married into the state in some ways. So I think that outsider tag may not play such a big role, but what definitely will is whether the cadres themselves look to him as perhaps the natural inheritor of the Patnaik legacy. I think that's really where the issue is going to sort of hinge for the BJD. So this is really a critical election for the BJD. And I think the BJP really thinks that if there is a chance this time to move the needle in Odisha, this is the time for them. And I think that's why you see, and the Prime Minister has actually spent quite a few, he's been there to Odisha now about 4 times this entire sort of last 5 months. So he has really spent a lot of time, and it's old school campaign in a sense. I know that it's not easy anymore to campaign without getting personal, but here the campaign has been largely free of acrimony. They have criticized each other through the shadows. They've talked about each other's records, but never really gone for the jugular in the way the Prime Minister has done against the Gandhis or perhaps against the Thakres or even the Pawars. So there has been a little bit of shadow boxing, and many people think, especially the Congress, this is some sort of a fixed match, but I don't think so. I don't think so. The BJP is really looking to make inroads. I think it even believes it has a chance in the assembly election this time. We just have to see how this plays out, because as I told you, in this phase, 49 seats, the BJP, the NDA really has not much to grow, except for in Odisha and of course those 4 seats in Bengal. So this is really where the...
No, in this case, what happens is the like you said, shadow boxing, it's been more against the incumbent or the heir apparent rather than Naveen Babu himself. And the BJP is wanting to cash in on the flux because there are many within the BJD who are very upset. Long-timers, old-timers who've served and who've worked hard for the party sometimes feel cheated. Although Mr. Pandyan, Zaka has interacted with him, he feels very confident that he will have the support of the people, and he may have South Indian roots, but he speaks Odia and he's
I don't
applied
think
his
that
wares a
outsider
lot.
tag applies to him as far as Odisha's public is concerned. I think it's the cadre, as I was saying.
The alignment within the cadre in terms of transfer of leadership. Does he actually own it? Is he a people's person? He may have administrative caliber, but is he a people's neta? Is he a neta in the true sense is the question. We'll come to that existential aspect in just a bit and come back to these pictures of the Prime Minister's roadshow. Smita Prakash and Javed Ansari also with us. Namaste, good morning. Thank you for your patience. Just quickly going to Arun Dhanta and Amethi, and then I'll come across to you. Arun Dhanta, we did not have contact with you earlier. Now, if you can hear me, how's the voter turnout?
Well, Anand, right now I'm in Gauriganj, and you can see that people have already started queuing up to cast their votes here. Remember, 18 lakh voters are eligible this time around in Amethi Lok Sabha. And of course, Smriti Irani has been talking about the works that she has done in this constituency. Let's find out through the people what exactly happened. आप बताइए क्या इश्यूज हैं इस बार चुनाव क्या इश्यूज है किन मुद्दों को लेकर आप वोट
विकास का इशू है नो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हैज बीन इंक्रीज एक्चुअली and more about whatever structure was raised that have been closed also. IIT has gone somewhere away, and अस्पताल also victimized. Many victimized things were done, and mainly विकास का मुद्दा है, सब बदलाव भी
विकास का मुद्दा है. आपके लिए क्या मुद्दा है, किन मुद्दों को लेकर आप वोट डाल रहे हैं? विकास का क्या हुआ, क्या काम हुआ है, किस तरह काम हुआ है अमेठी में?
काम हुआ है, विकास मुद्दा है.
अच्छा, कुछ we have few women, Anand, also will try to speak to them as well. आप बताइए माता जी, क्या किन मुद्दों को लेकर आप लोग वोट डाल रही हैं? क्या
अच्छे के लिए.
अच्छा, क्या कुछ अच्छा हुआ है पिछले सालों में यहाँ पर?
अरे पिछले सालों के लिए बहुत अच्छा हुआ है.
और आगे क्या क्या चाहती हैं और क्या चीजें?
अरे क्या चाहते हैं, सब भविष्य बना है और सब जैसे है.
अच्छा, आप बताइए, आपके लिए क्या मुद्दा है माता जी?
हमारे लिए तो बहुत मुद्दा है. हाँ, हमारे लिए
अमेठी में काम वाम हुआ है?
हाँ, हुआ है.
किस तरह का काम? जैसे
अभी वो हमारे द्वारे खरंजा चाहिए.
अच्छा.
हाँ, सरकारी नलका चाहिए.
अच्छा.
और कॉलोनी चाहिए. हम बहुत बचपन में हमारा आदमी खत्म हो गया था. तो सुविधा तो मुझे मिलना चाहिए. कभी आप रखोगे या कभी आप बाहर कर दो तो क्या करूँगा मैं.
अच्छा.
हाँ, ये सुविधा मुझे मिलना चाहिए.
तो राहुल गांधी इस बार चर्चा थी कि यहाँ से चुनाव लड़ेंगे, अब वो रायबरेली से लड़ रहे हैं.
हाँ.
राहुल गांधी लड़ते तो कैसा चुनाव होता?
अब राहुल गांधी लड़ते तो कैसा चुनाव होता है मुझे नहीं मालूम है. कुछ अब गरीबन के लिए कुछ मिल नहीं रहा है, अमीरन के लिए मिल रहा है वो सामान. तो
अच्छा, आप बताइए, आपके लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं?
सब ठीक है.
अच्छा.
हाँ, जो सबका है वही हमका.
जो सबका है वही हमका. विकास मुद्दा है. Point is that they when we speak to the voters on ground, especially in areas like Gauriganj, etc., it's very simple, straightforward. अच्छे के लिए वोट कर रहे हैं, विकास के लिए वोट कर रहे हैं. कौन आया, कौन गया. There is a history, ladies and gentlemen. 1977, at a time of emergency, Sanjay Gandhi was the first to look at Amethi from the Gandhi family. He lost there, came back in the 80s. Then there was a lot of drama in 85 and 89 when Rajiv Gandhi and Menaka Gandhi were at loggerheads, or they were contesting against each other. The matter went to the courts with allegations of booth capturing and, of course, ill treatment of Menaka Gandhi in 85. 89, Rajmohan Gandhi, descendant of Mahatma Gandhi, went against Rajiv Gandhi, and there were incidences there. Vidhan Sabha elections, Sanjay Singh was shot. Amethi again. So there is a history there that's happened 2014, 2016, 2019, and of course 2022 and 2024. There is a lot that's happened in Amethi and Raebareli, known as the Gandhi bastions. The allegation from Smriti Irani is it has been dar ki rajniti more than dil ki rajniti, or dil ka rishta, dar ka rishta more than dil ka rishta. On ground, people believe that there was much more expected from, some of them believe much more expected from the likes of Smriti Irani. What she's been able to do in the last 10 years, could she have done more? She's built a house there to tell people that I'm not moving anyway from Gauriganj. I'm going to be here only. I'm going to be here, spending more time. What will work? We'll have to wait and watch. Smita Prakash, Javed Ansari with us. As the Prime Minister's roadshow in Puri, does it also become existential for a few who are in the poll fray in this phase, phase 5, be it in Maharashtra, be it in Uttar Pradesh, be it in Odisha? Smita Prakash.
Good morning to you and to the viewers of News 18. And like I always say when I come on your channel during election, सिर्फ इस channel पर सुनिए election ज्ञान, do your मतदान और फिर जलपान. So now 49 seats. I like the visuals that you're putting out there. Puri is very interesting with the Prime Minister campaigning for Sambit Patra. Many of us are familiar with him just because he's been a regular on TV channels and he's worked hard in that place. He's sat there. He's moved away from television debates for quite a few years now. He lost to Pinaki Mishra last time. This time Pinaki didn't get a seat and then didn't get a ticket, sorry. And then you saw that the Congress candidate pulled out. So from a triangular contest, it became a bipolar contest. Puri, very important to the BJD. They've done the corridor, the temple corridor, similar to what happened in Kashi. So it's very close to Naveen Babu. For him, it's important that the people of Puri put their faith again in him. But Puri goes beyond just electoral battles. It's a historic town, and both the BJP and the BJD would like to win from here. And it's, as you quite rightly put, it's an existential crisis also for the BJD because you have this juggernaut, and I'm using the word very carefully when I say juggernaut and Orissa. You have that rolling of the BJP down the streets of Orissa. The Naveen Babu would like to break all records and get voted again to power. And Pandian, who you called an outsider, and Rahul said that not so much an outsider. The thing is that he's a very reticent bureaucrat, and for him to get out of that shell and become a politician hasn't been very easy. He's tried, but you know, the shadow that Patnaik casts is so large that anybody would fall short when it comes to it. So he's very much in the Guru Shishya mold, where he's asking for votes on behalf of Naveen Babu. Naveen Babu, I feel, is somewhat like in 2004 what Mr. Vajpayee was. Much loved, but there is a sense among the people that he may not be that aggressive doer, that aggressive person that is needed to pull the state out from a developing and slow-moving economy to be out there right up front. They need a lot of development in that state. Udiyas, by and large, are kind of quieter, softer, kinder, gentler people. They don't want to punish Naveen Babu. They adore him. He's very popular. But there's also a realization that 5 more years is not probably what we're going to get from Naveen Babu. It will be Mr. Pandian halfway through.
So will that have an impact? We'll have to wait and watch. Existential in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. We'll come to that in just a bit. But Javed Ansari, your thoughts on 49 seats in phase 5? And where do you believe the BJP will have to perhaps defend more, or do you see a chance for them in Odisha?
Well, it's obvious that the BJP has to defend most of this. It won 13 seats last time, barring Raebareli. It won all the seats that are going to poll in UP. So it's very important for them to do as well as they did the last time around. As far as Odisha is concerned, I do believe that what we are witnessing is perhaps the last of Mr. Naveen Patnaik's reign there. Naveen Patnaik's health is not what it used to be, and he's really laboring hard. He's really laboring hard. He doesn't step out. He's finding it difficult. Most of his campaigning is now done through that limousine of his. He will. Ground reports seem to suggest that he will certainly do a lot better in the assembly elections than in the Lok Sabha elections. In the Lok Sabha elections, it's the BJP that will make the gains. And Sambit Patra, I must say, has changed. And it's been, he realized the last time around that you can't parachute and then suddenly expect just because you appear on TV that people will start voting for you. So he spent the last 5 years, he's done the hard yards. He's put in the hard yards, and he's hoping to reap the dividends this time. And it's remarkable how things have changed in Orissa. I used to know Naveen Babu's father, Biju Patnaik, very well, and what a personality he was. I mean, he was a doyen, he was an icon, but he never enjoyed the kind of success that Naveen Babu had done. And at that time, I mean, if you ask somebody, or if you even mention the fact that he is going to be the political legatee, he is going to inherit the political legacy of his father, people would have laughed you off the table. But look how Naveen has transformed himself, and he's now proved to be perhaps the most successful and long-lasting chief minister that Orissa has had. His father never won so many consecutive terms. He used to, off and on. But if you, as personalities go, they are as different as chalk and cheese. But look at the kind of success. If we were betting people, none of us in the beginning would have bet on Naveen outdoing his father, but he's done it.
Correct.
I don't know much about Mr. Pandian, and we'll have to wait and see.
That's why many believe that if Naveen Babu could, then why can't Pandian? So that's another question, but that also will take time. Because the political scenario situations on ground are far different than what they were at the time when Naveen Babu came and he parachuted literally into the seat and replaced Biju Patnaik there. But what he achieved for himself is credible, like you said, Javed sir. But the fact is that can Pandian do the same? Coming back to this existential aspect, and I'm just going to bring it into the studio with Zaka and Rahul and then take it forward with the two of you. The aspect is BJD in Odisha, with the Trinamool Congress in Bengal, Lok Sabha wise, and also their national narrative.
Right.
Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, and of course, if we look at the Congress in Uttar Pradesh. Important, especially when we look at Mumbai today. I'm bringing it the focus to.
When it comes to Mr. Patnaik and the BJD, I wouldn't call it an existential crisis. I think it's a little early to say that it's going to just go off the map unless there is something really churning in the state. I think it is a point of inflection. It's an inflection point. It's a point where obviously Mr. Patnaik has decided to go with Mr. Pandian as his successor. Can he galvanize the party and the cadre around Mr. Pandian? That really is the challenge here. In any succession, you have to ensure that the road is paved for your successor. Has he been able to do this? Is blood at the end of the day thicker than water when it comes to the BJD's electors? Would they have gone along with another Patnaik perhaps? That is the question that we have to begin to ask ourselves when it comes to the BJD. I think it's just a matter of finding the right person to carry that baton forward. So let's just park that aside. But yes, very importantly for the UBT Sena in Maharashtra, it is very much an existential crisis because this election determines who the people believe are the real legatees of the ideology on which the Shiv Sena was built, which is Bal Thackeray, and has the cadre transitioned from that sort of very Hindutva straitjacket to the more inclusive liberalism that is championed by Thackeray Jr., which is Uddhav Thackeray. That is the importance. So again, here,
I think one of the other important things, you went to Maharashtra, I don't know how much you picked this up on ground, that in some pockets, some of the older Sena voters, Uddhav does still retain a degree of sympathy. If in any phase we're going to see that sympathy play out, it's going to be in this phase. It's Mumbai, the 6 seats. It's really more than BJP versus Uddhav Sena. It is really Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena. Out of
4
the
seats.
Out of the 6 seats, I think in 4 seats, it's a direct fight between Shinde Sena and Uddhav Sena. And I think really the winners in those seats will really determine, as Rahul said, the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. Is it the Thackeray name, or is it Mr. Shinde and his ilk who carry forward the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray? I really think whether it's Mumbai South, whether it's South Central. South Central is again a fantastic fight. It's again between Rahul Shewale and Anil Desai. I can't think of a more prestige battle for Shiv Sena and the future of Shiv Sena. Similarly with Bombay South. I mean, Bombay South is the most prestigious seat.
Arvind Sawant.
Arvind Sawant versus Yamini Jadhav. again, it's Sena versus Sena. So this, at least the Mumbai seats, the 6 Mumbai seats plus Kalyan, and Kalyan, of course, is the Chief Minister's son's seat. He, of course, is seeking a second term from there, Shrikant Shinde. Again, very, very prestige battle. So if Uddhav Thackeray has to, at the end of this election, say that, look, I am the inheritor of my father's legacy, he has to beat the Shinde Sena candidates in these 6 seats plus Kalyan.
So that's nothing in it really. From a vote share point of view, it's a very tight sort of even Stevens fight there. The problem here is about identification. And the SSUBT, the Uddhav Thackeray has two seats there. So they're really going to want to, prove.
In fact, last time around, I think
and don't forget, in 8 months, there's going to be the assembly
election.
So I think, that really sets the tone for a huge...
You also have the Mumbai BMC elections, which have been held in abeyance because the matter is sub judice and the courts have held it back. But the BMC elections could also be announced very soon. And what happens in Mumbai becomes very important. Smita Prakash, Javed Ansari, earlier I was saying it's about betrayal versus betrayal. Whose betrayal was greater? Did Uddhav Thackeray betray Bala Sahab's mandate and the Mahayuti and the voters' mandate and betray the ideology, core ideology? Was that betrayal greater, or Eknath Shinde betraying Uddhav Thackeray, is that betrayal greater? Smita Prakash. Do you agree if we say it is betrayal versus betrayal, and which betrayal sits with the sentiment of the voter?
This is the first time that it will be put to test, Anand, in Maharashtra as to which is the larger betrayal and which one gets the sympathy vote, if at all. And does sympathy translate into vote? Because ever since the split happened in the Shiv Sena, there's been no testing, like there's no BMC election which happened, which would give an indication, or any other election which would have happened at the ground level, which would have given an indication.
So there were
that,
panchayat elections. There were some panchayat elections and some council elections where the Shinde Sena did well. There were some panchayat elections and there were some council elections in some of the areas where the Shinde Sena did gain some ground.
The Shinde, again, as I'm saying, that BMC is the biggest test, and the BMC election did not happen because, and also on the ground, I think what you're going to see is, I think somebody mentioned about existential crisis in the show, and I think yes, the regionals, including the Senas, the 2 Senas, the NCPs, the 2 NCPs in Maharashtra are having an existential crisis. You've also already seen Sharad Pawar saying that, okay, we should, all regionals should merge with the Congress. So that's a real existential crisis even before the Maharashtra elections were over. Then you saw how you had a Prime Minister sharing this stage, with the what's his name, Raj Thackeray. That sends out a very, very strong message when he's out there, and Raj Thackeray endorsing Prime Minister Modi. So you have those things playing out. You had in the NCP, you had Supriya Sule on the day of polling going and visiting her aunt, Ajit Pawar's mom. So these are complicated things which are playing out, and it's going to, and you're showing BJP, that's also a kind of existential crisis. You're also seeing in Uttar Pradesh today, Sapa and Baspa, both of them, Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh finding out whether he matters at all in the state, because then when the state elections, some of them are saying he's holding his guns for the state elections. But you saw huge crowds yesterday in Phulpur, which could indicate either way. The BSP sending out mixed signals. Mayawati on the one hand saying that, asking her people don't vote for the Samajwadi Party, but today just before polling, she says that there is a mood for change. JDS in Karnataka, again an existential crisis. Are they going to subsume within the BJP? TMC, BRS in Telangana. Existential crisis there. People are saying not more than 1 or 2 seats. That's it. TMC wants to win desperately, and you're seeing literally violence on the streets, which you're not even seeing in Kashmir, happening in TMC. And that's an existential crisis, if at all.
Bengal poll violence is usually normalized, but her attacking traditional core Hindu institutions which find their roots in old Bengal itself, the Gaudiya Sampradaya, that is ISKCON, that draws its roots from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, is again from Bengal. The Ramakrishna Mission finds its roots in Bengal, and Mamata Banerjee has openly attacked these institutions, and that itself is a departure. And what does that symbolically, or what does that messaging, is a big question. Javed, your thoughts on Uddhav Thackeray and this entire betrayal aspect? Will sentiment matter, or perhaps who's among the people who's actually working, or as a voter discerning enough on ground, Javed?
Look, if you talk to people, and if you just go back to what Chhagan Bhujbal said recently, Chhagan Bhujbal has split from the NCP. He's now in the Ajit Pawar faction. He believes that both Uddhav and Sharad Pawar will gain, or at least as far as sympathies go, the people's sympathy is with them. They're generating a lot of sympathy on account of what has happened in the past few months. Chhagan Bhujbal ought to know that he's very grounded. Apart from a lot of other things, a lot of the other hats that he wears, he's also very grounded. So it's not just a question of the survival existential crisis for UBT, but also for Eknath Shinde. Similarly for Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar. Just for argument's sake, what if Sharad Pawar, if Supriya Sule were to lose Baramati? That would be a huge body blow to Sina Pawar side.
Yeah.
What if the Pawar faction of the NCP really does well? Then what happens to Mr. Ajit Pawar's politics, and what happens? Because he's been waiting in the wings, and he believes that what ought to have been rightfully his uncle just continued for as long as he has done, and therefore stymied his chances. So it's not, and I don't agree that there's an existential crisis. I don't agree with you when you say there's an existential crisis for TMC.
Right.
TMC may or may not win the number of seats it did last time. Maybe BJP may or may not do better. Even if the BJP, for argument's sake, does better, TMC won't collapse like the Congress, like the manner in which the Congress has collapsed in Uttar Pradesh. TMC won't, because Mamata Banerjee, one may or may not like her. There's much that Mamata Banerjee can be criticized for, but she's a fighter. She's fought all the way. Look at the way she braved the odds against the CPM and the left there, and she's come up the hard way.
So yes. I think there's an interesting sort of parallel, if you will. I agree with Javed Ansari. I don't think TMC will fold up as a party, even if, let's say, BJP gets more MP seats in Bengal than TMC does. What it will create problems for, though, is this whole leadership transition in the TMC itself. This whole thing about transferring the leadership from Mamata Banerjee to Abhishek Banerjee. And the parallel, again, is with the BJD. Of course, there's no blood relation really between Mr. Naveen Patnaik and Mr. Pandian. And of course, this whole outsider tag, we'll have to wait and see. I, in fact, asked Mr. Pandian this in our Rising Bharat event a couple of months ago about this. I mean, the only example, perhaps the most famous example I can think of an outsider who made it big in the politics of another state was that of MGR. And incidentally, Mr. Pandian is from that same state and from that same place where MGR sort of built his political roots, the Madurai belt. And he said that, look, as far as I'm concerned and as far as the people of Odisha are concerned, I am one of them. I speak their language. I've worked with them for the last 20 years. I'm married into Odisha. His wife is also a bureaucrat who's been serving the state for the last many years. So he doesn't consider himself an outsider. I think what this will also signal, if, of course, the BJD does well, is that the party itself, are there other claimants to the legacy? Are there other claimants to the leadership? If the BJD were to do badly, whether it is in the Lok Sabha or even in the Assembly, then the knives will be out. Right. But if the BJD were to win the Assembly, and all the way, by the way, we were talking about Naveen Patnaik's legacy some time ago. I think if he were to win again, and by August of this year, he will cross Jyoti Basu as the longest serving Chief Minister in the history of India. I don't think that is something anybody would have said about him 20 years ago when he made the political plunge.
Absolutely. Nobody had even given him a chance, even of one term. So what he's done for himself is commendable. But Zaka, here's the challenge for Mr. Pandian, and not taking away from his ability. MGR was a mass leader because he was a film star.
Of course.
He had public, and he plied his wares in Tamil Nadu for many decades before he entered the political foray. And he knew how to work with the masses. So there was a mass appeal already. With Mr. Pandian, he has administrative capability. But as Smita Prakash was saying, he's quite reticent through that transition to becoming a neta. That's where the challenge will be for Mr. Pandian, because he will have to come out into the fore and transform into a neta per se. Both Javed Ansari and Smita Prakash have their hand up. Quick comments and then we'll take a break. Yes, Smita Prakash.
Yeah, so Naveen Patnaik has already beaten Jyoti Basu. He has to beat Chamling. That is the thing, the change that will happen. And as far as Pandian is concerned, when you say that Pandian is this outsider who might become a chief minister, we've had outsiders or people born outside the state who have become chief ministers in the past. So he won't be the first one to do that. MGR, as you mentioned, was not born. Jayalalitha was not born. MGR, in fact, is born in Kandy, Sri Lanka. Jayalalitha was born in Mysore. She wasn't born there. And there have been other chief ministers also who were not born. Kamal Nath was not born in Madhya Pradesh. There was Sucheta Kriplani, the first chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, if my memory serves right. She was not born. Sheila Dikshit was not born in Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal, chief minister of Delhi, was not born in Delhi. He was born in Haryana. So there have been instances, but of course you've not had a Tamil-speaking person who has been chief minister anywhere else. So that will be a radical change that will happen if he does. And as far as him facing a kind of rebellion, even if BJD wins, there is a sense of disgruntlement. It's all about that Odia pride, Odia Smita that everybody talks about, and that's the one that BJP is playing up.
So you believe that the outsider aspect and that card of a non-Odia speaking person who's coming there. No, in the sense,
fact, he speaks very fluent.
Yeah, I know. When I say,
in fact, it's the opposite.
When I say that born a Tamil and not an Odia born.
As I was saying,
that aspect,
it's not.
She's
really
saying it's a factor. Others are saying it's not a factor.
I don't think the public so much is sort of connecting with that as much as the cadre needs to sort of get rid of
at the end of the day.
Apprehensions.
At the end of the day, that's a challenge that I hope Mr. Pandian and Zaka, you had that conversation with him. He accepts that he will have to transform into a neta, and there is a road ahead. There is a learning curve for him too.
Acceptability in any transition is something that person has to negotiate for himself.
Right.
Let's be honest.
Quick comment from Javed Ansari. Yes, we've got some disturbing news about the Iranian president. We'll take that up in a bit. Yes.
Yeah. So we were talking of existential crisis. The one party that is really facing a battle for survival is Mayawati's BSP. Look what they've been reduced to, from kingmakers and queenmakers. She is just about an also ran. She can't decide whether she is with the government or against it, whether she's voting for, she wants a change or she wants the status quo to continue. She anointed her nephew, clearly declared that he'll inherit a political legacy. That guy went and blew his top, and the very next day he was changed. She suddenly discovered that he's not mature enough to take on the leadership, and she's replaced him. So Mayawati is the one which is really, Mayawati did, even the Congress did a bit better than Mayawati in UP, which is, climbing Mount Everest. So Mayawati has a lot to think about and a lot to worry about, because a lot of her vote has already lifted. It's only the Jataf chunk which is with her. And her diktats are also now weakening.
Interesting point. So more than Uddhav Thackeray or Sharad Pawar, the question will be for Mayawati. And since power center in Uttar Pradesh is Lucknow, Brijesh Pathak has just come to cast his vote. Siddhant Mishra is right there. And we also have some disturbing news about the Iranian president, there was a helicopter crash that happened. It was a hard landing. Now we are given to understand that President Riyad Raisi has been confirmed dead. We'll get you more details after a very short break. Stay with us. Factionalism. The split in the Shiv Sena and the NCP could cause confusion. Will the voter be true to cadre loyalty, local leader and ideology, or will there be this family bloodline loyalty conversation which will be in impact? First test for Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde after switching loyalty. Can they be leaders? Will they be able to exercise the authority they always felt they had? Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar could capitalize on the emotional aspect, sentiment. Dhoka diya mujhe is what did me. That's what the betrayal aspect. And the Maratha sentiment, if it swings and believes that someone has been betrayed, so no matter how wrong they are, will they go and vote for them, or will they say, you are the one who betrayed the original ideologies, you are the one who betrayed the voter, you are the one who betrayed my mandate? Will they remember that? That's the big question. And these are aspects which will come into play. Also, BJP believes sympathy for them over the MVA alliance. So that's the original betrayal that's being claimed, ladies and gentlemen. But is that in the distant past? Is the latest betrayal what's going to stay? This is betrayal versus betrayal story which is being talked about on ground. And of course, infrastructure. Big boost from big ticket projects which will come to the fore. They have shown the Vikas story there. Although the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena will in Mumbai claim that most of these projects have been initiated by them, completed by them. But Devendra Fadnavis say it was actioned and put into play with me, and we would have only continued it had you not given me dhoka. So this is the conversation which is happening on ground. The story of taking Maharashtra to making it a 1 trillion economy, the first state in Bharat to become a 1 trillion economy. So who is taking it towards a Bimaru state and who is taking it towards 1 trillion economy? Who's bringing investments and who is pushing away investments? These are all questions. 50% cap, a hurdle for reservation for Marathas. This Maratha reservation aspect, everybody has voiced it, but then they blame the courts for halting it or stopping it. Now, will this come into play on ground? We'll have to wait and watch. BJP on the back foot, as many groups are also feeling let down with respect to the Maratha quota. Now, how much of this will come into play is the big question, Rahul Shivshankar, the Maratha quota aspect, because Devendra Fadnavis has backed it, but it was the courts that shot it down. Now, this game of trying to play one versus other, and Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar has always played this 3M combination historically.
Sorry to be a bit of a party pooper here, Anand, but I think this is really a clash of personalities. It's Modi. This is a vote for Modi and his guarantees. Can Modi inspire Maharashtra to turn up and vote for the BJP, for the NDA again? And let me just very quickly tell you that in Maharashtra, the combined new NDA, so to speak, has 11 out of 13 seats. Lot to defend here. The BJP itself is very strongly placed in Maharashtra.
I'm interrupting you right now because you go talk to the pictures a bit, Rahul. You talked about PM Modi's personality and he is at Puri Jagannath.
There you go. So the Prime Minister is a great past master at choreography. So here he is again. Now this is very important. This religiosity is going to play out in Uttar Pradesh fantastically right now on the ground. This is the reason. Why? Because it is that entire area around Ayodhya, Lucknow, all those seats that are going to polls, and Hindutva, the Ram card is on test tonight. Though, of course, Jagannath Puri has a significance of its own. Odisha also has elections going on there. So, look, competitive religiosity, there is no better at the Prime Minister than executing it. But coming back to Maharashtra, which is really where the election is right now.
Puri Jagannath will also have an impact in Mumbai. Because who's carrying forth the Hindutva flag, the religiosity aspect will also come into play here.
Absolutely. It's all very well choreographed. You know, you can take the strand and fit it anywhere today. But let me just tell you, Anand, you were spot on when you said that, look, at the end of the day, it's going to be about a test of loyalties. But let me just tell you, Anand, you were spot on when you said that, look,
after prolonged search and because of inclement weather, rescue operations were delayed. Multiple attempts at landing were also thwarted at that crash site. No survivors have been found at the crash site of the helicopter carrying Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi. At least 73 rescue teams were in the area of the helicopter crash near the village of Tamil in Iran's East Azerbaijan province. 9 people were on board the helicopter, including the nation's foreign minister. So we're given to understand all aboard. Let's try and get that confirmation from Abhishek Jha. Abhishek, so are all aboard confirmed dead? Because the last reports I was tracking said that the emergency call or the Mayday call was also received from someone who was part of that flight.
Well, Anand, it has been almost 15 to 16 hours since the crash was reported, and the search and rescue teams tried to reach to that mountainous terrain, which was very tough to access. And even if some survivor had their phones switched on, and that probably sent the signal to the central command, leading to such teams to reach to the site. Probability of him surviving in this harsh, inclement weather is very less. It's about 10 degrees Celsius the temperature is. It's a snowy. It's a very foggy condition. Highly unlikely that any survivor would be there in the helicopter crash. We have seen the footages that shows the wreckage has been completely burned. It is spread across a vast area. It is completely dismantled, and it is also sitting on top of some mountains. So reaching there is also very difficult, and finding sign of any survivor after about 15 to 16 hours of crash is highly unlikely. This is what the Red Crescent, which has been involved in the rescue and search operation, has told us, that survivors' sign are highly unlikely. There are hope that maybe some have had some phones switched on, or the signals that they probably sent even few hours earlier. Also, the search team said that some signals are coming from the rescue from the side where the helicopter crash has happened. But now it is being confirmed by
Have they recovered any bodies? 73 rescue teams there. Quickly understanding, Abhishek, has there been any confirmation of any bodies received? The Iranian foreign minister was also on board that flight, along with the President Raisi.
Well, Anand, a government confirmation or government press statement on the entire search operation and whether any survivors are there is still to come. But the search team have almost reached to the site, where they have found no sign of any survivors. So that is believed that all the nine passengers on board, including President Raisi, Foreign Minister Amir Abdollahian, and the governor of the state where the plane has crashed, have all been dead.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that update. Disturbing news. That means that the vice president takes charge immediately, and within 50 days, Iran will have to elect a new president. We'll get you more details, along with the focus returning to Battle for Bharat when we come back. Stay with us.
That the bellwether state this time in Maharashtra, I'm not so sure statistically if you can extrapolate and say that Maharashtra has been an all-time bellwether state, but certainly this election, Maharashtra holds the key to the BJP's fortunes. Its dominance there to the NDA's fortune. Its dominance there was for all to see. It had, out of those 48 seats, the second largest block that goes to the Lok Sabha, friends, 39 of those seats were with the NDA last time. It's a huge chunk. It's a huge chunk from one state. I mean, you can pretty much settle this election between Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. If you have those two working for you, you have a little bit of the Hindi heartland, you're almost the halfway point.
See, in the sense, despite the NDA splitting, the BJP held a certain number of seats. If the BJP holds its seats, and there are some gains out of the 15 that had there, and plus 3, 18 that have been given to their allies within the NDA, Shiv Sena Shinde, and of course Ajit Pawar's NCP, plus some of the others. I'm just saying, is it a greater test for Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray?
That's what I've been saying from day one.
If they are not able to make a dent, that
this is a make or break election for Uddhav Thackeray. It is a make and break election for the Sharad Pawar faction. Look, Ajit Pawar has many races left. He is at the end of the day the organizational man at the Baramati level. Let's not forget that. The organization spins and revolves around him. But let me just give you an idea of how critical this phase really is. Look at Maharashtra, 11 out of 13 for the NDA. Uttar Pradesh, 13 out of 14. There are no room really to make gains. Okay, let's assume that Rai Bareli continues to vote for the Congress. So that 13 out of 14, they'll have to hang on to 13 out of 14. Bihar, 5 out of 5. JDU, in fact, had one seat here. The LKSP had one. Now, that Paswan seat is also very important because many people are saying this time in Bihar, BJP is carrying forward, but the allies may get chewed up by the RJD. We don't know. The jury is out on that one. Jharkhand, 3 out of 3. You can't grow possibly in Jharkhand. Odisha, 3 out of 5. Can you make it 5 out of 5? There's room for growth there. statistically. West Bengal 3 out of 7, 3 out of 4, 3-4 it was. The TMC at 4. It's a very interesting election for the TMC this time. Because if it has to prove that it can still carry the Hindu vote, this is the phase where it has to prove it.
No, but the fact is that with just ahead of the phase, Mamata Banerjee's comments, will they help her or hurt her?
And remember, the CA card has been pulled out of the sleeve, my friend. It's there now. The guarantee is there. I told you I will make you citizens. So, you know, you are absolutely right. This is a fundamental, real make or break.
But in that arithmetic of 32 out of 49, if you were to see, there are 17 seats where they still have an opportunity. The NDA and the BJP.
39 out of 48. 49.
39 NDA, but the BJP has 32 out of 49. 32. So if it is 39 out of 49, there are 10 seats where they still have to max out. My point
so
is,
those seats are the Congress 1, Raebareli, SS UBT 2, TMC 4. Those are the 7 or 8 seats there, and of course 2 of BJD. So
that's what. So they will have to pull seats from UBT. They'll have to pull seats from Trinamool Congress. They will have to pull seats from Naveen Babu. BJD. So these are the 3 seats, 3 parties they will have to be, and with each one of them, there is a narrative that will be set. Because in Bengal, if they want to do better than 18 last time, they will have to pull seats. They want better than 18 last time, they will have to pull seats away from the TMC retail.
larger phase into perspective. After 79%.
महीने का खटाखट 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 आता रहेगा।
महलों में पैदा होने वाले कहते हैं देश का विकास अपने आप होगा, और कहते क्या है विकास कैसे होगा? बोले खटाखट खटाखट।
कांग्रेस में तो पताका हाथ लगाकर दिखा दे, एक सीट ना बचा दी तो हम भी अमेठी वाले हैं।
यहाँ एक भाजपा की प्रत्याशी आई जो आज आपकी सांसद है, और उन्होंने काफी झूठ फैलाए।
विश्वासघात उद्धव ठाकरे जी, मोदी जी के साथ, देवेंद्र फडणवीस के साथ।
Modi has been saved by Bala Saheb Thackeray. So because of him, he is there today.
আমরা সরকার তৈরি করব, আমরা জোটে থাকবো, জোটে আছি আমরা। अभी ये लोग तो ये सब बोलेंगे देख के लोग थोड़ा सा लग रहा है मोदी जी को देख।
Under 9 hours for Bharat to go and vote across the 49 seats that are going to the ballot across 7 states and 1 union territory. Ladies and gentlemen, go vote is the campaign here at CNN News 18, and all we are going to request you is to go ahead and exercise your franchise, especially those in Mumbai, in Maharashtra and some of the urban pockets which have largely returned poor numbers when it comes to vote. And if you have not cast your ballot, then don't crib. That's something we say consistently here. Exercise your ballot. Go ahead, irrespective of who you vote for, who you support. Go ahead and cast your ballot, and then use your fingers to go ahead and crib through the rest of the 4-5 years. Otherwise, then you should not have the right to go ahead and crib if you're not casting your ballot. It's important. Let's try and understand why these 49 seats compared to phase 1, 2, 3, the number of seats that are going to the ballot are lesser, but the spread is more. And with this, nearly 23 states and union territories will finish after phase 5, would have finished going through the motions of electing the government at the center. And we'll end up towards the business end. 49 seats in phase 5 out of the 7 folds, 6 and 7 only left after this. But if you look at it, 695 candidates compared to more than 1,000 candidates in the previous phases. This is only 695 candidates. The BJP is playing defense in 32 out of 49. The NDA defending 39 out of 49. So largely defense, less attacking. 10 union ministers are testing their mettle, going for a repeat mandate, including the likes of Rajnath Singh and Smriti Irani in the face, Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti in Uttar Pradesh. Many, 22 seats in the Hindi heartland, including 14 in Uttar Pradesh, of which 13 are with the NDA. And there you go. Uttar Pradesh is 14 seats, 13 with the NDA. Rai Bareli, will the Congress defend it? Rahul Gandhi's late entry, will it have an effect? We'll have to wait and watch. Can he retain Rai Bareli? Or will Dinesh Pratap Singh, has he done enough to persevere on the voter, prevail on the voter? Prestige battle in 6 Mumbai seats. And that's the big story in Maharashtra. Who gets the legacy? Who is the betrayer? Who is working hard? Who has stayed true to the ideology? And Modi's Vikas Mantra with PM Modi on the ticket and Modi ki guarantee. How much does that prevail? Neck to neck in the 7 Bengal seats. Here is where the Trinamool is defending more and the BJP will look to be more aggressive, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come to Bengal. But first, with Rahul Shivshankar and Zakir Jacob in the studios, Smita Prakash and Javed Ansari and other guests joining us, and with our reporters on ground, let's turn the focus towards Maharashtra. On the magic wall with Zakir Jacob, the big Maharashtra test, including Mumbai, Zakir.
Absolutely. All 6 seats of Mumbai go to polls today. It's a prestige battle, like we were discussing in the last hour. It's about who has the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. This is a phase where more than it's, BJP US's Shiv Sena, it is really between Shinde Sena and Sena UBT that of Uddhav Thackeray. Let's go south to north. Prestigious South Mumbai seat. Arvind Sawant is the sitting MP. Of course, he's from the Sena UBT. He's taking on Yamini Jadhav, who was also from the Shiv Sena. She's from the Shinde Sena. She's used to be a corporator. There's some allegations of ED cases against her and her husband. It was a late declaration by the Shinde Sena. Her candidature was announced just a few weeks leading up to the election. So that's going to be a very prestige battle in South Mumbai. Then you have the neighboring constituency, Mumbai South Central. Rahul Shewale won it the last time. Again, in a United Sena ticket. This time, he's taking on Anil Desai. Anil Desai, Subhash Desai, of course, used to be former ministers in the Uddhav Thackeray government. Very, very prestige battle. I think South Central is also the constituency that houses Matushri and, the Thackeray household, as it were. Then you have the North Central seat. Again, very, very interesting fight. Poonam Mahajan was the sitting MP. She was changed at the last minute. Mr. Ujjwal Nikam, former public prosecutor, tried the Mumbai 2611 cases, other famous cases in Mumbai. He was drafted in by the BJP. Again, at the very last minute, he's taking on Varsha Gaikwad, who used to be a minister in the former government. So again, a prestige battle in North Central seat. And then you have the Northwest seat, where again, very interesting, Gajanan Kirtikar used to be with the United Sena. Now his son, Amol Kirtikar, is fighting from that seat. That's the seat that Sanjay Nirupam had a problem with. He said Amol Kirtikar should not have gotten that ticket. Amol Kirtikar, of course, now with the Shinde Sena. And then you have the Mumbai North seat, which is a prestige battle because Union Minister Piyush Goyal is contesting his first Lok Sabha election from here. He's up against the relatively lesser known Bhushan Patil of the Congress party. So that's the BJP versus Congress direct fight. And then you, of course, have the prestigious constituency, prestigious because the Chief Minister's son is the sitting MP there. He's fighting for a second term, Srikant Shinde. This is the Kalyan seat. So the 6+2, which is Kalyan and Thane, so 8 seats of the greater Mumbai region. In the 6 seats of Mumbai city, last time BJP had 3, United Sena had 3. This time, in 3 of those seats, at least in 3 of those seats, it's a direct Sena versus Sena battle. And Vinay Deshpande is now joining us from Dadar, which is the heartland of the Thackeray land, as it were. Why is this battle for Mumbai this time around such a battle for legacy, such a prestige battle? Whoever wins in this fight, in this direct Sena versus Sena contest, how may this shape going forward, the future of both the Senas, and especially as it leads up into the assembly election 6 months down the line, Vinay?
Well, absolutely, Zaka. This is a prestige battle, as you rightly mentioned, not just within Mumbai, but the surrounding two seats as well. May it be Thane, may it be Kalyan, where Shrikant Shinde is defending for the third time, and where Thane, where it is Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena versus Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena. But first, let me get you some voters' voices. I'm here in Dadar at Balmohan Vidya Mandir. This is where several celebrities vote as well. आप यहाँ पे ठाणे से आई हैं, क्यों?
हाँ, अरे वोट डालने के लिए।
तो आज काफी एक्साइटमेंट है, वरना हमको यहाँ पे इतनी भीड़ नहीं दिखती है
नहीं
बालमोहन
दिखता है,
में।
बहुत गर्दी रहता है। पहले से हम इधर ही थे, अभी 2-3 साल हो गए उधर रहने को गए। मेरा घर इधर ही है। फिर वोटिंग नहीं छुट्टी करने का है, इसलिए मैं सुबह जल्दी उठ के 8 बजे के ट्रेन से इधर आई।
That's nice. So at a time when we talk of, lack of excitement among Mumbaikars to come out and vote, this lady who has relocated to Thane has taken a train to come down to Dadar to cast her vote. So this is the level of excitement here at Balmohan. Yes, definitely Mumbai South Central seat is something where all eyes are set, particularly because it's the first time where we will see a Sena versus Sena face-off. Remember, this is the same seat where we had seen that the Congress was quite keen to get the seat. Varsha Gaikwad, who's the Mumbai president of the Congress, had in fact even gone ahead and met Uddhav Thackeray to request him to leave the claim over this seat. But we have seen that Rahul Sheware, who's currently Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena MP from this place, and who's the incumbent MP, is defending against Anil Desai, who is being pitted against him by Uddhav Thackeray. So it is a kind of a prestige battle where this has been a Sena as well as a Congress bastion alternating between the two parties. But this time on, we will have to see on which loyalty prevails really. Rahul Sheware, who has the backing of not just Eknath Shinde but also the BJP, which has put up its entire machinery behind him. Remember, several messages going across showing him in front of Modi's face, saying that Modi plus Dhanusha Ban is equals to Rahul Sheware. So please vote for Rahul Sheware. That kind of messaging is being put across not just in South Central but also South constituency, where the BJP is not very sure about whether its core voter will end up voting for either Rahul
Right.
Sheware or for Yamini Jadhav. So that is the kind of tussle that's happening here right now. Back to you.
Well, thanks for that, Vinaya. Dadar, there are people traveling from outskirts of Mumbai, from Thane and all, to come back and to vote in Dadar. The voter turnout is steady. We had a lovely multi-window of film stars, celebrities who are coming out to vote. We'd like to see a nice multi-window, Mayuresh Ganpate, of also India Inc., the corporate head honchos, the business stalwarts, the top big businesses, the CEOs who reside in that region where you're joining us now from, Altamount Road, who drive perhaps, and that's the reason why Mumbai is called the financial capital of our country. They should also be coming out in big numbers to vote. Is that happening?
Yes, it is happening. We can see that, and we are expecting that more people will come this side. As you said, that South Mumbai has always disappointed the election commission when it comes to the numbers, because South Mumbai is always vocal on the social media. South Mumbai people are always vocal when something happens in this particular region. But when it comes to the voting, the numbers suggest that they are not that good. But this time we are hoping, because from morning we are standing at this particular polling booth, where a lot of people are coming in a large number. Since morning we saw the RBI governor Shashikanta Das along with his family, who came here somewhere around 8 o'clock and casted the vote. But what is more interesting in this particular area or in this particular constituency is a battle of Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena, because to establish the supremacy over South Mumbai, both the Shiv Senas are in fray. Eknath Shinde has pitted Yamini Jadhav, who is close confidant of Eknath Shinde, against the former Union Minister Arvind Sawant. And if we see the history or historical data, the candidate who has won this constituency or won from this particular constituency, and if their party forms the government, or their alliance party forms the government at the center, that particular candidate has always got the cabinet ministerial berth. Whether it's Murli Devra, after the Chevanti Ben Mehta, then we saw Milind Devra, and then we had Arvind Sawant also. So now it would be interesting to see that what exactly South Mumbai people are going to vote and whom they are going to vote. Whether they support Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena or whether they support Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena. Back to you.
Well, we'll have to see the voter turnout. What is the percentage? Is that better than the usual average of just around 40 to 43%, 45% in South Mumbai, or does that improve and does it hit the high 50s and 60s? That will be a story in itself. Yesha Kotak joining us from Bandra, Vishal Chatkara from Juhu in Mumbai. Yesha, whereabouts are you, and what's the voter turnout like at around 9 a.m. this morning?
So yes, Anand, we are here at the Mount Mary School. In fact, this is one of the places where Farhan Akhtar voted this morning. There are celebrities such as Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, Rekha who are expected here. In fact, speaking of the low voter turnout that we were, this constituency in the last election had a 50% turnout, which is why we are seeing that over the last 2 to 3 days, there is a social media campaign that's being run. In fact, it's being run by Mumbai Police as well, wherein they're collaborating with several celebrities who are urging people to come ahead and vote. Because Mumbai, like we see, has been a city wherein there's a low voter turnout. In fact, we have some first-time voters here. They are a part of this campaign, wherein they reached out to celebrities. They also reached out to the younger generation, the first-time voters, asking them to cast their vote. Tell us, what is your campaign exactly about, and how did you collaborate with these celebrities to come ahead and urge people to vote?
Okay, so we are from this organization called IIMUN, which stands for India's International Movement to Unite Nations. We are a non-profit youth-run organization which deals with the more sensitive age bracket, that is the youth from age 17 to 22. So since the elections were coming up, and as you mentioned, there is a low voter turnout in the country, and there were 96 crore people, 96 crore new people who are going to vote. So we decided to start this campaign and reach out to celebrities in order to amplify the message of voting and to amplify that voting is an individual's responsibility. And since we are the youth of the country, it's our responsibility to go and cast our first vote. So that was the motivation behind starting this campaign.
Which celebrities do you all collaborate with, asking younger generation to come ahead and vote?
So we have collaborated with many celebrities like Mr. Karan Johar, Mr. Anil Kapoor, Miss Vidya Balan, and many politicians and businessmen also like Mr. Niranjan Hiranandani, and there are many more.
Right. So yes, Anand, these were some younger generation.
Well,
In
97
fact, like
Ni-
we earlier reported from South Mumbai.
Yes.
Yes, Anand.
Thanks for that, Yesha. 97 crore voters overall, about 23 crore voters less than 30 years of age. The first-time voter number is about 4.5 or 5 crore, if my memory serves me right. But yes, it is important that people come out to vote, and that is critical. More importantly, Mumbai per se has not had a very heavy or a steady voter turnout, especially in the largely urban pockets. The semi-urban, the urban pockets in Mumbai have come out to vote, but the urban pockets and those who actually drive the opinion and the markets and decision making largely have disappointed in the past. Those pockets have disappointed.
One of the
Will they do
factors,
well?
and we saw this in Bangalore as well. Their polling was on a Friday. Today's a Monday. So
Yes.
for most Mumbaikars, this could just be a long weekend. So you could ask our reporters, are they treating this like a long weekend, or are they actually in town and coming out and exercising?
Vishal Chatkara is in the thick of the action. Vishal, in Juhu, what's the voter turnout like? Because that has both all kinds of
But
pockets: the
people,
urban pocket, the
have to
urban
say,
pocket, and also
some
the
of the Bollywood actors like Akshay Kumar,
Hmm.
Mahesh Bhatt, Pooja Bhatt. These are the people, they practice what they preach. They're some of the early voters. Janvi Kapoor, although has to catch a flight, she came and cast a vote. Farhan Akhtar with her sister Zoya Akhtar and mom Hani Irani came. Swanand Kirkire, the lyricist, voted. Tabbu, Sania Malhotra, Rajkumar Rao are some of the early voters from Bollywood. Have to say, Hema Malini is expected anytime now here in Jew. Bollywood, a lot of Bollywood stars often, appeal people to vote. And these are some of the names who actually practicing what they preach, and we can see how early they came and did their duty. For example, Tiger Shroff and Ajay Devgan, who were shooting in Kashmir over the weekend, are expected to come and vote, and they will be surely they are responsible citizens. So we can expect some of the big names from Bollywood come out in big numbers and vote later in the day. While we surprisingly, it's not a surprise, although, that Akshay Kumar was one of the early voters from Bollywood, because his day starts at 4 a.m.
Yes.
So yeah.
True. So the celebrities are coming out to vote. Well, but at the end of the day, every vote is a number. It's a ballot, and that's what adds to the percentage. So your vote counts, and that's why go vote is what we are trying to say. Mumbai has to vote in big numbers. Thank you to all our reporters. Great job done. Hopefully, it's not a hot day. There has been some rains, and that gives you some respite in terms of the weather as they are casting the ballot. The weather also plays a big factor, but Let's bring it back into the studio at this time. Rahul Shivshankar, you had some points to make on Mumbai.
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about the turnout in Maharashtra. I've been sort of reading up a little bit on it. And I was actually going to focus on this as the day sort of evolved, because phase 4 actually saw an 8.8% drop in turnout compared to 2019. So we are going into this phase with already sort of some amount of attenuation when it comes to voter interest.
Why do you think that is? Is it
Now,
the heat? Is it complacency?
It's a very tough question to answer, Zach, because, you know, at the end of the day, this is supposed to be really the one so-called bellwether state of this election. This is where there has been the maximum churn. One would have thought that each faction would have wanted to drive its voter out to come to the polling booth. And, you know, both parties, the Shiv Sena, the BJP, and to some extent the NCP, are really cadre-based parties. So they have a very strong cadre. I can't say that about the Congress right now, only in certain pockets, and revolves around personalities where the cadre remains very sort of in some way coet and consolidated. But in most other parts, you would have expected the vote to have come out. Now, in Baramati, for example, it's very interesting. The voter turnout went down by 2.1%.
Despite the high-profile fight.
Despite the high-profile contest. So how are you supposed to read voter interest and then sort of extrapolate it into the larger picture that we get animated about in our studios? Or this is a fight to the finish, it's an existential crisis, the cadre will come out, so and so. When the voter itself seems to be a little disinterested.
You know, when you say 8.8%, that means 1 out of every 10 voters, almost 1 out of every 10 voters who voted last time is not showing up.
Is not showing
up. For whatever reason, I mean, it's heat or disinterest, whatever it is. Let's also bring in the guests. Javed Ansari, R. Rajagopalan, Smita Prakash are all joining us. Mr. Rajagopalan, the fight for Mumbai, and particularly South Bombay, you know, people talk about it. George Fernandes used to hold that seat sometime many years ago. Subramaniam Swamy was elected from that seat. Of course, Murli Deora held it for 3 terms, and then his son Milind Deora held that seat. This time around, again, it's a straight Sena versus Sena fight. Yamini Jadhav of the Sena Shinde faction, and of course, Arvind Sawant, who's the sitting MP of the Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction. Why has this become not just about this election or this seat? Why has this election in Mumbai, the 6 seats there, been almost like, and we've been using this word quite a bit since morning, almost existential for many of these factions and these parties?
Because it is financial capital, Jaka. Apart from that, I draw certain things with Rahul Shivashankar's, exponential explanation that why the drop. I feel, as a political correspondent, this Rahul Gandhi made it is a lighter vein, cut. This type of thing, people don't like it. Voters don't like it. And moreover, on the other side also, giving 1 lakh rupees every month. This is the financial capital, Mumbai. They understand the financial system. And they think that Rahul Gandhi is wasting his energy and creating this type of atmosphere. Second thing, BJP also overblown it. Apki baar, 400 ki baar. Voters thought that BJP is coming back. Why should we go and vote? This is the fatigue. And moreover, we have to understand on 5th of June why the voters turn out. But on the contrary, Jaka, women voters are more. Men voters are coming down. Second thing, my interesting aspect is, as Prime Minister just now gave an interview, no head or leg for the Congress poll campaign. That is also one reason. There is no systematic thing. BJP meticulously approached their voters, whereas Congress did not do. These are all certain factors. And being a financial capital, Mumbai should at least vote for 70 to 75%. Otherwise, it is Nakli versus Asali.
I think last time around it was under 50%. If I'm not mistaken, it was barely about 50%, or at least in South Bombay and stuff, it was less than 50%.
And there is another interesting development in all of this. If you analyze the turnout across gender, actually women voters, fewer women voters have turned out to vote.
Fewer women compared to men, or fewer women compared to women in 2019?
Compared to men. So there is also that. And there was a column in one of the newspapers that did an entire deep dive into the turnout so far. Gender specific also. Of course, we don't know the number of votes, the total number of votes polled. I think that the Supreme Court has now asked the EC to sort of come up with that data, which is important. So as far as vote share, turnout in percentage terms is concerned, women voters slightly trending lower than the men this time.
Lower than the men. Interesting numbers. There's a pictures coming through from Amethi. Again, Uttar Pradesh becomes interesting. 14 out of the 80 seats are going to the ballot this time. 13 are with the NDA, 1 with the Congress or the INDA alliance. That's Raebareli. This is Smriti Irani, the Sansad from Amethi, casting her vote for the first time from Amethi. So she just did in February, she did the Grah Pravesh for her house in Gauriganj, right in the middle of the fields. There is some land that she has acquired, and that's where her residence is. And she's decided that this was a promise that she had made in 2019, that ahead of the next elections, I will be a resident of Amethi. So she's not somebody who's going to be a paratrooper anymore or parachuter anymore. She is going to be somebody who's a resident of Gauriganj, and she has her address. And as a voter, she's registered in Amethi. So Smriti Irani casting her vote from Amethi for the first time, standing in queue and then just going in. Arun Danta is in Amethi. We will try and go across to him if possible and see if Smriti Irani does speak to the media once she comes out of the polling booth. And about 100 meters away, if she does speak with the media, that will be waiting outside. There's been a lot of conversation, a lot of rumor mongering, a lot of accusations and counter accusations between who has done more for Amethi. And she has very simply said, look at the data, look at the delivery, look at what's been done in the last 10 years compared to 4 decades of the Gandhis being ruling the roost in Amethi and in Raebareli. Look at the change that we've brought. And that's what she believes. She believes that she should win by more than at least 1 lakh votes. Although on ground, many believe that it's going to be a very, very tight election. And how much of it will work, we'll have to see. It's all the voter of the constituencies, including Gauriganj, who will decide. Javed Ansari, Rajagopalanji, Smita Prakash also with us. Smita Prakash, your thoughts on Amethi? Smriti Irani showing the intent, building a residence there. She spent there for the last 3 months, ever since February. Her Grah Pravesh, she's not moved out of Amethi. She's been there largely coordinating everything from there. Compare that to KL Sharma being pit in Amethi against her. Someone who stands on stage and says, I'm proud to be just a humble servant or a knocker of the Gandhi family.
I think you were there last week, Anand, and so was I. We were covering in Amethi. I've been to Amethi for several elections now. This is the third time for Smriti Irani that I've covered. In the sense like I've covered her campaign. And I think there's a lot of difference. When she came in 2014, she was new. Nobody knew about her. And the people out there didn't even have satellite TV, so nobody knew about her television serial either. She was totally new. In 2019, she didn't have a home, you're right. She had rented a place above some shops, very dilapidated and very bare minimum, 2 little rooms, no electricity. I remember electricity was just about 2 hours in a day. Rest of the time there was a genset which was blowing. This time she has a house of her own. She's voting out there. People know who she is. So there's no doubt about that. In Amethi, there is Noora Kushti, which is going on, because even though you have Mr. Sharma out there, it is quite clear it is Priyanka Gandhi who's fighting the election from Amethi. Though, they've not announced Priyanka's name, but it is quite clear that it is Priyanka Gandhi versus Smriti Irani now. Why she didn't file on her nomination from Amethi? Why didn't she fight it openly against Smriti? I think it's also because the Gandhis are led a lot by their coterie, and there's this thing that the Gandhis should not lose the first election that they fight. So Priyanka has time on her hands. She can fight the election later. You can't really have Rahul Gandhi from Raebareli and Priyanka Gandhi from Amethi. So I don't know. This is, even though there is no old guard left in the Congress, there is still the remnants of the advice that the old guard gives the Gandhi family, and the Gandhi family defers to that kind of advice. So though Priyanka Gandhi has been campaigning actively in both Raebareli and Amethi, and it's totally her doing. Rahul has hardly been there in Raebareli. He's not been seen. There's no connect that he has with the people there. It's more with Amethi that he has. KL Sharma, I covered his rally out there, and I just feel that
she's
he's
speaking.
a sweet,
She's speaking.
nice,
Smriti Irani is speaking.
Gentleman.
Let's just go across to Amethi.
लोकतंत्र के पर्व पर सहभागी और सहयोगी होने वाले हर भारतीय को आज इस लोकतंत्र के उत्सव की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं सर्वप्रथम प्रेषित करती हूं। आज ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैंने गौरीगंज में अपने गांव में विकसित भारत के संकल्प के साथ
We just lost that feed. Let's let it all come in and then we'll play it out properly. Smita Prakash, who were making a point, 2019, it was just 20 days that she had. But even though she lost that election by more than 1 lakh votes, there was her claim was, okay, she's back. So let's play that out and then we come back to the history and of Amethi.
भारत और भारत के भविष्य के प्रति ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, इसका निर्वहन करें। मैं पुनः कहती हूँ, ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि आज गौरीगंज में विकसित भारत के संकल्प के साथ गरीब कल्याण एवं महिला शक्ति को समर्पित एक नेता को, एक राष्ट्र सेवक को मैंने अपना मत दिया। अभिलाषी हूं कि जनता उनको अपना स्नेह और आशीर्वाद निरंतर देती रहे।
मैडम ये बताइए, प्रत्याशी बदल गया है अमेठी का,
भाई साहब चलते जाइए।
मैडम
चलिए।
So not saying much beyond just that I have cast my ballot and I request everyone else to also cast their vote. 2014 to 2019 to 2024, there's been a transition in her commitment to the people of Amethi. Will that translate? She has herself alleged that Priyanka Vadra is the one fighting this election from the shadows. And why from the shadows? She lost by 1 lakh votes and she says that it was Mulayam Singh Yadav, the late Mulayam Singh Yadav, who openly said 1 lakh of the Sapa votes were transferred and she lost by a margin of 1,07,000 votes in 2014. She won by 50,000 votes in 2019. What will be the difference this time around? Or will there be the fight from the shadows or the mandate for the Gandhis? The voters of Amethi have to decide. We've just got news coming in from Bengal. We'll quickly go across to that and then we'll come back to Uttar Pradesh. Arjun Singh is claiming that voters are being intimidated. He's on the spot. This is Barakpur. Arjun Singh is claiming that voters are being actually beaten up. Go back slogans have been raised against Arjun Singh some time ago. So there is tension in Barakpur. So this is again one of the seats that will be keenly contested. We'll try and also listen into what's been said on ground and then go across to Kamalika.
Here we have come in a place in Kachrapara where one side you can see Arjun Singh and there other side there are some people who are asking Arjun Singh to, who are confronting Arjun Singh. We'll try to ask him, Arjun, what happened?
हेलो अरे बार बोल रहे हैं बोलने के लिए आपको बोलने दीजिए अरे आप क्या करें हमारा पूरा झमेला हो रहा है क्या हुआ सर मेरे महिला को मार के एकदम हॉस्पिटल भेज दिया একজন মহিলাকে মেরে মাথা ফাটিয়ে দিয়েছে হসপিটালে নিয়ে যেতে হয়েছে कौन ही बोले एक नंबर दूसरा कौन क्या सर कौन क्या क्या नाम है दीजिए
One woman has been injured. That's what his claim is. On the other side, we can see that there are some people who are asking Arjun Singh to go back. So right now there is a tense situation. কি হয়েছে দিদি কি হয়েছে There are some people from this area who are trying to say Arjun go back.
Kamalika now joins us. So Barakpur, important somewhere, sometimes here, sometimes there. Once again back into the mix with the BJP. Arjun Singh, how critical is it, this fight, and what is his claim? What's happening on ground, Kamalika?
See, this is an area called Kachrapara. Right now, the police has gone, the CAPF has gone. The situation right now is okay as what it was couple of 15 minutes back. There were some complaints which came to Arjun Singh that his voters were intimidated and they were not allowed to cast their vote and somebody was hurt badly. So he went there and the moment he went there, we were also there. We saw that there was
some protest from the people, one section of people to whom Arjun was saying that they were all TMC people, and they were the people who were intimidating. Arjun Singh had a heated discussion with them, and then the police and CAPF reached there, and they now the things are okay. To your question that how important Barakpur is very important. Last time the margin of Arjun Singh was near about 14,000. This time it is a Mahabharat here in Anand, because Arjun versus Partho Bhomik. So Arjun is a person who was in TMC, then in BJP, then in TMC, and again in BJP. And Partho Bhomik is a very close lieutenant of Abhishek Banerjee, a minister heavyweight here, who is contesting Arjun Singh. Arjun Singh has grown up in this region. There is a non-Bengali population. He has his own pool, but Trinamool has kept no stone unturned here to get back the seat, and that's why Barakpur is also known as violent. Still now, these complaints are coming, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed. No bombing and all till now, because Bengal, these are certain things. As you can understand, I'm in the car, I'm following Arjun Singh, because there can be any incident any time. So that is one factor which is always there in Bengal, and Bengal elections are different. So I'll keep my fingers crossed so that less violence takes place, because last time, let me tell you, Anand, I broke my finger here in Barakpur in 2019.
2019, yes, I remember that incident there when you got injured, Kamalika. But comparatively this time around, and it's ironical we say this about Bengal, far less violent, less bombing. How poll violence is normalized as far as Bengal is concerned always remains an irony. But Zaka, these 7 seats are critical because the Trinamool is playing defense in majority of them.
Yeah, they're defending 4 and the BJP 3. Again, very little in terms of vote share, about 2.5% between the BJP and the TMC. Barakpur is an interesting one. I think last time it was Dinesh Trivedi versus Arjun Singh, and Arjun Singh defeated him. Then he shifted back to the TMC, now back with the BJP. He's like the strong man there. He's the Bahubali of Barakpur. Again, a prestige battle. Like I said in the earlier hour, many of the candidates that the TMC has put up this time around are Abhishek Banerjee's candidates. So he is on test as much in this election. And really, it's about whether his candidates win. And if his candidates win, then what happens to the leadership transition in the TMC? What we're also seeing is, as we now come to the final 3 phases in Bengal, you're seeing more and more TMC seats. You're coming into, the Greater Calcutta seats. You have the Howrah and the Hooghly seats that are polling today. Of course, you're also going to see North and South 24 Pargana seats that will be going into polls in the next few phases. So you are essentially coming into territory which the TMC has to defend. Last time they had 22, I think 22 or 24. Much of those seats are in South Bengal. So as we are now coming to the fag end, the slog overs of this election in Bengal, and remember, Bengal has been voting in every single phase, all 7 phases. Some of the other constituency in Bengal has been polling. In these slog overs, it's the TMC that has much more to defend. Quickly run you through some of the other seats that are polling today. Shantanu Thakur from Bongaon, again, very, very big seat. This is also a seat where the Matua factor will be at play, the CAA, whether it actually has any resonance on the ground. That is something, again, it'll be in test in Bongaon. And then, of course, we talked about the neighboring seat of Barakpur. But then there is also the Hooghly seat. Again, prestige battle. Loket Chatterjee won this seat last time around. This time, Rachna Banerjee, who I think used to be an actress, she has been fielded by the TMC. You also have some of the outer Calcutta seats that are polling today as well. You have Uluberia and then Srirampur, where again it's a tough fight between Kabir Shankar Bose of the BJP and Kalyan Banerjee, of course, has been a long time TMC lieutenant. So this is now in the Greater Calcutta region that we're talking about. The hardcore city seats have not gone to polls yet. They will be polling in the next 2 phases. But this is going to be very, very critical. Like I said, you're coming from North and Central Bengal now into the southern districts, which is the stronghold of the TMC. And this is where the TMC is playing more defense than the BJP.
Now, in terms of the INDI alliance, Javed Ansari, do you believe this is going to be the true test? Because the left is far more active in this election compared to the last one. And there is no vote transfer happening from each other. The Congress is also fighting its fight and not there in the picture at all. But the left versus Trinamool scenario on ground has also been there, more than the Trinamool versus BJP in many of the seats. Earlier this morning also we had reports of the left office being ransacked and left and Trinamool Congress supporters fighting against each other. Do you believe that could be an erosion?
That could be an erosion, but erosion into whose votes?
Yes.
If if the TMC is to be believed, and if the India Alliance is to believe, they believe that the left, there's some signs, the left is showing a greater fight this time than in the previous elections, and the TMC would have us believe that the more seriousness with which the TMC with the left fights, it means that all the anti-Mamata votes are not going into the BJP's kitty. Even the left is taking some of them. So the TMC is not losing too much of sleep over the left part. The left showing some gumption, making more of a battle of it than they did the last time around. Whether this is really, whether this is all theory or it's really making an impact on the ground, we don't know. But it does stand to reason that and one of the reasons why the TMC didn't lose too much of sleep of not having an alliance with the Congress was also this, that they don't want the entire anti-BJP vote or anti-TMC vote to just go into one camp. In that case, the beneficiary would have been the BJP.
No, I think I agree with Javed Ansari. Of course, again, adding this caveat that some people are saying that left is showing some signs of revival in Bengal. If that is the case, having said that, with a big asterisk, it will actually benefit the TMC, because I remember a couple of polling phases ago, Rahul had shown this map. Literally, red became saffron between 2014 and 19. How the left vote almost entirely moved to the BJP between 14 and 19. So a lot of the left voters had moved to the BJP in 2019. Whether some of those folks are coming back to the left, I don't know. Like I said, I've not traveled to Bengal. But
interestingly, the story is that on ground, the fight is between the left cadre and the Trinamool cadre. It's not the left cadre fighting the BJP cadre. That's why Rajagopalan sir, you raised your hand a bit. Quick word, we're going to take a break. Yes.
The Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary factor, and this morning I heard from Calcutta that Mallikarjun Kharge posters have been torn out. Therefore, Congress is also getting divided and they are not in tune with Mamata Banerjee. Second, CAA. Madam Mamata Banerjee also supported if you don't bring NRC. So therefore, Mamata Banerjee is also having double standard. She is worried about Matua community. At the same time, she does not want BJP to gain more seats. But Mr. Amit Shah says, we will touch upon 30 seats. So what is the confidence Mr. Amit Shah drawing? From which sources? We have to understand that. That is, anti-left votes are coming to BJP. That is my surmise, Anand.
So anti-left votes or anti-Mamata votes are coming to the BJP. That's one question. The Trinamool believes they will touch 30 this time and the BJP will suffer. So there are claims both ways. But what we are seeing on ground is the left cadre clashing with Trinamool cadre, left cadre not clashing with the BJP cadre. So that's where the aspect is, who's going to hurt whom on ground. But yes, it is politically charged. Is it less violent than last time around? Somewhere one gets the impression, at least till the fifth phase, it is. We're going to take a short break. We continue the conversation when we come back. Stay with us.
Seats would have seen polling, and there'll still only be 3 states left. After today, 23 states are done with. Delhi is left, Bengal is left, Uttar Pradesh is left, and I think Bihar might be left.
Bihar might be left. Yeah, Bihar is left because Maharashtra has 5 phases. With today, it's over.
Exactly. So look, these are the 4 states. Now, this is where the BJP has done pretty well in the past. Bengal is really where they need to grow. Orissa is another place where they will need to really put that little bit of energy.
Now these are the phases which are the retention phases for the NDA and mostly the BJP, rather than the accumulation phases or the adding on phases, aggregation phases for the BJP. Those are already over, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, and 3 were the ones where the BJP stood to gain the maximum. They were defending in lesser place than where they would be aggressive. Most importantly, towards the south, because that was phase 1.
But phase 4, last time Telangana...
Yeah, phase 4 also.
was very important.
Phase 4 was also important because, again, that was a place that was a state where the BJP was deficient, was coming from behind as a challenger. But now going forward, 5, 6, 7, they are going to have to retain more than gain more. Let's move to Bengal quickly. News just coming through. Allegation coming from Howrah. CPM that last night their party local outfit has been ransacked by the Trinamool. Are you doing the ungli when it comes to voting about it and doing casting and doing your fundamental, not just exercising your fundamental right, but also doing what is supposed to be a duty of every citizen of this country, that is go out and vote. The numbers have been picking up after the phase, but will phase 5 set a new record? These 49 seats are critical, ladies and gentlemen, and in pockets where historically voter turnout has not been very, very high. Let's try and understand what are the X factors when it comes to Mumbai, the 7 seats of Mumbai, and also Maharashtra. Factionalism. The split in the Shiv Sena and the NCP could cause confusion. Will the voter be true to cadre loyalty, local leader and ideology, or will there be this family bloodline loyalty conversation which will be an impact? First test for Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde after switching loyalty. Can they be leaders? Will they be able to exercise the authority they always felt they had? Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar could capitalize on the emotional aspect, sentiment. Dhoka diya mujhe is what both of them are going and saying on ground. My own betrayed me. That's what the betrayal aspect. And the Maratha sentiment, if it swings and believes that someone has been betrayed, so no matter how wrong they are, will they go and vote for them, or will they say, you are the one who betrayed the original ideologies, you are the one who betrayed the voter, you are the one who betrayed my mandate? Will they remember that? That's the big question. And these are aspects which will come into play. Also, BJP believes sympathy for them over the MVA alliance. So that's the original betrayal that's being claimed, ladies and gentlemen. But is that in the distant past? Is the latest betrayal what's going to stay? This is betrayal versus betrayal story which is being talked about on ground. And of course, infrastructure. Big boost from big ticket projects which will come to the fore. They have shown the Vikas story there. Although the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena will in Mumbai claim that most of these projects have been initiated by them, completed by them. But Devendra Fadnavis say it was actioned and put into play with me, and we would have only continued it had you not given me dhoka. So this is the conversation which is happening on ground. The story of taking Maharashtra to making it a 1 trillion economy, the first state in Bharat to become a 1 trillion economy. So who is taking it towards a Bimaru state and who is taking it towards 1 trillion economy? Who's bringing investments and who is pushing away investments? These are all questions. 50% cap, a hurdle for reservation for Marathas. This Maratha reservation aspect, everybody has voiced it, but then they blame the courts for halting it or stopping it. Now, will this come into play on ground? We'll have to wait and watch. BJP on the back foot, as many groups are also feeling let down with respect to the Maratha quota. Now, how much of this will come into play is the big question, Rahul Shiv Shankar, the Maratha quota aspect, because Devendra Fadnavis has backed it. But it was the courts that shot it down. Now, this game of trying to play one versus other, and Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar has always played this 3M combination.
Well,
historically.
Sorry to be a bit of a party pooper here, Anand, but I think this is really a clash of personalities.
Having the lowest voter turnout, so what is your appeal, particularly because
Mumbai will have a record turnout this time. The enthusiasm amongst the people is great, and wherever I've gone, people are super excited to decide the fate of the country. They want to be a part of the future. They want to play an important role in ensuring that India once again becomes a superpower.
हमारे साथ में राजकुमार, आप तो नेशनल आइकॉन है, इलेक्शन कमीशन ने भी से भी आपने प्रमोट किया था, आपने वोट किया है, और आपने पार्टी देखकर वोट करते कि कैंडिडेट देखकर?
पार्टी दोनों चीजें हैं. ऑफकोर्स आपको रिसर्च करनी चाहिए कि आपके एरिया से जो खड़े हैं उनके बारे जितने भी लोग खड़े हैं, तो आपको उनके बारे में थोड़ा रिसर्च करना जरूरी है. और बहुत सारे ईसीआई ने बहुत ईजी बना दिया है नो योर कैंडिडेट करके, जो हमारा ऐप है, जो हमारी वेबसाइट है, उस पर आप जाके पता कर सकते हैं. तो ऑफ कोर्स पार्टी भी देखता हूँ, मैं कैंडिडेट भी देखता हूँ।
और आप वोट करने के लिए अपनी शूटिंग जो है वो बीच में रखकर आप बनारस से खास तौर पे आ जाए और आप वापस जा रहे हैं शूटिंग के लिए।
जी मैं लेट नाइट पहुंचा हूँ और सुबह सुबह मैंने आके वोट किया है, जो कि हम सब की जिम्मेदारी है अपने देश के प्रति, अपने डेमोक्रेसी के प्रति। तो मैं इसी के लिए आया था क्योंकि मुझे पता है ये बहुत बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, बहुत बड़ी ड्यूटी है हमारी टुवर्ड्स अ नेशन। लेकिन अभी मुझे वापस भागना है, मेरी फ्लाइट है, क्योंकि वापस जाकर शूट रिज्यूम करना है, मिस्टर मिसेस भाई का प्रमोशन करना है, बहुत कुछ है।
और आप लोगों से कैसे अपील करेंगे, क्योंकि आमतौर पे मुंबई में लोग जो है घर से बाहर वोट करने निकलते नहीं है।
नहीं, मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि इस साल जरूर निकलेंगे, इस बार जरूर आएंगे वोट करने, क्योंकि हम सब लोग बहुत ही जिम्मेदार हैं, हम सब लोग बहुत समझदार हैं। हमें समझ आता है हमारी जिम्मेदारी जो है हमारे देश के प्रति बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हम सब आए, वोट करें, इसको हॉलिडे जैसा ट्रीट ना करें, पहले वोट करें, उसके बाद जाकर ऑफ कोर्स ट्रीट इट लाइक ए हॉलिडे, बट दिस मीन्स अ लॉट टू ऑल ऑफ अस।
अगले 5 साल में भारत को कहाँ देखना चाहते हैं आप?
सबसे ऊपर। आई थिंक ऑलरेडी बहुत तरक्की हो रही है और मैं चाहता हूँ कि और तरक्की हो, हमारा देश जो है बहुत जल्दी एक सुप्रीम नेशन बने।
Big day today. So first election, as somebody who's appealing to the people in the court of people, what do you say?
Indeed, it's my second inning of life, but our constitution has given a valuable right to every citizen to contest the election. And accordingly, now I'm going to the temple of Lord Siddhivinayak just to pay the tribute and taking the blessings of the Lord Siddhivinayak. And I'm sure that every citizen will cast their vote because our constitution has given this right to every citizen.
What is your appeal to people of Mumbai? Because people of Mumbai have always been apathetic towards voting.
No, I am aware that this time the citizens of Mumbai will specifically cast their vote because they know their right.
आपने महसूस किया ही होगा कि देश में इलेक्शन चल रहे हैं। आज भी अलग अलग इलाकों में मतदान है। वीकेंड लंबा भी था, सैटरडे संडे मंडे को छुट्टी, तो आप में से बहुत सारे लोगों ने सोचा होगा कि आज लंबे वीकेंड पे कहीं चले जाते हैं, खासकर मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटीज में। मगर मत देना और वोटिंग करना आपका फर्ज ही नहीं बल्कि अधिकार भी है। वोट जरूर डालें, आज बहुत जरूरी है। एक दिन, 5 साल में एक दिन आता है, उस एक दिन का फायदा उठाइए, अपने इम्पोर्टेंट होने का एहसास अपने आप को दिलाइए। आप बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हैं, आप इस देश के नागरिक हैं, आपको संविधान से अधिकार मिला है।
Mumbai is the place which is known for its apathy for voting. Today is the first time that Mumbai will see unusual voting and polling combinations. How will this election go? Do you think Mumbaikars will come out and vote?
Yeah, sure, because Mumbaikar are very aware of their voting rights and they believe in democracy, and they will come out and express their views. Whatever has happened in Maharashtra for last 5 years, people will express their opinion.
But you know, this is also, as I said, the first time that unusual political combinations will be put to test. MNS is supporting Narendra Modi, the Mahayuti dispensation. How do you think this whole combination will work out?
It will work out nicely, and while doing the campaign, we had a good response from people. And I would like to tell you one thing, that we did not crack in a deal in the close behind the doors. Whatever we felt, we said it very openly on the forum of Shivaji Park Sabha and in front of Prime Minister. There was no deal behind the doors.
What is your appeal to the people?
My appeal to all Mumbaikar, Thanekar and everyone is, they should come out. Whatever their opinion is, they should express through voting.
Large number of people have come to cast their vote in Baramulla Lok Sabha seat as well. You can see large queues at this polling station near Patan in Baramulla, where number of voters, you will notice here, have come out from young to old to exercise their franchise. The two main contests is seen between them, but there is Fayyaz Mir of the PDP, who has been in Rajya Sabha earlier. He's also contesting on PDP ticket, while you also have a dark horse like Engineer Rashid, who has been in jail in the terror funding case since last 5 years. His sons have been campaigning for him and is gathering massive crowd. Whether or not that massive crowd translates into vote on the ground, one has to wait and see. Srinagar has set a record of the highest voter turnout last time. Will it be Baramulla also will break their record that they had set last time? One has to wait and see. But yes, the lines and queues are large. Security arrangements have been made. But yes, that fear which you would notice prior to this particular voting is not visible there. Women also, in large participation of women being seen in this vote reporting stations.
India's one Modi, this so to speak, has 11 out of 13 seats. Lot to defend here. The BJP itself is very strongly placed in Maharashtra.
I'm interrupting you right now because you go talk to the pictures a bit, Rahul. You talked about PM Modi's personality and he is at Puri Jagannath.
There you go. So the Prime Minister is a great past master at choreography. So here he is again. Now this is very important. This religiosity is going to play out in Uttar Pradesh fantastically right now on the ground. This is the reason. Why? Because it is that entire area around Ayodhya, Lucknow, all those seats that are going to polls, and Hindutva, the Ram card is on test tonight. Though, of course, Jagannath Puri has a significance of its own. Odisha also has elections going on there. So, look, competitive religiosity, there is no better at the Prime Minister than executing it. But coming back to Maharashtra, which is really where the election is right now.
Puri Jagannath will also have an impact in Mumbai. Because who's carrying forth the Hindutva flag, the religiosity aspect will also come into play here.
Absolutely. It's all very well choreographed. You know, you can take the strand and fit it anywhere today. But let me just tell you, Anand, you were spot on when you said that, look, at the end of the day, it's going to be about a test of loyalties. Who is going to stand with whom? Who do they think was the greater betrayer to the mandate? That is what really this is about. And many people already saying that the bellwether state this time in Maharashtra, I'm not so sure statistically if you can extrapolate and say that Maharashtra has been an all-time bellwether state, but certainly this election, Maharashtra holds the key to the BJP's fortunes. Its dominance there to the NDA's fortune. Its dominance there was for all to see. It had, out of those 48 seats, the second largest block that goes to the Lok Sabha, friends, 39 of those seats were with the NDA last time. It's a huge chunk. It's a huge chunk from one state. I mean, you can pretty much settle this election between Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. If you have those two working for you, you have a little bit of the Hindi heartland, you're almost the halfway point.
See, in the sense, despite the NDA splitting, the BJP held a certain number of seats. If the BJP holds its seats, and there are some gains out of the 15 that had there, and plus 3, 18 that have been given to their allies within the NDA, Shiv Sena Shinde, and of course Ajit Pawar's NCP, plus some of the others. I'm just saying, is it a greater test for Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray?
That's what I've been saying from day one.
If they are not able to make a dent,
this is a make or break election for Uddhav Thackeray. It is a make and break election for the Sharad Pawar faction. Look, Ajit Pawar has many races left. He is at the end of the day the organizational man at the Baramati level. Let's not forget that. The organization spins and revolves around him. But let me just give you an idea of how critical this phase really is. Look at Maharashtra, 11 out of 13 for the NDA. Uttar Pradesh, 13 out of 14. there are no room really to make gains. Okay, let's assume that Raebareli continues to vote for the Congress. So that 13 out of 14, they'll have to hang on to 13 out of 14. Bihar, 5 out of 5. JDU, in fact, had 1 seat here. The LKSP had 1. Now, that +1 seat is also very important because many people are saying this time in Bihar, BJP is carrying forward, but the allies may get chewed up by the RJD. We don't know. The jury's out on that one. Jharkhand, 3 out of 3. You can't grow possibly in Jharkhand. Odisha, 3 out of 5. Can you make it 5 out of 5? There's room for growth there. Statistically, West Bengal 3 out of 7, 3 out of 4, 3-4 it was. The TMC at 4. It's a very interesting election for the TMC this time because if it has to prove that it can still carry the Hindu vote, this is the phase where it has.
गरीबी रेखा के नीचे हो, आपके बैंक अकाउंट में 8,500 रुपया महीने का खटाखट आता रहेगा।
महलों में पैदा होने वाले कहते हैं देश का विकास अपने आप होगा और कहते क्या है विकास कैसे होगा? बोले खटाखट खटाखट।
कांग्रेस में तो पताका हाथ लगाकर दिखा दे, एक से ईंट ना बजा दी तो हम भी अमेठी वाले।
यहाँ एक भाजपा की प्रत्याशी आई जो आज आपकी सांसद है और उन्होंने काफी झूठ फैलाए।
विश्वासघात उद्धव ठाकरे जी, मोदी जी के साथ, देवेंद्र फडणवीस के साथ।
Modi has been saved by Bala Saheb Thackeray. So because of him, he is there today.
আমরা সরকার তৈরি করব, আমরা জোটে থাকবো, জোটে আছি আমরা।
अभी ये लोग तो ये सब बोलेंगे, देख के लोग थोड़ा सा लग रहा है मोदी जी को।
Just 8 hours to go. Go vote, Bharat. Across the 49 constituencies that are going to the ballot in phase 5 of the Lok Sabha elections. It is coming up to the business end. Nearly 430 seats, 428 seats would have polled by the end of phase 5, ladies and gentlemen. So the mandate could already have been cast. An alliance between the NDA and the INDIA may already be past the 272 mark, with still about 112 seats to go in the remaining 2 phases. It's going to be a big challenge, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody. But most importantly, the mandate has to be overwhelming. And that overwhelming mandate, clear mandate, comes with a huge voter turnout. A vote share from a higher voter turnout is far more credible than vote share or victory from a lower voter turnout. This is applicable largely to the urban constituencies, the metropolitan constituencies. Mumbai specifically must come out and vote in a greater number than it did in 2019. But let's focus on Uttar Pradesh too. 14 constituencies out of 80. Between UP and Maharashtra, these 2 states this time around can set the mandate in stone. The bellwether state will be Maharashtra, but it's in Uttar Pradesh where the BJP has set its sight to make gains, add to its 62 seats the last time around, and try and make up a gap in the remaining 18 seats and try and gain more. Is that possible? If there is any semblance of resistance coming in from the INDI alliance, it has to manifest in Uttar Pradesh, and especially in these 14 seats out of it, because in 13 the NDA is playing defense. The INDIA is only defending Raebareli. Will it do that? The Ram Mandir factor, Vikas and Vishwas together. And this is manifest in Ayodhya and all the neighboring regions from Amethi to Ayodhya, all those constituencies. And from Ayodhya onwards into Varanasi, their entire belt has it seen resurgence because of temple travel. Ram Lala factor becomes very important. What are the other factors along with Ram? Some of the other factors are the controversial remarks, the faith, then the Yogi Modi. So like I said, Vishwas plus this Vikas. Uttar Pradesh in all the delivery mechanisms tops when it comes to this double engine Sarkar claim of the NDA. If there is a Modi vote, there is a Yogi vote. Upayogi. This Upayogi term is manifest in terms of law and order, the collaboration working together. And this is what has become the template that a Bimaru state can hope to become a 1 trillion economy. How is that possible? Also, there is prestige at stake. Family bastions are at stake for the opposition, especially Raebareli. Amethi gai, Raebareli bachegi kya? Amethi wapas milegi kya? Will shadow boxing work for Priyanka Vadra in Amethi? These are questions that remain. Caste arithmetic. Slowly, gradually, the entire caste census bogey has been toned down, that the volume levels, the decibel levels have come down. But there have been plays of Brahmins in some group, Kshatriyas in other groups, and different caste issues on ground have been raked up just to try and stir the pot a bit. Will that work? And of course, the Kisan distress aspect. Who has the larger interest of the Kisan in place? Can just doles and subsidies and promises work, or will there be delivery in terms of absolute benefits for the Kisan? And will the Kisan be discerning enough? Or will they again continue to fall within the fault lines of Kisan versus Zamindar and of course the caste breakups? Plenty. And one large question as we talk UP, ladies and gentlemen, is there also a BJP versus BJP scenario that could hurt the BJP? Are there local netas who are wanting to teach their parliamentarians a lesson because of them being compromised earlier during the assembly elections? There are such situations that have manifested in the earlier phases. Will they manifest this time around too? Zaka Jacob and Rahul Shivshankar with us in Uttar Pradesh when we speak Uttar Pradesh. Is this going to be a factor where BJP plays defense, that they become so large that within their own party dynamics there could be these cases, Zaka, where the local leaders will say, let's teach this guy a lesson because agla constituency to jeetenge. Overall आएगा तो मोदी ही, लेकिन इसको थोड़ा सा हम थोड़ा tight करते हैं.
Interestingly, while we talk about, the Modi model and how from his time since he was chief minister in Gujarat, about a third of the sitting incumbents, whether it's MPs, MLAs, etc., drop. Interestingly, in Uttar Pradesh, a large number of the sitting MPs have been repeated by the BJP. The comfort zone that the BJP has as far as UP is concerned, we'll talk about this phase in just 1 second, is that out of the 62 seats, 40 seats out of 62 that the BJP won last time, they won by over 50% votes. They won by over 2.5 lakh margins. So which means that if they're going to come down, if there is anti-incumbency, as Anand was saying, maybe not at the national level, maybe not against the Prime Minister, but certainly if it is there at the local level, मुझे अपने विधायक को सबक सिखाना है, अपने संसद को सबक सिखाना है. If that sentiment is there, then the comfort zone that the BJP has in at least 40 out of those 62 seats is the margin is so high, how much can you fall by? So that's the critical question for the BJP. Let's look at this phase. Like we've been saying, a battle of personalities. The big one, of course, is in Raebareli. Rahul Gandhi deciding to fight from his mother's seat. In fact, interestingly, in 2004, when Rahul Gandhi made his electoral debut, Sonia Gandhi then shifted her seat from Amethi to Raebareli. It was the seat of the late Indira Gandhi. And of course, she has been winning from Raebareli since 2004. And then, of course, in 2024, she gave up that seat for Rahul Gandhi to fight. He's taking on Dinesh Pratap Singh of the BJP, who has been a corporator there. He's been working on the ground there in Raebareli. Is that enough to defeat Rahul Gandhi? Then, of course, the neighboring seat. And the reason why we're talking about Raebareli is because of what has happened in Amethi. In 2019, Smriti Irani defeated. It was one of the giant killer elections of that election in 2019. Smriti Irani defeating Rahul Gandhi by about 50,000 votes. And then this time around, there was so much speculation. Will Rahul Gandhi fight from there? Will Priyanka Gandhi be fielded from Amethi? They've eventually given the ticket to a Congress worker called KL Sharma, who was apparently the constituency manager. He was the manager for the Gandhis, both in Amethi and Raebareli. Will this humble Karyakarta, now the roles have been reversed, will he be able to be the giant slayer in this election, defeating Smriti Irani? Just quickly running you through some of the other VVIP constituencies as well. Lucknow, the capital, is polling today. Rajnath Singh last time around won by a 3 lakh plus margin. This time they're targeting a 5 lakh margin. It's a prestige seat. It was represented by none less than the late Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. It's a BJP stronghold. Of course, they would want to retain Lucknow as well. Then you have just neighboring to Raebareli, you have the Fatehpur seat. Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti, she's seeking again a third term from that seat. Just quickly running you through the Bundelkhand region as well. Remember, Jhansi is going to polls today as well. About 4 seats in Bundelkhand. And this is where it becomes critical. This always used to be the stronghold of the BSP. This is one of the lesser developed parts of Uttar Pradesh. But that BSP vote, a large part of the Dalit BSP vote, maybe the non-Jatav Dalit vote, has shifted to the BJP and has shifted across elections from 14 Lok Sabha to 19 Lok Sabha, 17 Assembly, 22 Assembly. You've seen evidence of the non-Jatav Dalit vote, most definitely in the Bundelkhand region, shifting to the BJP. Whether or not they'll go back to Mayawati. And remember, even in this phase, Mayawati generally polls around that 20% figure. In this phase, despite the 4 seats of Bundelkhand, she only has 13% vote. And given all the tumult we've seen within her party, her anointing her nephew and then removing him from the top post and so on, what is the message that's going to the hardcore BSP voter? I think in the earlier hour, Javed Ansari was talking about how this is an existential battle for Mayawati. And I think he's right. This is an existential battle. Is there a perception, we'll ask this to our reporters, but Rahul Shivshankar, is there a perception for Mayawati's core voter that, look, she's not taking on the BJP enough. She's sort of waiting it out on the sidelines for whatever reason. And therefore, she's basically saying, I'm sort of not getting into this fight. Tacitly, she is sort of supporting the BJP.
You know, the assumption that we're going in with is that there is now really still a BSP core voter that is still very loyal to Mayawati. I think that for a while, we have to sort of move away from that assumption.
Even amongst the Jatavs.
Even amongst the Jatavs, because a large number of the Jatavs, non-Yadavs, have started voting for the BJP. Remember, this is Ram and Rashan. So Ram and Rashan, there are 2 double engines. There's Modi and Yogi and Ram and Rashan. And Rashan is very important for the BJP in the larger schemes of things. This has been talking about saturation coverage of ration, which is that you have targeted subsidies, you have targeted food, you have targeted insurance, you have a large number of enabling welfare measures that allow for the BJP to attract the larger castes. On top of it is the mobilizing engine of Ram, and this time, even during the inauguration of the Ram temple, the emphasis was on not just Ram representing a particular caste, but the larger story of Ram representing all castes, especially those that were traditionally aligned perhaps with also the BSP. There is also the Mathura factor that we must not think of, we must not forget. Look, the Yadav vote was focused in that particular area, but look at how the BJP has even made inroads there by talking about Mathura in the same bracket as Kashi and Ayodhya. So there is a larger thing. But very interestingly, in this particular phase, you know, we are fixating a lot on Raebareli, but the Congress is also in play in 2 other seats, which is Barabanki and Jhansi. And in Jhansi, of course, is a strongman of the BJP. He's been there for a while now. But the point is that that is not where the SP is in play at all. Those are the seats that have been given by the SP to the Congress.
Yeah.
So the Congress, whether it will be able to, first of all, retain Raebareli, of course, you know, I think that there Rahul Gandhi starts with an advantage. But here against the BJP in 2 seats, you have the Congress, which is perhaps going to be a bit of a no-show. So the BJP is on a very strong wicket.
See, here's the thing. Congress had a crib. When the 11 seats were offered by this one, Akhilesh Yadav, the first time around, even before the alliance was spoken about, the Congress's script was, you have given us the seats where there is no chance of winning. There is this gap that Zaka was also talking about. That's why the important question is, within the BJP, how much of an infraction is there? How much of friction is there? Infighting is there? Is there a BJP versus BJP scenario which the BJP will have to contend with? They may eventually win more seats and retain all the seats. It's a possibility. But the margin of victory will be critical, and that will perhaps reflect on how much of there is an infighting that's happening within the BJP itself.
Absolutely. You've been talking about the tumult, but when you add really also the turnout, see, there has been a depressed turnout this time in Uttar Pradesh.
Yes.
And many people are sort of seeing this perhaps as fatigue amongst voters. But I think that what is actually happening really on the ground is that the opposition is not being able to pull out its voters. They've kind of thrown in the towel, and had that not been the case, I mean, remember, the Samajwadi Party has gone into about 9 seats in this particular UP election by changing the candidate at the last. Akhilesh Yadav, was somebody who entered the fray after they had already announced a particular candidate for a seat. So
there is this very interesting theory that the BJP is able to pull out its voter, the opposition is not able to woo the voter, and there is a group of Labharthis who may not want to vote for the BJP or who may be drawn to the opposition, but they're not coming out to vote only because they're thankful for the Labh. We've got Lucknow, Siddhant Mishra is with us. Brajesh Pathak had cast his ballot. Rajnath Singh is contesting from Lucknow, seeking a third-time mandate. What's happening, Siddhant?
Yes, that's right, Anand. So this is Rajnath Singh's convoy, which is arriving at Adarsh Matdan Kendra in Gomti Nagar, where he's going to cast his vote along with his family members, and we are next to his convoy. In some time from now, Rajnath Singh will get down from his car. In fact, I guess we are cutting live to these visuals of Rajnath Singh coming to vote at Gomti Nagar polling booth. In fact, Neeraj Singh is here. How are you, Neeraj ji? How is the mood like?
We'll talk after.
Perfect. So you can see Neeraj Singh getting inside the polling booth. Rajnath Singh is there. Rakshamanti Rajnath Singh right there, getting inside the polling booth. We'll try to take question to Rajnath ji. A two-time member of parliament. This is his third term, and the target is to win with a victory margin of 5 lakh votes. And perhaps that is what Neeraj Singh has told us in an interview a few days back. And Rajnath Singh has done multiple Nukkad Sabha here in Lucknow. There's a lot of attachment, there's a lot of emotions that people of Lucknow have as far as Rajnath Singh and his entire family is concerned. And this time the target margin is 5 lakh votes. So the entire Singh family has gone inside the polling booth where we are reporting from, Anand. The time they will come out, we'll try to take questions from them.
We'll do that, but Siddhant, tell our viewers this. Is the number of candidates, parliamentary candidates, Lok Sabha candidates by the BJP, is there a certain friction between the central leadership deciding the candidates and there being a separate list of Yogi Adityanath? And also some of the Vidhayaks who were perhaps paid by their parliamentarians during the assembly elections, coming out and creating certain trouble for the parliamentary candidates this time around? Can you hear me, Siddhant? Well, Arun Danta is in Amethi and Sherin is in Raebareli. Sherin, how's the voter turnout in Raebareli? Very critical for the INDI alliance and also for the BJP.
Well, Anand, we have in fact been told that around 15% is what the polling percentage has been so far since 7 a.m. in the morning in Raebareli specifically. Right now, I am at the border of Lucknow and Raebareli. We have been told that Rahul Gandhi is going to come here. He has landed in Lucknow and he's going to come by road towards Raebareli. The first village that he will be visiting will be Bachrawa in Raebareli. From there, he will be going to each of the polling booth. Why I mention this is, Anand, because this is quite interesting. He was not here in Amethi in 2019. He didn't come on the polling day. He was not there in Wayanad during the polling day, but he is going to be here in Raebareli on the polling day. That shows how much is it at stake for the Gandhis here. We have seen how Priyanka Gandhi was stationed here for almost 15 days altogether, leading the campaign, not just for Rahul Gandhi, but also for KL Sharma in Amethi. So both these seats are going to be very, very crucial for the Congress party. And like you were questioning, Siddhant, that has the MLAs in these areas been making trouble for the candidate? That is something that is being shown for the BJP candidate here, Dinesh Pratap Singh. We are seeing that Aditi Singh, the Sadar MLA, has not been campaigning for Dinesh Pratap Singh because, of course, of the long history of her father and Dinesh Pratap Singh not really getting along and being opponents to each other. And ever since we have seen that Aditi Singh has not been campaigning for Dinesh Pratap Singh, the rebel Samajwadi Party MLA Manoj Pandey has also not been seen campaigning for BJP. So clearly it seems that it is going to be a bit of difficulty for Dinesh Pratap Singh, though he is very confident, saying that he was able to shrunk the margin. Remember, in 2019 he was able to bring down the 3 lakh margin between Sonia Gandhi and BJP candidate to in fact 1,67,000. So he's very confident that this time he'll be able to throw Rahul Gandhi out from here and he will win. But of course we have to see how that happens. So any moments from now, Rahul Gandhi is going to
till Rahul Gandhi's candidature was announced for Raebareli, Dinesh Pratap Singh was seen to be coasting through Raebareli irrespective of who comes. But the day Rahul Gandhi's candidature was announced, there was a bit of a shift, and now the sentiment is that there may not be great margins, but he may still pull through. Eventually, it's the work of the candidate and work of the aspirant or the challenger that matters on ground, and along with that, a certain level of family loyalty that Amethi and Raebareli will they vote for. We have to wait and see. Smriti Irani, it's a test of her commitment to Amethi, and in Raebareli, it's about the last of the Gandhi bastions in Uttar Pradesh, if there is any more. And this entire word bastions, will it then be done away from the political lexicon? We'll have to wait and watch, because many believe there is no such thing as bastions. There is only voter confidence, and the voter will swing away. This is something which I heard from the Vidhayaks of various assembly constituencies. That's Rajnath Singh casting his ballot, saying that the voter has to feel the confidence in the incumbent or the challenger or the aspirant that they will deliver, and if there is delivery, then the vote will be cast in favor of that person. Now Rajnath Singh seeking a third term, casting his ballot. He'll be stepping out along with his family in Lucknow and will be speaking with us. Those are pictures of the Raksha Mantri there in Lucknow.
This is a pretty settled fight actually. Rajnath Singh took this seat over from Mr. Lalji Tandon. Mr. Lalji Tandon, in fact, took it over, as he said, in gratitude from Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Stronghold for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and actually Rajnath Singh has built a formidable election machine there. So he's only added to the layers. There's a lot of work that he's done at that constituency level also in tandem with the Uttar Pradesh government. So I don't see this becoming a stress
BJP
fight.
has not lost this seat, I think, since 1991.
Absolutely. This is not going to be the fight
at
all. That is
Lucknow
going
as
to
a city
occupy.
is testament to its own the kind of work that's being done, and irrespective of whichever political party is in power in UP or there, there has always
I think
been
Rajnath
developing
Singh has done a phenomenal amount. Look, he is a senior leader. He's the number 2 really in the hierarchy, so to speak, as far as protocol goes. You know, we can always debate the other aspects of it. But the fact is, he's worked very closely with the UP government, which has been very obliging. It's showcase capital, really, of the entire Yogi administration. So they've really gone in there. But I think the fight that we still need to really focus on is the Raebareli fight and the Amethi fight. The Amethi and Raebareli contest.
What Shireen just said, your thoughts on that Rahul Gandhi is actually going to visit every polling booth today.
Yes,
what does that imply?
I feel that this is therefore the high-stake battle. This, if anything, is a survival battle really for the Gandhis in Uttar Pradesh. Amethi lost cause. They're not fighting under their own name. I don't know what will happen there, because we're hearing all sorts of news from there which seems to sort of be counter-indicative to what many people assume would be a no contest, but one doesn't know. One would obviously be foolish if one want to say that Smriti Irani doesn't start as a favorite there. She obviously does, but there is a bit of a there is a bit of a fight on. And could it be sympathy? Is it because of Priyanka Gandhi lurking in the shadows, fighting?
Then why
this?
lurk in the shadows? Why not fight
that's
openly?
right.
Is the question that was
That's
asked.
the one
very clearly.
reason why. That's the one reason why I don't go along with this talk that this is really one of those tight fights. But Raebareli certainly is a prestige battle now for the Gandhi family.
See, many would also look at this
This is the
aspect.
only seat in which, except for once in 1977, Gandhi has never lost.
Let me ask you this, Rahul. I'm interrupting you here.
Arun Nehru won.
No, I'm interrupting you here. If Rahul Gandhi wins Wayanad and Raebareli, which will he give up?
Well, this is a very good question, but I think he'll stay with Raebareli because
will he stay with Raebareli, or will he give up Raebareli and will Priyanka contest from Raebareli?
Anand, I think exactly. Priyanka Gandhi might actually be moved out to contest from Wayanad. From Wayanad, it's a very good.
Yeah,
well,
I think
let me tell
that's
you,
a theory I've heard as well. That
the
he's likelier
is,
to give up Wayanad than give up.
Yeah, because the reason he can make a good case for Raebareli is because
then why not declare the intentions earlier? Now, this
Well,
is something, this chatter on ground.
That's a very good
The
question.
chatter on ground is that aren't
That's a
you
very
then
good
betraying
question.
the people of Wayanad who propped you up when, Amethi had rejected you?
Yeah.
And then you are rejecting Wayanad. You didn't even tell them you're going to contest from another this one. And now you're saying that you will reject Wayanad if you win Raebareli. So then tum to kisi ke nahi hue. Now, this is something which is being spoken on ground, and whether it's going to matter to the voter or not, we'll have to wait and watch. Rajnath Singh casting his ballot. We've just got more news coming through as voting for the 14 Uttar Pradesh Lok Sabha seats is currently underway. The Samajwadi Party is alleging rigging. It is claiming slow voting in some areas and it wants the Election Commission to step in. So this is the current claim that's being made. Let's try and go across to Siddhant and try and get an update from him. Where is the SP alleging this slow voting, Siddhant?
Well, this is very routine of SP social media handle. Each time around, whenever there is some phase going on in Uttar Pradesh, they come out with the allegations that there is a rigging going on. Police is not allowing their voters to come out to vote. In fact, last time around also when elections happened in Kannauj, Akhilesh Yadav himself made a lot of accusation on police and government machinery working in Kannauj, Anand. So it is kind of a strategy that Samajwadi Party put in place on every election day, so that there is always a pressure on the government machinery from Samajwadi Party workers. So it's a well thought out strategy on which Samajwadi Party works, and each time around the government here, in fact the district magistrate from their social media handle, reply back to the SP social media post saying that इस प्रकार की कोई सूचना नहीं है, हमने verify कराया. So this goes on between Samajwadi Party and district magistrates of various districts in Uttar Pradesh. Right now, Anand, I am in Lucknow, and in fact, that's the polling booth. Rajnath Singh, along with his family members, is inside the polling booth. He has come to cast vote. And very interesting, I was listening to the conversation Zaka, you and Rahul were having in the studio. So this time, BJP कार्यकर्तास, they going to Nukkad Sabha, Anand, and what they're telling is कि जब दुश्मन देश को पे नजरें उठाएगा तो ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल इंडिया भेजेगा और वो ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल दुश्मनों को बोलेगा मुस्कुराइए मैं लखनऊ से हूं. जी हाँ. So this time's election pitch of BJP in Lucknow is कि ब्रह्मोस अब लखनऊ में बन रही है. In fact, there are a lot of hoardings also.
This defense corridor is another big conversation, big talking point. The defense corridor, Ken Betua project in this entire region, including Bundelkhand, where the Bundelkhand Expressway is coming. A lot of the defense corridor industries are going to be set up in that Sultanpur belt and around that area, Zaka and Rahul. And that's also a conversation which is coming through. That industry is coming there, connectivity is coming there, the Udan projects are coming there. So airports are going to come into that area. So all of that is being spoken about. So where is the sentiment aspect? Where are Rajgopalan with us, Pratim Ranjan Bose with us, and Sumant Raman with us. So Sumant Raman, test Amethi and Raebareli. Rahul Gandhi is going to be in Raebareli. Zaka and Rahul believe that if Rahul Gandhi wins from Wayanad and Raebareli, he'll give up Wayanad.
Yeah, I think that that is most likely the plan, is to hold on to Raebareli and perhaps Priyanka or someone else contest from Wayanad. But Anand, I was listening to this entire conversation over the last few minutes. I think this assumption that UP is merely going to be a repeat of 2019 with, very minor variations. I'm not too sure how accurate that is. From all reports that journalists have been filing on the ground, there is a contest in at least, one third of the seats in UP. Now, I'm not saying that the BJP will lose one third of the seats. I'm not saying that at all. But to assume that that this is 70 out of 80 or 75 out of 80, it's not a done deal yet. And I think that if you look at the assembly elections of 2022, the difference between the two sides, as it were, was hardly 5.5–6%. Whereas in the Lok Sabha elections of 2019, it was a massive difference, despite the fact that there was a Mahagathbandhan with the BSP also being part of it. So the point is, we are working on a lot of assumptions here. We are going with, all of these places are done deals. We are not, and today, for instance, except Raebareli, all the other seats in UP are held by the NDA. So therefore, the pressure is squarely on the NDA to make it count. And with every passing phase, we have seen that there have been suggestions on the ground that there is a fight emerging in UP. I agree fully that the BJP will win the majority of seats. There is no doubt about that. But to assume that this is going to be a 70-10 kind of a verdict, it may be a bit premature for us to go down that road. So that's one very important point that we need to remember. The other point about Amethi, by all accounts, Amethi is a contest. I mean,
while Rajnath Singh is speaking, Suman, just hold your thoughts. We'll just go across to it live.
मैं देश के लखनऊ सहित मैं देश के सभी मतदाताओं से ये अपील करना चाहता हूँ कि वह आज के दिन अपने परिवार के सभी सदस्यों को साथ लेकर वह मतदान निश्चित रूप से करें। यही हमारी सबसे अपील है। और कोई बात पूछनी नहीं है ना? ओके, अब तो कुछ नहीं पूछना है ना? ठीक है। क्या उम्मीद है बीजेपी को? क्या उम्मीद है बीजेपी को? अब देखिए, फैसला तो जनता के हाथों में है, लेकिन हम लोगों का एनडीए का संकल्प 400 प्लस का। मैंने सीटों के बारे में कोई प्रेडिक्ट मैं नहीं करना चाहूंगा इस समय। हम लोग की फोटो नहीं बन पाई, प्लीज थोड़ा हो जाओ भाई, हो जाओ, लगा दो भाई। चलिए, लो वैसे कर
सीटों के बारे में मैं कुछ कहना नहीं चाहता हूं, is what Rajnath Singh is saying, and saying he wants everybody to come out and participate in this festival of democracy, cast their vote. Rajnath Singh, along with his son Neeraj Singh, Rajnath Singh's wife, and of course the extended family, all of them coming out to cast their ballot. Pratim Ranjan Bose, how do you see this fight panning out? And do you believe that Raebareli will be retained by the Gandhis? Will Rahul Gandhi? And then do you have an opinion, if he were to win Wayanad and Raebareli, will he not be betraying the mandate of one of the other? Because he didn't tell either of them that he's going to contest in the other place.
The problem with Congress is that it is not giving the right and confident signals. I mean, even if you lose an election, you should be confident enough to fight it. So, I mean, if we look at 2014, Prime Minister Modi, that time he was not Prime Minister, so he stood from two constituencies. There was a clear deal. Now, this time, it was a mistake for Rahul Gandhi to leave UP and go to Wayanad. That has been well discussed. You can't expect to win election without UP. So that's a done deal. This time, he could have just announced it in the beginning. They should have decided it in the beginning. That should have changed the mood. and it is a last minute decision kind of, and kind of taking the constituency as a family jewel. So I think overall, India, I do agree with your initial observations about how the electoral perspectives are changing in India, and it should change. From a typically political society, we are, as the economic growth is taking place, so slowly we will see more performance-driven oriented systems, and we are seeing it. The difference between assembly election and Lok Sabha election, same person voting in different ways. That is how it should be. So even if Rahul Gandhi wins from the Raebareli, I mean, I should say that this strategy is not going to win them forever. And if you please, and just to add, if you look at this Adhir Chaudhary controversy, and Adhir Chaudhary was no exception. Same thing came from Tamil Nadu. So, you are depending on a ragtag, some kind of forces. You don't know who they are. You are not an opposition to BJP. That is the primary problem with Congress. They are not an opposition. They have the right to be the central opposition against BJP because they are the only national party other than BJP. But here they are not, and they are not building their party. They are depending on someone else. Look at West Bengal, what is happening. This time, there has been a division in Muslim votes, and it is definitely going to Congress and CPM. Something, I don't know how much, 5%, 2%, 10%, that doesn't matter. And when that was happening, Congress came out in support of, or against their own guy who has been putting up a resistance against Mamata. So how do you expect this party to win? That is the basic problem with this, with the overall mood.
Right. Let's now shift focus from Uttar Pradesh to neighboring Bihar. Again, interesting combination there. Number of seats. There is also somebody from the Lalu Yadav Parivar who's on the ticket this time around from Saran. 5 seats going to the polls in the 5th phase. Hajipur, Saran, Sitamarhi, Muzaffarpur and Madhubani. The main battle in Saran constituency, where the sitting MP Rajiv Pratap Rudy taking on Lalu Yadav's daughter Rohini Acharya, which was once stopped being used frequently in the political lexicon because many believe it should be left to the boaster. It's nobody's, fiefdom. The word bastion itself. It can be to a party, but not to an individual. And you can only, and you're taking away, or it's a betrayal of the voters' mandate. What's the story in Bihar?
So 5 seats, 2 very high-profile fights. One, Anand referred to, the fight in Saran. Remember, Rajiv Pratap Rudy has been winning Saran even before the Modi wave, even before 2014 and 2019. He was, in fact, back in the early 2000s, the giant killer, taking on the Parivar, the Lalu Parivar, as it were. This time around, a member of the Parivar is directly on the ticket. Rohini Acharya is one of the daughters of Lalu Prasad Yadav. She's, in fact, the one who famously gave one of her kidneys to her father to save him when his kidneys had failed. So that sentimental connect is there as well. But is it enough to take on a formidable candidate, somebody who's been a union minister in the past, a multi-term MP, Rajiv Pratap Rudy? That is something that we'll have to wait out and watch out for. And then you have the neighboring constituency of Hajipur, which is a reserve seat. Chirag Paswan, the son of late Ramvilas Paswan, is fighting from his father's seat. Last time around, there was a split between uncle and nephew. Pashupatinath Paras had won that seat. He was a sitting MP from there. This time, Chirag Paswan, who's now firmly with the NDA, is fighting on an LJP ticket from that reserve constituency. Ramvilas Paswan at one point of time used to hold the record for the maximum number of consecutive wins from a particular constituency, and that was the constituency of Hajipur. Now his son, Chirag Paswan, is taking on Shiv Chandra Ram of the RJD. And then you have 2 other constituencies. You have Muzaffarpur, where again, there's a bit of an interesting thing. We were talking about this in the context of Uttar Pradesh as to how, whether within the BJP, there are internal dynamics which might not be beneficial. One of those constituencies to watch out for is Muzaffarpur, where Ajay Nishad, who was the ruling party MP, he was denied a ticket. Then he switched sides, and he didn't get the ticket from the Congress, as it were. And then you again have the constituency of Madhubani and Sitamarhi, again one held by the BJP, the other held by the JDU. But essentially, I think in these 5 seats, the big contests are one in Saran, the other in Hajipur.
Well, quick word from Saurabh Rathod joining us from Saran. How's the voter turnout so far, Saurabh?
Yes, the voter turnout is quite impressive right from the morning because looking at the weather condition today, it's not that hot, and so the voters have started pouring in at the center right from 7 o'clock in the morning, and we can see here I'm currently at Saran polling station where we can see equal number of women and men are queuing up here for voting. And in fact, we tried to speak with some of the voters. They have mixed reaction because this seat particularly, Anand, is a very interesting seat, as we were discussing earlier that on this particular seat, Rajiv Pratap Rudi, who has been a four-time member of parliament from this constituency, is contesting against the first time the daughter of Lalu Prasad Rohini Acharya, and there are the anti-incumbency that was being said about Rajiv Pratap, which got cleared after he got campaigned, and in fact the Prime Minister had conducted his rallies in Bihar, and then because of the Modi factor as well as the work he had done in this constituency, he has been promoting his work of building roads, bringing gas pipelines and other constructive projects that he has been talking about. The perception has changed, whereas on the other hand, the Lalu Prasad Yadav has been campaigning here for quite a long time, and he has been appealing to the people of Saran to vote for Rohini Acharya, who gave her kidney to him. So there is a appeal of sympathy, and Lalu Prasad Yadav has done whatever he can to promote his daughter. In fact, there were controversy of her citizenship, whether she is a NRI or whether she belongs to this country. Her documents, there were complaints about it, which was filed by Rajiv Pratap Rudi. And now today the day has come when, in fact, on 5 constituencies, more than 95 lakh voters are going to cast their vote to bring their leaders in the parliament. This is particularly Saran, and we'll try to speak with some of the voters. आप लोग क्या सोच के वोट करती हैं, क्या चलता है आप लोगों के दिमाग में जब आप वोट करने आती हैं, क्या मुद्दे होते हैं आपके?
मुद्दे हमारे यही होते हैं कि हमारे देश का विकास हो, हमारे क्षेत्र का विकास हो। आखिर जो लोग वोट मांगने आते हैं, वो भी, उनसे भी हम लोग की यही उम्मीद रहती है, आशाएं रहती है।
राइट, और वुमेन सेफ्टी को लेके यहाँ पे सारण में कितने आप लोग सेफ फील करते हैं?
पहले से तो बहुत सेफ है सर।
पहले से काफी सेफ।
जी बिल्कुल।
So Anand, we can see the
well, thanks for that, Saurabh. I'm going to quickly pull away
here.
from you. There we will talk about the battle for Bharat and Phase 5, but something which I'd like to just shift away and bring in Zaka and Rahul Shivshankar on a development that we're putting out at the bottom of our screen, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has expressed solidarity with Iran. He's also condoled the death of President Raisi in that helicopter crash. PM condoling the death of the Iranian president, Ibrahim Raisi, where after more than 15 hours and amid very, very inclement weather, the crash site, more than 73 rescue teams present there. He is now said deeply saddened and shocked by the tragic demise of Dr. Saeed Ibrahim Raisi, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. His contribution to strengthening India-Iran bilateral relationship will always be remembered. My heartfelt condolences to his family and the people of Iran. India stands with Iran in this time of sorrow. Abhishek Jha is with us on the phone line. Yes, Abhishek, what's the update? 73 rescue teams, have they been able to reach the site?
It has been a very tough night for the Iranians. We have seen about 70 plus rescue teams and search teams from across the world, from Russia, from Turkey, and neighboring states also were engaged in this rescue operation. Unfortunately, the wreckage has been found now, and the officers who have reached the site have said that there is no sign of life there. So it has been understood that Iranian President Raisi has died with all on board the helicopter, including Iranian Foreign Minister Abdul Hain. And this is the time when Iranians are seeing a pouring of condolence messages from across the world. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself has tweeted and said that he is saddened by the demise of the president of Iran. We have seen just few days before India and Iran has signed a very important deal that would entail a development of Jabbar port for a 10-year contract. So we can understand the kind of deep engagement India and Iran were having, and with the new government that is supposedly going to take place in the next 2 months, there could be a new direction that the Iranian government will take, and with the kind of crisis that we are witnessing in Middle East, how the
Right.
political narrative will shape up, that we'll have to see.
Well, Zaka, Rahul, quick word. Zaka, what does this imply? Because technically, the vice president takes charge. In 50 days, they have to elect a new president.
Correct. So the vice president will take charge, and then within 2 months they have to have new elections. Raisi had moved Iran further into a more right-wing, clamping down on dissent. You remember the women protests? You know, people were coming out against the hijab. People were cutting their hair. There were Olympic athletes, women athletes who were coming out. So domestically, the last 3 years of the Raisi regime has been one of the most repressive. But more importantly, what it also means is that the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he is aging and aging quite fast. And there's speculation that in the next few months, if not in the next year or so, there will be some kind of a decision on who will be the next supreme leader of Iran. And Mr. Raisi was one of the front runners to replace Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. But now with his death, his passing away, what may that mean? What is the new leadership? Is there a new leader who will emerge? There is a lot of protests in Iran that we've seen, particularly in the last year or so. I mentioned about the women. There have been people who have come out and said that, you know, we need to look past this clerical rule. Since 1979, since the revolution happened, it's been clerical rule. It's been ruled by the Khameneis. So there have been sections of the society there in Iran who have revolted against this. But of course, a lot of this has been crushed with the heavy hand of the Iranian state. It also comes at a critical time externally for Iran. This whole proxy war between Israel and Iran has now very much come out into the open with the Hamas attack that happened on the 7th of October. Then, of course, Israel's retaliatory targeting of the Iranian embassy complex in Damascus, and then Iran responding to that with drone attacks. So very much that proxy war was out in the open. So a lot of this is going to change, and a lot of this is going to be shaped by the events of the next 2 months or so, and whoever the next leader of Iran is going to be.
Yeah, I'll just take it forward from where Zaka ended. Look, for India, this presents a challenge, because if it assumes the kind of dimension that it's sort of being played out, that there is perhaps the role of X agency and Y agency, you know, India in its West Asia diplomacy has fingers in three pies. So it's with the Gulf states, it's with Iran, and it also has to sort of take along Israel, because we are part of also a very important grouping when it comes to Israel with the United States. So India has a lot of balancing to do. Chabahar port is extremely important for India because it's a countervailing sort of asset to Gwadar that gives China access to the Gulf. Iran has been quite steadfast supply of oil to India. We've also risked American wrath when it comes to sort of continuing an engagement with Iran. So all of this builds in flux. It will, as Zaka was saying, create complications. Once again, throw this West Asian area, very important geopolitical area, into a state of flux, creating challenges for Indian diplomacy. And once again, I don't want to sort of try and suggest that, you know, stability at home will be an asset. Obviously, it will be. I don't want to in any way suggest that an India alliance or an opposition alliance that is sort of pulled asunder in different parts will be less capable of dealing with these challenges. But there is an international dimension right now, which is going to deepen. And India has, under Modi, charted a particular course, which we will obviously want to see continue on.
Well, we can say the next 15 days in Bharat will be very critical for the future of Bharat, and the next 50 days in Iran will be very critically and very closely watched, and there will be lots of entities who would want to try and steer the boat in different directions. Right now, let's hope that Iran finds solace and also is able to elect wisely and choose wisely their direction forward. We're going to take a very short break. Stay with us. The fact is that with just ahead of the phase, Mamata Banerjee's comments, will they help her or hurt her?
And remember, the CA card has been pulled out of the sleeve, my friend. It's there now. The guarantee is there. I told you I will make you citizens. So, you know, you're absolutely right. This is a fundamental, real make or break.
But
for
in
the
that
West Bengal
arithmetic of
TMC.
32 out of 49, if you were to see, there are 17 seats where they still have an opportunity. The NDA and the BJP.
39 out of 48. 49.
39 NDA, but the BJP has 32 out of 49.
32.
So if it is 39 out of 49, there are 10 seats where they still have to max out. My point
so
is,
those seats are the Congress 1, Raebareli, SS UBT 2, TMC 4.
Yeah.
Those are the 7 or 8 seats there, and of course 2 of BJD. So
that's what. So they will have to pull seats from UBT. They'll have to pull seats from Trinamool Congress. They will have to pull seats from Naveen Babu. BJD. So these are the 3 seats, 3 parties they will have to be, and with each one of them, there is a narrative that will be set. Because in Bengal, if they want to do better than 18 last time, they will have to pull seats away from the TMC while retaining their seats. Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena or Uddhav Thackeray's party or the Mashal party, they will have to tell them that they don't have the legacy. The legacy lies with the ideology and not with the surname.
I mean, look, it's a tall order. 17 after today. Just to put this larger phase into perspective, after today, 79% of all seats would have seen polling, and there'll still only be 3 states left. After today, 23 states are done with. Delhi is left, Bengal is left, Uttar Pradesh is left, and I think Bihar might be left.
Bihar might be left. Yeah, Bihar is left because Maharashtra has 5 phases. With today, it's over.
Exactly. So look, these are the 4 states. Now, this is where the BJP has done pretty well in the past. Bengal is really where they need to grow. Orissa is another place where they will need to really put that little bit of energy.
Now these are the phases which are the retention phases for the NDA and mostly the BJP, rather than the accumulation phases or the adding on phases, aggregation phases for the BJP. Those are already over, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2 and 3 were the ones where the BJP stood to gain the maximum. They were defending in lesser place than where they could be aggressive. Most importantly towards the south, because that was phase 1.
Well, phase 4, last time Telangana
phase 4 also
was very important.
Phase 4 was also important because again, that was a place that was a state where the BJP was deficient, was coming from behind as a challenger. But now going forward, 5, 6, 7, they are going to have to retain more than gain more. Let's move to Bengal quickly. News just coming through. Allegation coming from Howrah. CPM that last night their party local outfit has been ransacked by the Trinamool. Are you doing the ungli when it comes to voting about it and doing casting and doing your fundamental, not just exercising your fundamental right, but also doing what is supposed to be a duty of every citizen of this country, that is go out and vote. The numbers have been picking up after the phase, but will phase 5 set a new record? These 49 seats are critical, ladies and gentlemen, and in pockets where historically voter turnout has not been very, very high. Let's try and understand what are the X factors when it comes to Mumbai, the 7 seats of Mumbai and also Maharashtra. Factionalism. The split in the Shiv Sena and the NCP could cause confusion. Will the voter be true to cadre loyalty, local leader and ideology? Or will there be this family bloodline loyalty conversation which will be an impact? First test for Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde after switching loyalty. Can they be leaders? Will they be able to exercise the authority they always felt they had?
सर 2-3 फेजेस में देखा गया है कि वोटिंग प्रतिशत कम हुआ। आज आप सुबह सुबह आए, आपके पास भी जो कारभार है काफी उसमें काम रहता है। क्या लोगों से अपील करना चाहेंगे, कैसे वक्त निकालें और कैसे इस बार लखनऊ कम से कम रिकॉर्ड तोड़े इस फेज में?
देखिए, चुनाव देश का भविष्य तय करने वाला है, तो लोगों को अपने घर से निकलना चाहिए और इसको आज प्राथमिकता देनी चाहिए। वो आकर वोट करें, फिर जाकर अपना कोई भी काम करें। बाकी दिन काम के लिए
संडे मंडे की छुट्टी वाला भी लोगों का एटीट्यूड रहता है। कल संडे था,
ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है। सबको देखिए, जिस तरीके जागरूकता लोगों में आई है, हर कोई आकर वोट देना चाहता है। कोई विशेष परिस्थिति है तो बात हो।
वो भी अपना वोट डालने जरूर अपने अपने पोलिंग बूथ पर जाएं। हालांकि मैं जब भी जिस भी चरण में वोटिंग होता है तो मैं हमेशा यही अनुरोध करती हूँ कि जलपान आदि आप बाद में करें, पहले अपना वोट डालने के लिए जरूर जाएं। तो यही मेरी दरखास्त अपील है।
सर ये बताइए कि इस बार आप चुनाव नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, आपके बेटे करण चुनाव लड़।
कैसरगंज लोकसभा जहां आप बैठे हैं इस समय, एक तरीके से आप अयोध्या से एयर दूरी 3 किलोमीटर पर बैठे हैं। इस क्षेत्र में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के रूप में लें या करण भूषण सिंह के रूप में लें, किसी प्रकार की कोई चुनौती नहीं है। एक तरफा चुनाव है, 75-25 का चुनाव है। 75% में भारतीय जनता पार्टी रहने वाली है और 25% में बसपा और सपा रहने वाली है।
इतने पूरे दावे के साथ कैसे कह सकते हैं कि आप तो चुनाव नहीं लड़ रहे हैं?
देखिए, हमें एक एक गांव का, एक एक व्यक्ति का चेहरा याद है और यहीं से बैठ करके मैं देख लेता हूं कि कहाँ क्या होने वाला है। और आज तो चुनाव का समय है, एक तरीके से दिन भर में इतने लोगों से मुलाकात होती है कि हमें हर गांव का समीकरण पता है। और इस बार थोड़ा सा बदलाव हुआ है। बदलाव ये हुआ है कि बहुत बड़ी संख्या में अल्पसंख्यक समाज इस बार हमारे क्षेत्र में वोट कर रहा है।
And Sharad Pawar could capitalize on the emotional aspect, sentiment. Dhoka diya mujhe is what both of them are going and saying on ground. My own betrayed me. That's what the betrayal aspect and the Maratha sentiment. If it swings and believes that someone has been betrayed, so no matter how wrong they are, will they go and vote for them, or will they say you are the one who betrayed the original ideologies? You are the one who betrayed the voter. You are the one who betrayed my mandate. Will they remember that? That's the big question. And these are aspects which will come into play. Also, BJP believes sympathy for them over the MVA alliance. So that's the original betrayal that's being claimed, ladies and gentlemen. But is that in the distant past? Is the latest betrayal what's going to stay? This is betrayal versus betrayal story which is being talked about on ground. And of course, infrastructure. Big boost from big ticket projects which will come to the fore. There, Lok Sabha Sena will in Mumbai claim that most of these projects have been initiated by them, completed by them. But Devendra Fadnavis say it was actioned and put into play with me. And we would have only continued it had you not given me dhoka. So this is the conversation which is happening on ground. The story of taking Maharashtra to making it a 1 trillion economy, the first state in Bharat to become a 1 trillion economy. So who is taking it towards a Bimaru state and who is taking it towards 1 trillion economy? Who's bringing investments and who is pushing away investments? These are all questions. 50% cap, a hurdle for reservation for Marathas. This Maratha reservation aspect, everybody has voiced it, but then they blame the courts for halting it or stopping it. Now, will this come into play on ground? We'll have to wait and watch. BJP on the back foot, as many groups are also feeling let down with respect to the Maratha quota. Now, how much of this will come into play is the big question, Rahul Shivshankar, the Maratha quota aspect, because Devendra Fadnavis has backed it. But it was the courts that shot it down. Now, this game of trying to play one versus other, and Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar has always played this 3M combination.
Well,
historically.
Sorry to be a bit of a party pooper here, Anand, but I think this is really a clash of personalities. It's Modi. This is a vote for Modi and his guarantees. Can Modi inspire Maharashtra to turn up and vote for the BJP, for the NDA again? And let me just very quickly tell you that in Maharashtra, the combined new NDA, so to speak, has 11 out of 13 seats. Lot to defend here. The BJP itself is very strongly placed in Maharashtra.
I'm interrupting you right now because you go talk to the pictures a bit, Rahul. You talked about PM Modi's personality and he is at Puri Jagannath.
There you go. So, the Prime Minister is a great past master at choreography. So here he is again. Now this is very important. This religiosity is going to play out in Uttar Pradesh fantastically right now on the ground. This is the reason. Why? Because it is that entire area around Ayodhya, Lucknow, all those seats that are going to polls, and Hindutva, the Ram card is on test tonight. Though of course, Jagannath Puri has a significance of its own. Odisha also has elections going on there. So, look, competitive religiosity, there is no better at the Prime Minister than executing it. But coming back to Maharashtra, which is really where the election is right now.
Puri Jagannath will also have an impact in Mumbai.
Mumbai.
Because who's carrying forth the Hindutva flag? The religiosity aspect will also come into play here.
Absolutely. It's all very well choreographed. You know, you can take the strand.
गरीबी रेखा के नीचे हो, आपके बैंक अकाउंट में 8,500 रुपया महीने का खटाखट 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 आता रहेगा।
महलों में पैदा होने वाले कहते हैं देश का विकास अपने आप होगा, और कहते क्या है, विकास कैसे होगा? बोले खटाखट खटाखट।
कांग्रेस में तो पताका हाथ लगाकर दिखा दे, एक सीट ना बचा दी तो हम भी अमेठी वाले हैं।
यहाँ एक भाजपा की प्रत्याशी आई जो आज आपकी सांसद है, और उन्होंने काफी झूठ फैलाए।
विश्वासघात उद्धव ठाकरे जी, मोदी जी के साथ, देवेंद्र फडणवीस के साथ।
Modi has been saved by Balasaheb Thackeray. So because of him, he is there today.
আমরা সরকার তৈরি করব, আমরা জোটে থাকবো, জোটে আছি আমরা।
अभी ये लोग तो ये सब बोलेंगे ही बोलेंगे, देख के लोग थोड़ा सा लग रहा है मोदी जी को देख।
Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching our rolling coverage on elections phase 5 polling here on CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. 49 constituencies going to polls today in as many as 8 states and 2 union territories. All of them, of course, extremely crucial to the fortunes of the parties concerned. Now, of course, we've had polling stations that have opened up at 7 a.m. today, and we'll continue to get you more of the polling percentages that have been under close scrutiny these elections. Normally, of course, polling closes at 6 p.m., but those who've made it to polling centers are allowed to continue. Polling percentages have been debated and talked about quite a bit, and remains to be seen exactly what is the response we're going to get from the parts of Bihar, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Odisha, UP and West Bengal that are going to polls today. Remember, there are, of course, union territories like Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh that are witnessing elections today as well. Certain key candidates, including the likes of Rajnath Singh, Smriti Irani, Rahul Gandhi, Omar Abdullah and others. Let's take a look at, the big numbers as far as phase 5 polling is concerned. So as I mentioned, 49 constituencies across 8 states and 2 union territories going to polls today. We're also, of course, talking about how there are going to be 8 states and union territories, 695 candidates who are in fray. Now, the BJP is defending 32 out of these 49 seats. So their strike rate was pretty good last time around, and they'll have to retain these number of seats plus possibly add more. Remember, there are areas in Odisha, in West Bengal, of these 2 seats, particularly as far as this phase is concerned, where the BJP can extend its seats. That's where they've put a lot of their focus. But in states like UP, in Bihar, in Jharkhand, there is no more room to grow for them. 10 union ministers are testing their mettle. Like I said, apart from Rajnath Singh, there's Piyush Goyal in electoral fray this time. There's Bharti Pawar, there's Kaushal Kishore, Bhanu Pratap Singh, Sadhvi Niranjan Singh, Kapil Patil and others who are all contesting as far as this phase is concerned. 22 seats are from the Hindi heartland. 14 of those are from Uttar Pradesh alone. And what was the score as far as these 14 states in Uttar Pradesh are concerned? 13 went to the NDA and only 1 to the Congress party or the INDI alliance overall, because to the NDA and only 1 to the Congress party or the INDI. In 2015, that score was 12-2 because Congress had is now fighting from Raebareli. So the big question is whether he can. You've got Maharashtra just overall as a battle that is being also go across to our colleagues joining us. Vinaya Deshpande is joining us from a sense of what the enthusiasm is, because right about
South Mumbai, South Central Mumbai, locations where the people come in taxis, who have taken wheelchairs to come here to the Sena versus Sena battle will come out very strongly. Candidate quite late against Arvind Sawant, who is the UT Sena, and ultimately we saw that it was a Sena versus Sena battle where sitting MP Rahul Shewale is pitted against Anil Desai, who has been given by Uddhav Thackeray group.
Right.
So there are several such 6 constituencies in Mumbai which go to battle today. The enthusiasm seems better than last time, but the figures, the official figures that have come till 9 o'clock have not been encouraging. We will still have to wait for the official figures that will be released after 11 o'clock to see if there has been any improvement in voter turnout. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. Let's also go across to Mayuresh, my colleague, joining us. Mayuresh, just give me a sense of where you are and what are the big battles that you are tracking today.
Absolutely, I'm at Pedder Road, and behind me you can see this is the polling booth. It's called Activity High School. Usually, from morning we are seeing a lot of old people, or we can say the senior citizens, are coming, and that is not the scenario because this is my third election which I'm tracking, and this is a we can say all 3 elections I have in the morning session I have come here. But from 7 a.m. I'm seeing a lot of senior citizens of this particular area coming here. Casting their vote, as Vinaya was telling us that a lot of people use a wheelchair also. Yes, we have seen that. So if we talk about the enthusiasm, yes, there is an enthusiasm, but we can say that enthusiasm we have seen in the senior citizens, but not in the young crowd. Yes, if we talk about the South Mumbai seat, the battle is between Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena, and to establish the supremacy of Shiv Sena in this particular constituency, because Uddhav Thackeray has again given a ticket and shown that confidence to in Arvind Sawant, who will be contesting his third election from this particular constituency, and Yamini Jadhav, the close confidant of Eknath Shinde, the CM Eknath Shinde, has been pitted against him. So it would be interesting to see that who basically gets the maximum vote and wins this particular constituency, because if we see the track record of this particular constituency, from past 2 terms, it has been it's this constituency is with Shiv Sena. Earlier it was with BJP, and then earlier it was with Congress. But whoever has won this or won from this particular constituency and their party or their alliance has formed any kind of government at center, that candidate or that MP has always got the cabinet berth. So now all eyes will be on this particular seat, because earlier Murli Devra has got the cabinet berth. He was Union Minister. After that, Milind Devra, then Jayanti Ben Mehta, and last was Arvind Sawant himself was the cabinet minister. So it would be interesting to see that who establishes supremacy in this particular constituency, whether it's Arvind Sawant who is basically representing Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, or whether it will be Yamini Zadhav who is representing Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena.
Right. The battle of the Senas, the battle of the NCPs, that's really the one to watch out for as far as Maharashtra is concerned. I'll go across to that battle with some of our guests who are joining us. But before that, I want to go across to Vishal and Yesha as well. Vishal, 6.33 is all that Maharashtra has reported as far as polling figures till 9 a.m. is concerned. Of course, 2 hours have passed since then. We'll wait for the numbers post 11 a.m. But this is not encouraging, and this is true to pattern. I'm sure the big wigs, the celebrities, the big faces in and around Mumbai have all come out today, at least try to implore people to come out and vote.
Well, I'm at Jew right now, that is home to some of the biggest names from Bollywood. And Bollywood surely is waking up, although they start late, they're late. So we saw an 88-year-old Dharmendra coming out and vote, followed by some other senior actors like Paresh Rawal and Anupam Kher. And then there were youngsters like Shreya Saran, Neha Dhupia, producer Anand Pandit, Kunal Kohli, Amir Khan's son and daughter, Aira Khan and Junaid Khan came out and voted. I'm told Karan Johar voted in Khar a few minutes ago. So I think more A-listers are expected here. I just spoke to Hema Malini and Isha Deol, the mother and daughter, came here to vote, and they actually were urging everybody to come out and vote.
Okay. Yesha, what's the situation where you are?
Yes, Shani, I'll show you. This is in fact Mount Mary. This, of course, is again one of the locations where see several Bollywood stars coming and casting their vote. And earlier this morning, we've seen there was Salim Khan, there was Subhash Ghai, also Farhan Akhtar who casted their vote. But right now, the visuals I'm showing you is from the pink booth that has been made at this very center. This pink booth is run particularly by a woman, and which is where the visuals that you see is of that pink booth that people are casting their vote in. You see, there are all women officers that are manning this booth, and you see it's all directed pink. In fact, right outside there's also a selfie point which is being set up, and this particularly is being looked after by women polling officers. And you see these are local residents who've come here particularly to cast their vote. So this is the ground report that we're showing you from the Mount Mary, one of the polling booths. In fact, later in the day, we'd also expect some other Bollywood A-listers such as Salman Khan and Shah Rukh Khan to come ahead and cast their vote. Like you saw, there were pink sakhis who've been set up here, who've been placed here to help people, in fact, find their booths, help people find their names in the polling booth. And we'll show you this one selfie booth that's been set up, which shows that this is a pink sakhi booth that has been put in place right here at the Mount Mary polling booth. So yes, as of now, of course, like Vishal also mentioned, Bollywood begins their day late, but we've seen Salim Khan already come and cast his vote. Later on in the day, there'll be other celebrities like Rekha, Salman Khan and Shah Rukh Khan also will be coming here to cast their vote. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
You know, interesting, as I thank all of my colleagues, we've got to update our jargon, our dictionary and our words, because you've got the pink booth there. So it's all ladies womaning the booth, not manning the booth. So this is the kind of change that we're witnessing, and, you know, some of our language still pretty dated. But I want to go across to to our guest. Suman C. Raman is joining us. Shekhar Iyer, senior journalist with us. Also Savio Rodriguez, author and journalist. Savio, why don't I begin with you? The Mumbai battle, who has the sympathy between the MVA and the Mahayuti? What do you think?
You know, Shwani, I don't think it I don't think it has anything to do with sympathy. I think people are looking at a progressive government. They are looking and they give their confidence to a progressive government, or a government that is thinking about the present and the future. And that's how they're going to vote. They're going to look at how is it going to benefit them. Where is Maharashtra, where is Mumbai going to go over the next 5 years? The kind of development, the kind of progress that it has seen with the NDA alliance that you have in Mumbai right now and Maharashtra. And I think that's where they're going to go. There is absolutely no sympathy vote, because I think Mumbai is a very matured voter base, and you're going to be looking at them, looking at progress, looking at economic development, looking at social development, and that's the way they're going to go.
Okay, Shekhar Iyer, what do you think? The battle of the Senas and the NCPs fades away now that people come out to vote, and ultimately they'll be looking at what do I get out of this? And will the verdict in the national general elections be some kind of a precursor, you think, as far as the state elections are concerned?
Definitely, Shivani. Even the parties are contesting these elections as a kind of a trailer to the actual battle, that is assembly polls. In Mumbai itself, of the 6 seats that are going to polls today, 3 places are direct fight between Sena versus Sena. It is the old Uddhav Thackeray Sena, or Led Sena, or the Eknath Shinde Sena. So, among the cadres, there is a lot of confusion. There is confusion about symbols. Of course, Mumbai is not like any other constituency in Maharashtra, so people are aware of what has happened. And the last few days has seen very, very intensive campaign. You have seen Uddhav Thackeray addressing several rallies where he got the entire opposition also to come on the stage. Even Arvind Kejriwal went there. Similarly, PM has done the road shows, and there has been campaign by other leaders also. Yeah, it is a very, very intensive battle. The feedback I get is, whether it is MVA or Mahayukti, their figures are crossed. Nobody is so sure as to which way the wind is blowing. But there are some constituencies which are going to see new candidates. And for Piyush Goyal himself, this is his first Lok Sabha contest. So he has thrown all his weight and all his resources, all his energy, because the outcome of this will also decide, the composition of the next government, the kind of role Piyush Goyal will play in the next government. I mean, there are several factors that are involved in this, the battle for Mumbai. Shivani.
Okay. We've got these shots coming in. Rahul Gandhi is in Rai Bareli. He's, of course, contesting from Rai Bareli. And, of course, this is going to be an interesting one to watch out for, Sumant, because, a lot has been made out about why it took so long for Gandhi to throw his hat in, and the choice about moving from Amethi to Rai Bareli, whether it's going to work out or not. And possibly this could be another conundrum that the Congress could find themselves in, because if he were to win from both the constituencies of Wayanad and Rai Bareli, then you've got to choose which one to give up. And that in itself could create some political scandal of its own.
Well, I don't see why you should create any political scandal at all. I think it's very clear cut. We never asked this question when Prime Minister Modi contested from 2 constituencies in 2014. He contested from Vadodara and Varanasi, and he gave up 1 seat after he won. So I think that this is fairly a common practice. And I think Rahul Gandhi, I expect him to retain Rai. And give up Wayanad. He's already been a is something for the future. Now, the 2 parts is, that itself telling us which Maharashtra is heading. Now, the question is, but the fact, there will be sympathy people than any other place in this country. It has been such an inclusive city. Has been such an inclusive city, and hopes that inclusivity will
say of the past of being a right-wing Hindutva, uninclusive. Yeah, exactly. We've got to bow down to the system of the vote. The reality is that both sides are fighting on that betrayal. What is on top of the party's mind? They're going to the people.
But eventually, when it comes to vote, they are going to look. And Uddhav Thackeray has gone ahead and actually crushed the ideology and the NCP. So, really, what they're going to judge Uddhav Thackeray for is whether he has stayed true to the legacy of his father. And that's clearly evident from the kind of lack of confidence that Shiv Sena leaders itself had in Uddhav Thackeray, and that's why they decided to join along with Eknath Shinde with the BJP and form the government. In fact, what you have as a chief minister is a Shiv Sena chief minister, and a Shiv Sena chief minister who believes in the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. And that's exactly what Mumbai was all about. Mumbai was about a strong leader like Balasaheb Thackeray that stood for his beliefs.
More than Uddhav Thackeray, do you think?
Down to the Congress, which is completely contrary to what.
Yeah, but some time has elapsed, Savio, since that happened. It's almost 5 years ago, and one would wonder politically if that has any currency anymore. But Shekhar, would you say that it's actually more senior Pawar who has that sympathy calling card versus his nephew than Uddhav Thackeray has versus Eknath Shinde? Because he did get the he was the chosen heir. He chose to deviate from the path his father left for him. And for a party like Shiv Sena, there is very little else but for your very hard politics and ideological lines. But on the other side, as far as the NCP split is concerned, the things are not so black and white. Do you think senior Pawar has a bigger calling card as far as sympathy is concerned than Uddhav Thackeray?
Well, I mean, both are facing problems because of, both prided themselves for the shrewd moves that they undertook in 2019 after the 2019 assembly elections. Now, today, Pawar is victim of his own machinations, the way he has conducted his politics. Finally, those things came to right to his family doorstep. So it is choosing between his daughter and his nephew. And the other thing was, all along, Pawar was encouraging the NCP leaders to negotiate with BJP, as well as he himself was talking to Uddhav Thackeray. That is the reason why you saw when even in the meeting that Ajit Pawar held with his MLAs before he went to Raj Bhavan, Supriya Sule was present in that meeting. I mean, all this thing that was going on was a kind of politics that Sharad Pawar has pursued right from the late 70s. There is no surprise. Similarly, what Uddhav Thackeray did, people are today saying that. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray says that this is a violation of the legacy of Bal Thackeray. But had Bal Thackeray been around, would he have joined hands with the Congress? Number one. Number two, the voter base of Shiv Sena in Mumbai and as well as other parts of Maharashtra are with the Congress. Number one. Number two, voter base of as a short-term goal is also something that resulted in this kind of situation. So just to say that that those who left the party are they are betrayed, but I think betrayal is the name of the game in Maharashtra right from the last few years and few months.
Okay.
And even in the choice of candidates, you see, one day they were proposed as candidates of this faction, the next day are the candidate of other faction. That is why I keep saying there has been a lot of confusion, there is a lot of maneuvers. So one has to wait to see how this is finally playing out.
Okay, we'll know. And certainly this is going to be a grudge match of sorts, but leading to a finale. And I'm considering this as a semi-final of sorts before the finale of the state elections, because a lot of eyes are already on that. But the general elections certainly, which conclude in Maharashtra today, will certainly give a sense of where the wind is blowing, because this is the one puzzle that hasn't been solved so far. In the last 5 years, so much has changed in Maharashtra. We don't know exactly what the voters' mind is going to be made on, but we'll have some clue on June 4th. But this is also a very crucial state for both the NDA and the India battle per se, because the NDA has a lot to retain in Maharashtra and the INDA alliance has a lot to gain if situation was to favor them. We'll see and get more updates from Maharashtra. I do request our guests to just continue to be with us. We're slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you updates not just from Maharashtra, but of course, remember the other 7 states and 2 union territories that are also witnessing polling today.
Day. But let me just tell you, Anand, you were spot on when you said that, look, at the end of the day, it's going to be about a test of loyalties. Who is going to stand with whom? Who do they think was the greater betrayer to the mandate? That is what really this is about. And many people are already saying that the bellwether state this time is Maharashtra. I'm not so sure statistically if you can extrapolate and say that Maharashtra has been an all-time bellwether state, but certainly this election, Maharashtra holds the key to the BJP's fortunes. Its dominance there to the NDA's fortune. Its dominance there was for all to see. It had, out of those 48 seats, the second largest block that goes to the Lok Sabha, friends, 39 of those seats were with the NDA last time. It's a huge chunk. It's a huge chunk from one state. I mean, you can pretty much settle this election between Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. If you have those two working for you, you have a little bit of the Hindi heartland, you're almost the halfway point.
See, in the sense, despite the NDA splitting, the BJP held a certain number of seats. If the BJP holds its seats, and there are some gains out of the 15 that had there, and plus 3, 18 that have been given to their allies within the NDA, Shiv Sena, Shinde, and of course Ajit Pawar's NCP, plus some of the others. I'm just saying, is it a greater test for Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray?
That's what I've been saying from day one.
If they are not able to make a dent,
this is a make or break election for Uddhav Thackeray. It is a make and break election for the Sharad Pawar faction. Look, Ajit Pawar has many races left. He is at the end of the day the organizational man at the Baramati level. Let's not forget that. The organization spins and revolves around him. But let me just give you an idea of how critical this phase really is. Look at Maharashtra, 11 out of 13 for the NDA. Uttar Pradesh, 13 out of 14. There are no room really to make gains. Okay, let's assume that Rai Bareli continues to vote for the Congress. So that 13 out of 14, they'll have to hang on to 13 out of 14. Bihar, 5 out of 5. JDU, in fact, had 1 seat here. The LKSP had 1. Now, that Paswan seat is also very important because many people are saying this time in Bihar, BJP is carrying forward, but the allies may get chewed up by the RJD. We don't know. The jury is out on that one. Jharkhand, 3 out of 3. You can't grow possibly in Jharkhand. Odisha, 3 out of 5. Can you make it 5 out of 5? There's room for growth there. Statistically, West Bengal 3 out of 7, 3 out of 4, 3-4 it was. The TMC at 4. It's a very interesting election for the TMC this time because if it has to prove that it can still carry the Hindu vote, this is a phase where it has to prove it.
No, but
Welcome back. The other big state going to polls today is Uttar Pradesh. As many as 14 seats that are polling today in Uttar Pradesh. This is the central Uttar Pradesh, mostly towards the south of the state. And this is something that the BJP has swept last time around. So 13 out of the 14 seats polling today, the BJP had won last time around, barring that one lone seat of Raebareli. Whether that bastion will remain or not is one of the big things to watch out for. Now, Ram Mandir has been an essential talking point ahead of these elections in Uttar Pradesh. The BJP, of course, is hoping that that will keep them buoyant as far as UP battle is concerned. Some would argue the Ram Mandir factor has peaked too soon. Remember, the Pran Pratishtha was in January 22, and it's no longer a matter of great discussion or debate. Sentimentality, of course, remains, but even the BJP is not really pushing this as the only agenda that they're fighting on. The opposition's controversial remarks, though, that continued into the heat of the political season could be a factor because it's the prickly statements that continued to be made that kept bringing back the Ram Temple as an issue and kept giving something to the BJP to talk about. There's the Yogi Modi double engine. No other state can claim to have a better double engine module than UP, where both Narendra Modi and Yogi Adityanath are factors unto themselves. So women's safety is one of those issues because of Yogi's Sashan and tough law and order image. There is, of course, the double engine growth in Uttar Pradesh with big ticket infrastructure development, plus, a certain the deliverability of the schemes that work beautifully, at least as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Awas Yojana, Ayushman Bharat, you've got the ration scheme, etc. All work superbly in Uttar Pradesh, creating a big base for the BJP. Let's also talk about the prestige battle. Now, this is where the Congress factor comes in. How much of it is remaining is the big question. Will family bastions remain for the opposition? When we talk about the opposition, at least in this phase, we're talking about particularly the Congress party. The brother-sister duo of Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have been active in their pocket boroughs of Amethi and Raebareli, but really they're only fighting for Raebareli this time around. Remains to be seen whether their loyalist who was put up from Amethi instead of Rahul Gandhi is going to make a difference or not. But the BJP is also hoping that it's going to make its footprint a little bit larger. Imagine the headlines if they were to sweep Raebareli this time around after winning Amethi last time around. Caste arithmetic, when we talk about Uttar Pradesh, we cannot forget that. The opposition is hoping to capitalize on certain caste fault lines. Caste census is the chorus that Rahul Gandhi has been leading. There's also, of course, that whole paranoia that has been created about whether reservations are going to go away. You had Yogi Adityanath himself come out and give a media bite. I think within a couple of days of this narrative by the Congress party that reservations will go if BJP was to get 400 par this time around. That just shows you that on ground, it's very important. This is an issue that is very important for both sides. Kisan distress. Now, of course, farmers have been talked about, particularly in context of Western Uttar Pradesh, but the opposition is vowing MSP and loan waivers as far as their manifestos are concerned, and pre-poll clearance of key proposals by the state is also something that they're talking about. Whether that will resonate on ground or not remains to be seen. The farmer factor has also been, some would argue, overplayed by the opposition, and on ground it hasn't really yielded that much dividend for them. Even last time around in 2019, and since then in 2022, for example, the UP state elections. But since then, situation has changed on ground as far as the farmer distress issue is concerned, plus the farmer agitation issue is concerned. Suman C. Raman, Shekhar Iyer and Savio Rodriguez all continue to be with us. Suman, you were talking about the UP battle earlier. While BJP would be well placed to repeat 2019, what they are talking about is actually 2014. They're eyeing 2014 or better, actually. What is it, if anything, that can stop them from doing so?
Yeah, two, three things, Shivani. One of them is what is the BSP actually going to end up with?
Yeah.
How much of last time in the assembly elections, I think they polled around 12.89 or 12.9% of the vote. Now, will they hold that 12.9? Will it come down further? Will they improve their tally? All these are imponderables. And if they actually lose further vote share, where does that vote go to? Do the Jatav support base of the BSP end up voting along with the non-Jatavs who go with the BJP, or do they go to the Samajwadi Party, which has traditionally been their opponent? So it's a very difficult question to answer. But the point I'm making again and again is that everybody is looking at UP from the lens of 2019. I am saying look at UP from the lens of 2022. I know that an assembly election and a Lok Sabha election are not the same. But the point is the Modi wave that swept India and certainly swept Uttar Pradesh in 2019 does not seem to be there at this point of time. That is something that everybody agrees. There's no big anti-Modi wave, but certainly there's no massive Modi wave. And in the absence of that, if we are going to go back to the 2022 assembly elections, where, by the way, the BJP did very well. They got 255 seats and the SP got 111. Now, the difference in vote share between the alliances then, and the BSP contested separately at that point of time, as did the Congress, was only around 5.5–6%. So this massive margin of 20% difference, the BJP crossing 50% in most of the seats, all of that pertains to 2019. I agree Mr. Modi is on the ticket and therefore that will drag the BJP vote share up. But in 2019, 2022, their vote share was 41%. And the difference was hardly 5%. So even if they go up,
but there were no alliances at that time, as you pointed out, in 2022.
No, that's the point I'm making. In 2022, if the difference between the Samajwadi Party alliance, as it were, of course, they had RLD, instead of RLD, now Congress has come in, but by and large, a difference of around 5–5.5%. So what I'm trying to say is the BJP will win the majority of seats in UP. I don't have any doubt about that. But it's not going to be like the pollsters said, 70 out of 80, 75 out of 80. That's not going to happen. So
my point is, Suman, I take what your point is, but my point is that, we've seen, particularly in the case of UP, that arithmetic doesn't work in alliances the way you're thinking about it, right? We've seen that experiment. In fact, UP was the crucible of the Mahagathbandhan after Bihar. And we saw that they had some successes in bypolls in Uttar Pradesh because of that quote-unquote Mahagathbandhan. But by the time we came to state and national elections, all kinds of Gathbandhans were tried out and it wasn't successful.
It wasn't successful. But to take 2019 as the base and say that this is going to be a repeat of 2019, I don't think it's quite valid. Okay. And it could, BJP could end up closer to the 2019 figure. I'm not disputing that. But
you are saying the 2014 figure is out of bounds completely, because actually the discussion is not about 2019. In 2019, the BJP came down because of that BSP-SP combine, in which BSP was the predominant gainer, then SP. They're talking about 2014.
But there's now a very significant anti-incumbency over the years. And we've seen that bread and butter issues have been discussed. Almost every single, including on your channel, people have been talking about unemployment. People have been talking about inflation. People have been talking about these bread and butter issues.
Yeah, but these bread and butter issues.
You yourself said that the impact of the Ram Mandir beyond a limited extent. It's not.
No, so I'll take your point. I'll take your point, but I have two added points to add, and Shekhar Iyer can come in on this. One is about bread and butter issues. While inflation, jobs, etc. are bread and butter issues and people talk about them, what is being also spoken about is whether these are perennial issues as well. I'm not sure if we've seen any election where inflation wasn't an issue, where jobs wasn't an issue. So is this going to turn into some anger that compels people to change their vote? And if they were to change their vote, is there a viable alternative on the ticket is the question. Shekhar Iyer.
Yeah, you are right, Shivani. I mean, these are issues. One cannot say these are not issues. They are definitely issues. But along with that, we see it's about Uttar Pradesh election, Lok Sabha election is not just about Modi. What about the Yogi factor? See, Yogi has taken it upon himself to deliver maximum number of seats, and he has been campaigning in every constituency. And along with that, you have seen other BJP leaders at work because the target has also been set 80 per seat. It doesn't mean 80, but at the same time, they are looking at a figure beyond 70 because it's not just repeating 2019 result. And also the fact the alliance of Congress and Samajwadi Party has been too late to take off the ground. You have seen the kind of confusion that has prevailed, even within Samajwadi Party over choice of candidates. Some candidates were changed. And also the fact that Akhilesh's decision to contest from Kannauj was a last minute call because of pressure. He didn't want to contest the Lok Sabha election.
No, in UP, in fact, Shekhar, we see that both Akhilesh and Rahul have been reluctant campaigners.
See, so therefore there are several factors at work. So, I mean, the possibility of BJP doing badly compared to 2019 is rather a possibility which I feel, given the kind of energy and the kind of the thing that has gone into these elections.
Okay.
I mean, the issues that have gone into elections, that and BJP has obviously kept Uttar Pradesh on the top of its mind in its planning, its strategy, and on the ground. I mean, therefore, one cannot expect that BJP would, somehow slip behind the 2019 result.
Okay, Savio, the other issue that we were talking about is Ram Mandir. Now, there are two ways to look at it. One is that Ram Mandir is only
on the ground. I mean, therefore, we cannot expect
the BJP would otherwise like to offer. I think they're playing it like that in their campaign. Situation. I don't.
One is the aspect of the religious feelings that about Mandir present, because religious tourism is going to enter stage. And Medina that you have for the Abrahamic religions that are around. Alone, and that is socio-economic development. All other factors, the development around Ayodhya, those are factors that are going to help position. He thinks he's talking about just the money factor. BBP doesn't want the and many other new states that you see new chief ministers put over there. powerful leadership at the center.
Yeah,
so to say
but
everything is Modi factor is
double engine has not worked as beautifully, has gone off track. UP, I would say,
so
UP is the prime example.
It is clearly evident that we as a party failed and the BJP failed in Karnataka, not as a double engine, but at the local leadership and certain anomalies that existed in the local leadership. And that is why rightfully the people put their trust.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That double engine doesn't work so beautifully everywhere. The state leadership that you're talking about doesn't work that well everywhere. There are some states that are a great example of that. Some states aren't. Sumant, yes.
It's very simple. In the double engine, if they lose, the fault is the state engine. If they win, the credit is the national engine. This is exactly what the Congress has done for 50 years. Whenever they would lose an state election, they will say the local state leadership is at fault. Whenever they won, it was because of the Gandhi family.
So I'll give the BJP this much.
Absolute repeat.
No, but Sumant, I'll give the BJP this much, that was the state election. At the loss that I'm talking about. Now, these general elections, once again, these general election results would be a better barometer to test whether the Modi factor worked or not, because he's on the ticket in this election. So let's wait and see that. Certainly, the local leadership failed as far as the Karnataka state election was concerned.
No, you can't say that not only the local leadership failed. It is simply not acceptable to say that when you win a state, then when you win a state, give the credit to those who won it for you. Did you give the credit to Shivraj Singh Chauhan for having delivered Madhya Pradesh? He was sacked. He was removed after winning an election. Vasundhara Raje didn't get anywhere after BJP came to power in Rajasthan. So what are we talking about? We are talking about the same Congress culture of saying that if we win, it is because of the leader, and if we lose, the guys in the state have messed it up. This is exactly what the Congress used to do.
Yeah, but they changed their chief ministers. One second, I don't understand your point.
Why was Shivraj Singh Chauhan replaced?
Exactly the question. They won the state. Why were they changed? Now, if you were to change the state leadership after you lose and blame them and then put them away, that's a separate question.
One second. You're contradicting yourself, because Savio simply said strong state leadership is something that has helped the BJP. Shivraj gave a strong state leadership. He continues to remain the most popular leader in Madhya Pradesh, and he is eased out, as it were.
What makes you think he's
never
once
before the election. No, 1 second. Never once before the election did Shivraj come and say, I will not be the chief minister post-election. I want to retire.
No, but Sumant, the optics are completely different. 1 second, can I just come in? The optics are completely different when you lose a state and, blame the state leadership and show them the door. The optics are different when you win. And you win handsomely.
Why would you show them
and
the
you
door?
still,
You
1 second, I don't know whether the BJP would say they were shown the door, but if you still affect changes, 1 second, Sumant,
did he say
he doesn't have to say. This is not how selection works, Sumant. A player doesn't say that I need to be in the team, I've decided to be in the team. That's not how selection works.
You replace a winning captain.
Winning captains have been replaced, but if a winning captain is being replaced, you've got to look at the reason. You've got to look at the reason as to why. Now, do you have a reason why?
I can only give you the example of Rohit Sharma, the joint most successful captain in IPL.
Was replaced, right?
Hardik Pandya, and see what happened. See what happened to Mumbai Indians.
That's a separate thing. I'm not talking about results.
That is the bottom line.
Yeah, so what are you suggesting? Are you suggesting that BJP is going to lose Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan in general elections because of that?
Not at all. I am suggesting that the BJP is becoming a mirror image of what the Congress was 20 years ago.
No, one second.
All the mistakes that the Congress made, the BJP is doing it, and it's doing it faster.
I don't think there is a correct analogy here, because if you were to show me an example where people were booted out or shown the door or, demoted, as they say, because they lost a certain election, then I'm with you. Although that is also fair in some cases. But this is not an example that you can compare the BJP and the winning. So you give me a parallel example in the Congress party.
I'll give you Mr. Anjaya, who was the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. at the airport in Hyderabad, he was insulted by Rajiv Gandhi and then he was replaced. There was nothing else that Mr. Anjaya did terribly wrong. Okay, so what,
that was when? No, name the year.
I don't know the year. It was in the late 80s.
Exactly my point.
When Mr. Anjaya was there.
You've got to go back to the 80s.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. What the Congress did 25, 30 years ago, BJP is doing now. That's all my point.
Okay, Shekhar Iyer, I'll give you 30 seconds to respond to what we were discussing.
Shivani, it will be erroneous to compare, these two parties. In the Madhya Pradesh, see, Shivraj Singh, if he had become Chief Minister again, it would have been his 5th term. And obviously, they didn't want to make the mistakes of 2018. See, having projected Shivraj, and finally you saw what the result was. Therefore, this time corrections had to be done. And none of the states, whether Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, you cannot discount the Modi factor that was at work. Okay. And all the time, BJP is preparing for the next stage, for the next challenge.
Yeah.
Only in Karnataka, it was not at work.
So Karnataka is a different case. You can have we all have discussed Karnataka.
It's all the fault of
What
Bombay.
is the problem? No, Sumant, you are confusing. I mean, you all the time you want to confuse and say this is like Anjali.
Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh,
have you ever seen
assembly elections?
Have you ever seen
elections?
Have you ever seen?
Give the credit for both
you are
the
talking
Prime
of
Minister.
Anjaya. No, I can recall Anjaya movement very clearly. Anjaya case was completely different. I mean, somebody was thrown out as CM because somebody doesn't like his face. That is not the case in BJP. They look at what are the factors that change happen.
Why was Shivraj thrown out, sir?
No, Shivraj had reached a point. He had hit a plateau. And they could not have continued on and on.
Why did you not tell the public that he will not be the Chief Minister before the election?
Why doesn't Rahul Gandhi tell the public which seat he is retaining after fighting to? What question is that, Suman?
That is not a question, Shivani. Look, he remains a popular leader.
What question is that? Which party says we will tell you beforehand what our strategy is?
Not the strategy. It is an incumbent Chief Minister, for God's sake.
Yeah, so incumbent means incumbent. No, nothing is pre-decided.
Look, an incumbent Chief Minister who leads his party to victory. Please show me 4 Chief Ministers outside the BJP who have been replaced.
It's not
incumbent Chief Minister.
You're making my point. My point is that the BJP cannot be compared to other parties currently, especially when it comes to its state leadership. You're making my point. Why should I prove your point by giving you examples? My point is that actually you cannot compare the BJP because the way they decide their state leadership is a completely different way in itself. It's a study in itself. You cannot compare it to other parties. Whether we like it or not is a separate matter.
It's a separate matter. So the same thing applies to the center also. After a point of time when people are fatigued, they will bring in a new face. Can we say that, Shivani? I'm just asking you, hypothetically, the BJP gets less than 300 now. So can we expect that there will be a new face? So I'm asking, see what applies.
So you're saying, Narendra, no. I love these gauntlets you're throwing. Less than 300 means Narendra Modi has still won the election and won a simple majority and has won a 3rd term. But you should change it.
Less than 272? No, less than 272.
So then they're not forming the government.
No, they will always form the government. Anybody knows that BJP will form the government, whether they get a majority or not. That's a different point. But Shivani, you tell me this. Hypothetically, if the BJP falls below 272, hypothetically, so there will be a new leadership emerging in Delhi?
There will possibly be because they won't win. They're not one of winning majority.
Election. Shivraj got the majority. After the majority, he was replaced.
Yeah, but he wasn't posted as the CM face. That's the difference. He wasn't projected as the CM face. We all knew that during the elections as well.
What happens if BJP drops below 270?
No, I think I understand your point. Your point is that if they were to do badly
across the board. Do the rules apply across the board?
But that situation has to happen. You're again confusing the point I'm making, Sumant. In Madhya Pradesh, they changed Shivraj Singh Chauhan despite winning. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Obviously, somebody is changed. When you don't perform, that is one thing. if you are changing someone when
So
you
you are
have one,
actually suggesting.
so either you
are
give me your
actually
reasoning as
suggesting-
to why that happened, or don't compare it to when somebody is changed when you lose.
Okay. So if the BJP gets below 272, will there be a change?
I don't know.
I don't
It's
know.
so
I'm asking you.
hypothetical.
No. By the same argument that you made, saying that that if somebody loses, they will be changed, but if somebody wins, also they could be changed.
I didn't say that at all. I am only
You didn't say that.
No, I am saying that this is what happened. I'm not saying this is going to happen.
Okay. Can I come in? Sure.
Yeah, I'm only saying that, see, people are changed when you don't deliver results, right? That's the natural course. The unnatural course, the unnatural courses, one second, someone don't speak over me, please, in between sentences. The unnatural courses, you are saying that someone don't speak over me, please, in between sentences. The unnatural course drawing, and it cannot be used as a springboard to explain what happened.
Markin is going to do quite handsomely. Now, please understand, the BJP does not. Looking at what is the larger interest of political party in the state. They think our strategies that will work for them.
Yeah, and it is nobody's contention that all of their calls are right and all of their calls are correct. But Sumant is right in one thing. No, Sumant is right in one thing, that when it comes to the general elections 2024, the results will be a direct referendum on Narendra Modi. I think that's a fact we cannot escape.
Agreed.
Right? So let's agree. Let's agree to agree on that and agree to disagree on everything else. I do thank our guests for joining us. I've run out of time. We'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you a big focus on some of the other states that are polling today. Remember, states like West Bengal, key states polling today. Also, the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
But just ahead of the phase, Mamata Banerjee's comments, will they help her or hurt her?
And remember, the CA card has been pulled out of the sleeve, my friend. It's there now. The guarantee is there. I told you I will make you citizens. So, you're absolutely right. This is a fundamental, real make or break.
But in that arithmetic of 32 out of 49, if you were to see, there are 17 seats where they still have an opportunity. The NDA and the BJP.
39 out of 48. 49.
39 NDA, but the BJP has 32 out of 49. 32. So if it is 39 out of 49, there are 10 seats where they still have to max out. My point is,
those seats are the Congress 1 Raebareli, SS UBT 2, TMC 4. Those are the 7 or 8 seats there, and of course 2 of BJD. So that's what. So they will have to pull seats from UBT. They'll have to pull seats from Trinamool Congress. They will have to pull seats from Naveen Babu. BJD. So these are the 3 seats, 3 parties they will have to be, and with each one of them, there is a narrative that will be set. Because in Bengal, if they want to do better than 18 last time, they will have to pull seats away from the TMC while retaining their seats. Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena or Uddhav Thackeray's party or the Mashal party, they will have to tell them that they don't have the legacy. The legacy lies with the ideology and not with the surname. I mean, look, it's a tall order. 17 after today, just to put this larger phase into perspective, after today, 79% of all seats would have seen polling, and there'll still only be 3 states left. After today, 23 states are done with.
Done with.
Delhi is left, Bengal is left, Uttar Pradesh is left, and I think Bihar might be left.
Bihar might be left. Yeah, Bihar is left because Maharashtra has 5 phases. With today, it's over.
Exactly. So look, these are the 4 states. Now, this is where the BJP has done pretty well in the past. Bengal is really where they need to grow. Orissa is another place where they will need to really put that little bit of energy.
Now these are the phases which are the retention phases for the NDA and mostly the BJP rather than the accumulation phases or the adding on phases, aggregation phases for the BJP. Those are already over, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2 and 3 were the ones where the BJP stood to gain the maximum. They were defending in lesser place than where they would be aggressive. Most importantly towards the south, because that was phase 1.
But phase 4, last time Telangana...
Yeah, phase 4 also.
was very important.
Phase 4 was also important because again, that was a place, that was a state where the BJP was deficient, was coming from behind as a challenger. But now going forward, 5, 6, 7, they are going to have to retain more than gain more. Let's move to Bengal quickly. News just coming through. Allegation coming from Howrah. CPM that last night, their party local outfit has been ransacked by the Trinamool. Are you doing the ungli when it comes to voting about it? And doing casting and doing your fundamental, not just exercising your fundamental right, but also doing what is supposed to be a duty of every citizen of this country, that is go out and vote. The numbers have been picking up after the phase, but will phase 5 set a new record? These 49 seats are critical, ladies and gentlemen, and in pockets where historically voter turnout has not been very, very high. Let's try and understand what are the X factors when it comes to Mumbai, the 7 seats of Mumbai and also Maharashtra. Factionalism. This
Well, past the midway mark, we are today witnessing the 5th phase of the elections. So come out and vote, make your vote count. Every vote matters and lots of hours to go. There are 49 constituencies in 8 states and 2 union territories that are polling today. Let me break down the significance of those numbers that we're talking about. 49 seats in phase 5. Remember, there are 7 phases to go. So 2 after this still. The battle is far from over. 695 candidates in fray in 8 states and union territories. Let's look at the fortunes of each party. Now, the BJP needs to defend 32 out of the 49 seats that are polling today. This means that they won 32 out of these 49 seats. Only 17 seats were not with them. You've got as many as 10 union ministers, some of the big faces of the BJP going to poll, and Piyush Goyal. 22 of these 49 seats are coming from the Hindi heartland. And what was the result last time around? The NDA, particularly the BJP actually, won 13 of those 14 last time around. The one in the INDI column is the Congress's Raebareli win, and that's all that they managed. Let's look at the numbers from some other key areas as well. Of course, Raebareli is that big battle to watch out for as far as UP this time is concerned, and it is polling today. Rahul Gandhi is on the ticket. 6 Mumbai seats, which is the battle of prestige. Maharashtra, overall, the big battle to watch out for these elections. And the Mumbai seats are going to be prestige battle for especially the Sena factions. Neck-to-neck fight in the 7 West Bengal seats today as well. Last time around, the TMC had won 4, the BJP had won 3. So a little bit of room for them to grow as far as West Bengal is concerned. Speaking of Raebareli and Uttar Pradesh and Rahul Gandhi, he has arrived in the constituency he is fighting from this time around, and he's offering prayers at the Sankat Mochan temple as we speak. Visuals coming in of Rahul Gandhi making it to Raebareli on polling day. Remember, he was a very, very late entrant to the ballot this time around. He fought, of course, from Wayanad. That was the election that went to polls in phase 2 in Kerala. But as far as Raebareli is concerned, it was on the last day of nomination filing that it was finally announced that Rahul Gandhi will be fighting from Raebareli and not Amethi this time around. And since then, we've seen a muted campaign of sorts. Sonia Gandhi has come out and made an appeal in Raebareli. to give her son a chance, and she said something to the effect that he's not going to disappoint you, because this is, remember, the seats where Sonia Gandhi used to contest from for multiple elections, and she's moved on to the upper house this time around. Sharon, my colleague, is also joining us. Sharon, give us a sense of what's happening.
Well, Shivani, Rahul Gandhi has in fact arrived at Lucknow. From there, he on road has reached Rai Bareli, and just now he entered Hanuman Temple, where he spoke to the Pandits there, spoke to the people who were in fact there. Once again, the media tried to ask him questions, but he seemed very evasive, not speaking to anyone. Right now, we are actually following his convoy, and he's on the way to Baksava, which is again a village in Rai Bareli, where he'll in fact be going and speaking to the voters there. Now, what is interesting to note here is that in 2019, when he was contesting from Amethi against Smriti Irani, on the polling day, he didn't go there. It was one of the points that was raised by the voters as well, that Smriti Irani on the polling day was very much present there, but Rahul Gandhi was not there. And another factor, what we can interesting to see here is that in Wayanad also, Rahul Gandhi didn't go on the polling day. He was there for campaigning just 5 days before the polling date, but he didn't go on the polling day. But today we are seeing that he has arrived at Rai Bareli, will be going to a number of seeing that he has arrived at Rai Bareli, will be going to a number of polling campaign for Rahul Gandhi was led by the sister Priyanka Gandhi, who was stationed here in Bareilly and ensure that they win, they retain this particular seat. This is the only village in Rai Bareli from which he will be going to a number of the polling.
Interesting point you make, Shireen, because while candidates don't always vote from the constituencies they fight from, so they don't need to always physically be there, but a lot of candidates make the effort to be there on polling day from their constituencies because the public needs to see you. Secondly, candidates do go around polling booths, Shireen, to check how the polling is going on. Just see the arrangements, etc., whether any voters are having any issues. And it looks like, contrary to his pattern earlier, as you were talking about, this time around, Rahul Gandhi is on ground in Rai Bareli. First time he's contesting from here, but this is his mother's seat. The BJP doesn't like the fact that it is called Sonia Gandhi's seat, but this is, of course, a seat that Sonia Gandhi won from, and of course, stalwarts of the Congress party have won from in the past. And he cannot afford to lose this battle. Let's put it simply like that.
Absolutely. If I ask, if you could give me a minute, we have in fact reached one of the schools in Bachrava, where Rahul Gandhi is in fact going to the polling booth here and will be in fact meeting the voters as well. And like you said, yes, this is different from the pattern that he always follows. We have not seen him doing the same thing in Amethi or for that matter in Wayanad. But this time he is in fact here. If I ask my camera person to show you, this is the Gandhi Vidyalaya here at Bachrava, where he has in fact reached, and you can see huge number of crowd has also gathered here just to see Rahul Gandhi. So this is very unlike of him. We have never seen him going to the constituency on a polling day, which is generally is done by a number of the candidates. Like Smriti Irani herself has in fact transferred her vote. Usually she never used to vote from Amethi. Today the first time she's voting from Amethi. And similarly, you can see many other candidates from different constituencies always come over here see that, ensure that there is the booth that is managed, the polling agents are managing everything in place. So this is perhaps we are seeing after a long time. Before this as well, we have seen once, I think this was in 2014 election when Rahul Gandhi came to Amethi. In 2019, he didn't come on the polling day. So today he has arrived. This itself means how much it actually is important for the Gandhis to win this particular constituency. Against Rahul Gandhi is Dinesh Pratap Singh, who has been saying that he has been doing his homework for past 5 years. Remember in 2019, when he lost against Sonia Gandhi, the margin was narrowed to 1,67,000, and this time he says that this is going to further narrow down and he's going to win from this particular constituency. So we'll just go in and you can see how there is a huge crowd that is in fact gathered over here to where one of the polling booths where Rahul Gandhi has in fact come. He's going to speak to the voters, ensure that the booths are managed well, because as per Congress, a lot of discrepancies in the EVMs are also taking place, and that is why perhaps he is here on ground to ensure everything goes in the right way.
Okay. Shireen, we'll keep coming back to you. Thanks a lot for joining us for the meantime. Let's also
here on ground to ensure everything goes in the right.
Gupta is actually joining us. Kamal, I believe you are in Hooghly. Now there is less violence this time around. What's the mood on the ground?
Congress to BJP in 2019. He won from BJP and then he again went to TMC, and here also this time he did not get a ticket and then went back to Trinamool Congress. He went back to BJP. This is a Mahabharat fight out here because Arjun is fighting Partha Bhomik, who is a minister, a heavyweight minister from Barakpur, and it's a place of violence. Barakpur on a poll day is known for violence, and there I can say that today, in comparison to what happens in Barakpur, it is much less violence. In the morning, there were some reports of intimidation where Arjun Singh went, and there was a tension out there in Kachtapara. But bearing that, till now, there has not been much incident in Barakpur. There has been incidents in Arambagh, which is also a very crucial constituency. Arambagh is in Hooghly, and there, last time the Trinamool won by just 1,400 votes. So there were a couple of incidents where Upa Pradhan of BJP, he has been hurt and there is a head injury. On the other hand, there is Hooghly, Lockit Chatterjee, a very important constituency. Two of the film stars are actually fighting. Lockit Chatterjee herself is a film star, fighting another very popular game show, Didi. That's the name of the game show, Rachuna Banerjee from TMC. So Hooghly is a very important constituency. CA factor, Bonga is a very important constituency which is going for polls today, which is Shantanu Thakur. There are also some intimidation and some complaints have come. But what happens during, I'm still keeping my fingers crossed. I remember, and I'm never going to forget that 2019, same Barakpur, and I had broken my finger, and I'm not going to forget that story. So the violence is a character, but this time, compared to what happens in Bengal, CAPF, huge amount of CAPF, 762 companies of CAPF is there in 7 constituencies. And there is still now less violence. There are some complaints, there are some intimidation complaints, but major violence still is not there. So that's what the positive point. But all these 7 constituencies like Howrah is there, Uluberia is there, Barakpur is there, Bonga is there, Arambagh is there, Hooghly is there. All the constituencies are equally important, both for BJP and TMC.
All right. So interesting contest as far as West Bengal are concerned. My colleague Kamalika Sengupta, of course, taking a stock of the situation on ground. Violence is one of those big factors as we've been discussing, but peaceful so far, or relatively more peaceful than it has been in West Bengal. These elections, or this phase particularly, has some high-profile constituencies, and of course, we're all building up to phase 6 and 7, which are going to see even more high-profile constituencies, or the constituencies that have assumed a very large significance in ahead of these elections, although each constituency would be equally important. Just give me a sense, Kamalika, of how the battle has played out in the run-up to phase 5. In a sense, between whom is the contest looking like the prime contest? Is the left and the Congress combined in a greater contest this time around than the results from past show?
See, I will not say that, left and Congress is in such a position that in these constituencies they will gain any seats. Their chance was there in Murshidabad, Mohammad Salim, and there was chance in Dharampur, obviously, Adi Chaudhary. But what's happening, interestingly, is that we are finding more red flags that we used to find last 2-3 years back. So there is there any share in the opposition? I mean, opposition. I'm saying that anti-BJP vote that has to be seen, and there where we see that Mamata Banerjee constantly is harping the India Alliance partners, CPIM, and obviously the Congress. So the fact that there has been presence of the red flag, and we have now see like yesterday there were complaints from Howrah that CPM party office was broken. That is, whose vote are actually they will cut whose vote. That's a very important, interesting. 1% swing, from here to there is going to make large difference, because I'm telling you, Arambagh, which is one of the left bastion, last time Trinamool Congress came out in a very low margin, near about 1,500 vote. That's a very interesting fight this time. Hooghly, which was also a left bastion one time, Loket Chatterjee versus obviously this Rachna Banerjee, who has a celebrity factor. Whose vote the left will cut if they get a considerable amount of percentage of vote. That's very interesting. Barakpur, it's a straightaway Mahabharat fight between Partho and Arjun. Will Arjun kill Partho or Partho kill Arjun in the vote? That we have to see. There clearly, I think there's not much of left in Congress vote there. But other seats like Hooghly and Arambagh, there the left seats will be a factor. Bonga will have to really see the CAA factor, because in Bonga, out of the 7 assembly constituencies that makes Lok Sabha, 5 constituencies, the percentage of the Matua votes, who are the Bangladeshi refugee, are more than 40%. So definitely Bonga is a sitting seat for there is an age of BJP. That's what the BJP's claim is. Okay. So here, like Hooghly was with BJP, Barakpur was with BJP, and Bonga was with BJP. These are the 3 seats which were already with BJP. BJP has to hold on and then to increase their numbers. On the other hand, the Trinamool Congress is trying to get it, and there is a left which is now becoming a vote cutter.
Right. We'll have to wait and see. Certainly, the battle in West Bengal was very interesting in the run-up, because you did see the TMC, the Congress, and the left not really on the same page, even though they're part of the larger alliance at the national level. It was very, very caustic between the two, particularly the TMC and the Congress, because essentially they're all going for the same vote bank. And how will that play out on ground? Whether it will make the battles more interesting or make it simpler for some remains to be seen. And we'll keep going back across to my colleague Kamalika for more on that. Let's also listen in to some reactions that are coming in from across the country as people and celebrities are coming out to vote today.
This particular region or the constituency is always seen as a high society. So
but low turnout.
Yeah, but a low turnout. But what are the issues of this constituency here especially? I'm not talking about the other parts of this constituency, but here in especially Pedder Road or Altamount Road.
Look, to be honest, I don't think this goes constituency by constituency. Let's face it, you and I are voting for what? The Lok Sabha. What is on the union list? Defense, atomic energy, railways, foreign affairs. So when you're voting for the Lok Sabha, there should be a different kind of thought process as a voter. That what is my ideological, what is my dream for the nation? When you vote for assembly elections, you're voting for education, sports, etc. And then there is, of course, the municipal elections, which actually is what most people shout about.
Specific issues.
Pani, bijli, sadak. And nobody comes for municipal election voting. It's the most important if you look at it from a point of view of a citizen. So right now, I think the most important thing to keep in mind as a voter is the India that you want, the India that you had, whatever. So you think about the larger questions of how you want the entire country as a society to be, and therefore which of these parties will come closest to giving you that society.
So movie industry has been promoting.
मतदान देने जाना है भारत के लिए, सिर्फ भारत के लिए.
And sir, what are the expectations this time when people come ahead and vote?
मैक्सिमम परसेंटेज. हर हर भारतीय का कर्तव्य भी है और हर भारतीय उत्साहित भी है वोट देने के लिए. डोंट वरी.
कहोगे कि सरकार ये नहीं करती वो नहीं करती और अभी आज आप मतदान नहीं करोगे तो उसके लिए जिम्मेदार आप हो. जिसने मतदान नहीं किया वो जिम्मेदार है और सरकार जिम्मेदार नहीं है. आप वोट नहीं करते उनको कुछ न कुछ तो माने होना चाहिए, कोई प्रावधान की, या तो उनका टैक्स बढ़ा दो या कुछ न कुछ तो सजा या रिएक्शन तो होना चाहिए.
All right, moving on. Let's also get you some updates as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Now, good numbers coming in. More than 21% of the 17.37 lakh electorate have exercised their franchise in the first 4 hours in polling in Baramulla Lok Sabha constituency today. An official has also said that polling is going on pretty smoothly across the Lok Sabha constituency, which contains about 18 assembly segments as well. And the spread is for over 4 districts of Baramulla, Bandipora, Kupwara and Budgam. My colleague Ishan, in fact, is keeping a very close watch on this high-profile constituency from which, of course, Omar Abdullah is on the ticket. Ishan, how's it looking on ground today?
Well, the numbers are good. The voting percentage has been great in the last 4 hours because last time the entire voting percentage was around 34% in 2019. But things have changed. Situation on the ground has also changed. We have seen already Srinagar setting up a new record after 1996. Such percentage was recorded. So it's expected that in this particular election, you will have a number of voting percentage and people who are casting their vote going up. We have spoken to several voters and who expressed that they want to vote for the first time. This is a different situation. Here, a 40-year-old is also a new voter, given the fact that in the previous polls, because of the situation, many people chose not to vote. But this time around, even a 40-year-old is a new voter. We are right now at this polling station in Palhalan area of North Kashmir, one of the volatile areas considered in the entire Kashmir, which has seen deaths after deaths in street protests, encounters, and you call violence and you will have it and see it here. There were ambulances being burned during elections here. In 2019, when I came here, there was a grenade attack right outside this particular booth. But today, it's all going smooth. Things look well. But yes, key competition between Umar Abdullah, Sajad Lone, and Mir Fayaz of the PDP. But there is a new entrant who recently announced, and we saw his campaigning gaining momentum. It's called Engineer Rashid. He has been a former MLA from Handwara. He is trying his luck. His sons are campaigning for him. He is in jail in an NIA terror funding case. He has been in jail for more than 5 years. So will he get that vote? One has to wait and see. But yes, all going smooth, and something where we are seeing young voters coming up, new voters, trying to exercise their franchise and make their voices count. Many of them say that while the political parties, mainstream political parties, have been seeking vote for the revocation of Article 370, but others are, like new political interests like People's Conference or Apni Party, which were formed after 2019 application of Article 370, are saying that there's a need for a change and development on the ground, and that's why they're voting. They want people to vote for. How it happens, how it pans out, one has to wait and see. But yes, India Alliance trying to push in and try to get maximum votes in this particular constituency. Last time it was represented by Akbar Lone of the National Conference, who is not in good health. So National Conference chose Omar Abdullah, the Vice President, and somebody who has been in the parliament before, has held a junior foreign minister post long back. But one has to see that what kind of results to emerge. Every candidate you speak with feel confident they're going to win. But yes, change is visible. It's evident that people are coming out to vote. We believe that the numbers which we had seen in 2019 will change on the ground, and people will exercise their franchise in large numbers. Even if you see this voting booth, this had seen almost poll boycott. There will be 0% in certain booths. But this time around, most of the polling stations, all of them are almost having having a good voter turnout. So this indicates that the fact that the center has been talking about changing the situation, but regional political parties are saying that this vote is against 370, and that's why people are coming out in large numbers. The results will say and speak, but yes, one has to wait till 4th of June when the results come out. But this hypersensitive booth is today comfortably voting, and people are coming out freely, old and young together, women and men, casting their vote, exercising their franchise, and asking people to come and make their voice heard, and so that the development can take place and their area is heard in the parliament.
So, Ishan, very interesting, this contrast that is now emerging as far as these general elections is concerned. I'm just wondering how some of the, how should I put it, Gupkar alliance partners or Gupkar parties or Kashmir-based parties, independent candidates from Kashmir, etc., how are they looking at this? Because, you know, the situation that is prevailing on ground is going exactly opposite to the narrative that they would have hoped to take to the people. And reality speaks more than any speeches, isn't it? If people are feeling more confident to come out and vote, and this is the big thing, then the biggest news from Jammu and Kashmir is that people are participating in Indian democracy.
Well, absolutely right. You know, you have to also see that for the first time, Jamaat-e-Islami, which has stayed away from polls since the inception or since the violence began in 1989, is once again asking people to vote. It has been pro-freedom, pro-Pakistan, or it has been anti-India throughout 1990s, and then, you know, violence consumed several lives. But now they are coming out openly saying that there's a need for the voice to be heard using a democratic and an electoral process, which indicates that the fact and vindicates the centre's stand that the situation on the ground has changed, and that is what is making people come out. Now, if you look at the entire regional political party dominance, they believe that this vote is against the 370 and the move, because they have been going out and reaching out to voters saying that this vote will make a difference, and how they will be able to bring back, if at all, because this government of the day believes that 370 has been buried forever, and the Supreme Court has put a stamp on it. There is no clue that they have how they will be able to bring it back. But yes, they have been going out with the promise that 370 is something, and the identity is something which they will try to protect. But how that happens, we don't know yet. But yes, one has to wait and see that what kind of agenda does resonate with the people, because people want their voices to be heard. And because of the fact that new political entrants have been there who have emerged from within these regional political parties. For example, Altaf Bukhari, who was a minister in PDP government, has formed his own party called Apni Party. The People's Conference is there. The BJP is not directly contesting in Kashmir Valley. They have supported these People's Conference and Apni Party indirectly. But yes, this will be a test for these new political parties, while the old political parties are going out with a narrative about 370, the identity of Kashmir. They believe that the identity of Kashmir has been taken away in 2019. The narrative, it's a war of narratives. And also, one has to also understand the fact that the violence graph has come down. The attacks on polling booths, which used to happen when the indication, when inducted, or these polling staff was inducted and taken back, that has also stopped. The confidence on voters is there, that they are not scared to cast their vote, or
That's
they're not able
precisely
to.
the change, isn't
I
it?
remember
So,
when.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
When I used to cover elections since 2014, I've seen people, put their hand on their face or come wearing masks or hide their face. It's not evident anymore. People are freely facing the cameras. People don't feel scared of facing the cameras, and that is a small little example how the things have changed. And that is where the government of the day will claim their victory, stating that there is no scare, there is no threat, and there is no violence that is taking place, and that is making the voter feel confident. And there's a free and fair election that is taking place in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes. You know, what the vote is for is secondary. But the biggest headline from these general elections, if I may, is the voting percentages from Jammu and Kashmir and the healthy participation of the constituents there in Indian democracy and general elections. What they will choose is a separate matter. But what's transpiring on ground is an indictment of the politics that used to keep the public clamped down till now, and is in many ways the vote to the changed reality in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, how are you going to tell people to ignore that changed reality and still, I don't know, want what used to transpire is the big question. And therefore, these results are going to be very interesting to watch out for. Ishan, my colleague, also spoke to some very interesting voters who've come out to vote in Baramulla. Let's listen in.
मोहम्मद डार साहब, आप चल नहीं पाते हैं, लेकिन आप इस पे आए यहाँ तक वोट देने के लिए। आपको लगता है कि आप जैसे लोगों के लिए क्यों आए?
इसलिए आया, कुछ हमको चाहिए, कुछ फैसला होना चाहिए हम लोगों को। हम गरीब आदमी है, उसी वजह से आया इधर वोट डालने के लिए। हाँ
तो आपने इससे पहले भी वोट डाला है शायद, और आप चाहते हैं कि आप आगे भी वोट डालें ताकि
उस साल में अच्छी थी, जब वोट डाल रहे तो उस साल में अच्छी थी। आज तो प्रॉब्लम हो गए पैरों को, टांगों को, उसी वजह से आया इधर। कुछ हमको चाहिए तो हम कुछ न कुछ होना चाहिए।
तो आप अपनी इस प्रॉब्लम के बावजूद भी यहाँ तक आए, कितना मुश्किल था यहाँ तक आने के लिए?
इसलिए आया, कुछ हमने कुछ करना चाहिए हमको, उसी वजह से आया। ये आजादी होना चाहिए, कुछ तंग नहीं करना हम लोगों को, निकल नहीं देता है बाहर, इसी वजह से।
अच्छा, ये बताइए कि आप कितनी दूर से आए?
लगभग आधा किलोमीटर।
आधा किलोमीटर?
हाँ जी,
आधा किलोमीटर से आए आप।
हाँ
तो
जी।
चाहते हैं आपकी ऐसे भी लोग आए आगे वोट दें?
वोट लेने के आया इसलिए। हाँ जी।
अरे बहुत ही खुशी का दिन है आज, और हम सब नागरिकों को, हिंदुस्तान के नागरिकों को जाना चाहिए और वोट करना चाहिए, और इसलिए मैं वोट करने आया।
विद्या जो है, आप फेस्टिवल ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी में आज शामिल हो गई है।
बिल्कुल, और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि बहुत लंबी लाइन थी, इतने सारे लोगों को मैंने पहली बार वोटिंग बूथ पे देखा है। तो आई फील वेरी हैप्पी अबाउट इट। आई फील होपफुल कि सब आके वोट देंगे आज, किसी को आलस महसूस नहीं होनी चाहिए आज के दिन।
जनरली आप मुंबई कर हो, और लोग मुंबई के बारे में ऐसा कहते हैं कि मुंबई के लोग अपने घर से बाहर नहीं निकलते।
क्या है ना, मुंबई के लोग व्यस्त बहुत रहते हैं, एक दिन छुट्टी कभी कभार मिलती है। मुंबई के लोग मेहनत बहुत करते हैं, भागम दौड़ी बहुत होती है, तो कभी कभी आलसी हो जाते हैं। आलसी नहीं, पर उनको भी थकान महसूस होती है, तो घर पे बैठ जाते हैं। पर आई थिंक आज ऐसा नहीं है, आज मुंबई बाहर निकली है वोट करने।
और जब आप वोट करने जाती हो विद्या, तो आप कैंडिडेट देखती हो या फिर पार्टी?
दोनों, and I'll leave it at that.
और नेक्स्ट 5 years आप इंडिया को कहाँ देखना चाहती हो?
और भी ज्यादा प्रॉस्परस, इकोनॉमिक सुपर पावर के तौर पे देखती हूँ। एक बहुत ही, एक देश जहाँ सेक्युलरिज्म सेलिब्रेट होता है, सब साथ में जुड़कर आगे बढ़ते हैं। That is India. So I think we must celebrate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
मैं सिर्फ ये अपील कर सकती हूँ कि ये हर सिटीजन की इस डेमोक्रेसी में सबसे बड़ा हक है और सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, और आप सब सिर्फ ये अपील कर सकती हूँ कि ये हर सिटीजन की इस
I guess everyone is helping everyone because there are long queues, and I just saw someone saying an old man has a backache, will you let him? Everyone just moved aside, which normally sometimes we don't do. But it's beautiful that everyone's with everyone, and I think that is our sense of India. And I would just request everyone who's not yet voted, please come and do this.
आज के दिन वोट करने का, ताकि हम वो सरकार चुन सकें जो हम चाहते हैं। और मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों के माध्यम से मेरी सबसे अपील है कि घरों से निकलिए। ये सब लोग भी देखिए गर्मी में 34-35 डिग्री में खड़े हैं, अपना काम कर रहे हैं। आप भी घरों से निकलिए और वोट दीजिए। अगर आप वोट नहीं आज देते हैं और अपना लंबा वीकेंड पे चले जाते हैं, फिर आपको कोई हक नहीं होगा कि 5 साल तक आप कोई भी शिकायत सरकार से करें, म्यूनसिपैलिटी कॉरपोरेशन से, समय BCCI से करें, सड़कें कैसी हैं, भीड़ है, ये है, आपको कोई अधिकार नहीं होगा। इसलिए आप घरों से निकलिए और मेरी तरह वोट करिए, जिसे भी आप चाहते हैं। संविधान हमें अधिकार देता है और आज का दिन हमारे लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है।
Sena and the NCP could cause confusion Will the voter be true to cadre loyalty, local leader and ideology, or will there be this family bloodline loyalty conversation which will be an impact? First test for Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde after switching loyalty. Can they be leaders? Will they be able to exercise the authority they always felt they had? Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar could capitalize on the emotional aspect, sentiment. Dhoka diya mujhe is what both of them are going and saying on ground. My own betrayed me. That's what the betrayal aspect and the Maratha sentiment, if it swings and believes that someone has been betrayed, so no matter how wrong they are, will they go and vote for them, or will they say, you are the one who betrayed the original ideologies, you are the one who betrayed the voter, you are the one who betrayed my mandate? Will they remember that? That's the big question. And these are aspects which will come into play. Also, BJP believes sympathy for them over the MVA alliance. So that's the original betrayal that's being claimed, ladies and gentlemen. But is that in the distant past? Is the latest betrayal what's going to stay? This is betrayal versus betrayal story which is being talked about on ground. And of course, infrastructure. Big boost from big ticket projects which will come to the fore. They have shown the Vikas story there. Although the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena will in Mumbai claim that most of these projects have been initiated by them, completed by them. But Devendra Fadnavis say it was actioned and put into play with me, and we would have only continued it had you not given me dhoka. So this is the conversation which is happening on ground. The story of taking Maharashtra to making it a 1 trillion economy, the first state in Bharat to become a 1 trillion economy. So who is taking it towards a Bimaru state and who is taking it towards 1 trillion economy? Who's bringing investments and who is pushing away investments? These are all questions. 50% cap, a hurdle for reservation for Marathas. This Maratha reservation aspect, everybody has voiced it, but then they blame the courts for halting it or stopping it. Now, will this come into play on ground? We'll have to wait and watch. BJP on the back foot, as many groups are also feeling let down with respect to the Maratha quota. Now, how much of this will come into play is the big question, Rahul Shiv Shankar, the Maratha quota aspect, because Devendra Fadnavis has backed it, but it was the courts that shot it down. Now, this game of trying to play one versus other, and Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar has always played this 3M combination.
Well,
historically.
Sorry to be a bit of a party pooper here,
Yeah.
Anand, but I think this is really a clash of personalities. It's Modi. This is a vote for Modi and his guarantees. Can Modi inspire Maharashtra to turn up and vote for the BJP, for the NDA again? And let me just very quickly tell you that in Maharashtra, the combined new NDA, so to speak, has 11 out of 13 seats. Lot to defend here. The BJP itself is very strongly placed in Maharashtra.
I'm interrupting you right now because you go talk to the pictures a bit, Rahul. You talked about PM Modi's
Yes.
personality and he is at Puri Jagannath.
There you go. So the Prime Minister is a great past master at choreography. So here he is again. Now this is very important. This religiosity is going to play out in Uttar Pradesh fantastically right now on the ground. This is the reason. Why? Because it is that entire area around Ayodhya.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Let's get you some updates we're tracking from across the country. 9 years after 2 CPM workers were killed while making crude bombs, the Pinarayi government in Kerala is all set to unveil a memorial for them. CPM State Secretary M.V. Govindan is all set to inaugurate this memorial built for Shaiju and Shibu at Panur, a region known for political violence. The memorial will be inaugurated on May 22. Remember, these are 2 CPM workers who were killed while making crude bombs in 2015. This was in Chetakandi on June 6, 2015. The region at that time was seeing recurring incidents of tension between workers of the CPM and the BJP. Leaders of the opposition, V.D. Satishan, targeting of political rivals with the inauguration of this memorial. Let's go across to my colleague Neetu also. Neetu, what's the rationale the government is giving for something as controversial as this?
Now, see, this is a memorial that has been built by the CPM party, not the state government. So what the CPM secretary has said is that this is a matter at the local level, which the district secretary and the district committee handles. When we spoke to the district secretary, what he is saying or his logic is that at that time there were several attacks that has happened. A CPM worker was killed, one has been disabled, several houses were attacked, crude bombs were thrown. It's at that time this incident has happened. And from the first year anniversary, they have been celebrating them as martyrs. It's just that now a memorial has been built. At the first year also there has been a stupa there, but at the same time, this right now is a library that has been built there, and that is a memorial that will be inaugurated by the CPM state secretary. This is the rationale, or this is what the CPIM district secretary is saying. At the same time, the opposition has come down heavily against this. VD Satishan has said that they're cheating the people of the state. This is not something they are supporting violence by doing this. So this is something which the opposition leader has come out and criticized heavily.
So even if they contend that this is more a party action and not a government action, certainly questions will arise on the message that it sends, because the party is in government too of the day and has been in government for a pretty long time. As far as those who were at the receiving end of that time of these attacks from the CPM are concerned, I'm guessing these were more RSS workers than anything else. What do they have to say?
See, the fight was between the CPM and the RSS. So was both the CPM and the RSS BJP, which says that both were at the receiving end, or both were victims and assailants in these cases that has happened in the in these political killings that has happened in Kannur. Kannur was volatile after this government had come to power. In the beginning, we had seen that there has been some kind of political killings. The area has been quite sensitive in those terms. But see, the rationale or the logic that it's basically going on between allegations and counter allegations, with both parties saying that they have been attacked or they are the victims of this. At the same time, the party which is ruling the front, CPM-led LDF, is ruling the state for the past 7 and 8 years. So that is something which the opposition, mainly the Congress, has been questioning, saying that what is the message that this government is trying to give by having a memorial inaugurated.
Okay, Neetu, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for joining us. We're also getting the BJP response on this update that has come to light. Let's listen in.
This hypocrisy of the left is truly explosive. On the one hand, the left parties are saying that they want to do away with our nuclear weapons. They want to throw it into the ocean. But on the other hand, the same left parties in Kerala are giving a memorial to two notorious bomb makers who were killed while making a crude bomb and who were indulging in political violence. This is their true face. And martyrdom status is given to those who don the Vardi and they fight against the enemies of the country, who fight against terrorists. These people will abuse and insult our forces and give martyr status to two people who are indulging in political violence and bomb making.
Moving on to the other big international update we are tracking, Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi has died, along with Iranian Foreign Minister, when their chopper crashed near the village of Tawil in Iran's East Azerbaijan province. The helicopter has been identified as a US-make Bell 212. Images from the site showed the aircraft had slammed into a mountain peak, although the official cause of the crash is still unknown. Rescue teams battled blizzards and challenging terrain throughout the night to reach the wreckage, but upon discovering the crash site, it was discovered that there was no sign of life that was detected. My colleague Abhishek Jha is joining us with more. Abhishek, tell us, one, officially, what are Iranian authorities saying, and what is the likely forward path as far as the Iranian government is concerned?
Well, the Iranian government has, of course, announced that he has been dead, Ibrahim Raisi, and his senior colleague Foreign Minister Amir Abdulhan. We know that Iranian embassies across the world, they have also flying their flag half mast. That is a symbol of mourning for their the respective leadership. Now the way forward is very tricky. Iranian election were due next year, and now we'll have to wait for whether the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei decides to organize the election, which is mandated by the constitution that the vice president will take charge for the 50 days, and in between the elections will have to be taken place, and the new leadership will be elected, or he will wait for the another year when the election were actually due. So that is a very critical decision that the Iranian government will be taking. We know that it's a theocracy, and the supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei has much of the hold, and he can at times oversee the constitutional mandates also. So what will be the decision of the regime? That we'll have to wait. But for now, the Iranians are mourning one of the most sad moment in their life, that the leadership, the senior most leadership, who was also the front runner for the upcoming religious, leadership election, is dead with his senior colleagues.
Right. We'll go back across to Abhishek as and when there is more. Of course, this is going to be a turnaround of sorts, an important junction for the Iranian government. And of course, this is going to be very important as far as the region is concerned as well, because this incident is following a period of heightened regional tensions, particularly in light of the Gaza conflict and Iran's recent escalations with Israel. President Raisi, who's been in office since 2021, had pledged Iran's steadfast support for Palestine, a stance reiterated during his recent dam inauguration speech as well. Here's my colleague and our managing editor, Zaka Jacob, bringing you more on the implications of this crash.
So Iranian state media has now confirmed that rescuers have found the wreckage at the site of the helicopter crash. The helicopter was carrying the Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi. No survivors have been found, is what they're saying. Raisi, along with the Iranian Foreign Minister Abdullahian, were traveling for inaugurating a project very close to the border with Azerbaijan. And now, as of this morning, Iranian state TV is reporting that they've found the wreckage. It was a long search, a 15-hour search. There was inclement weather. It was snowing in that area. It's a mountainous terrain. And finally, this morning, as Iranians are waking up this morning, they're waking up to this terrible news that no survivors have been found at the wreckage site. It's been confirmed by the head of the Iranian Red Crescent Society. He has said to state television that finding the location of the helicopter and seeing the scene, there is no sign of any passengers being alive. So Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi, the Foreign Minister Abdullahian, as well as other senior government officials were traveling to this site very close to the border with Azerbaijan for the inauguration of a new dam project there. This, of course, happened very close on the slopes of a very steep mountain peak close to the city of Varzagam. This happened around 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. But today, Monday morning, Iranians are waking up to this terrible news that their president and the foreign minister of that country has died, has perished in this unfortunate helicopter crash. Now, it comes at a very critical time as far as Iran's internal politics is also concerned, and of course, Iran's external politics with its neighbors, with the United States, etc., are concerned. Remember, the most immediate priority, of course, would be, as per the Iranian constitution, the new president has to be chosen in the next 50 days. There have to be elections. If anything happens to the president, as per the Iranian constitution, the vice president takes over the chair on an interim basis, and within 50 days, an election has to happen to elect the next president. Mr. Raisi, of course, had won that election in 2021. He was considered one of the most hardline right-wing leaders that Iran has seen.
Let's move on to some other breaking updates that we're getting, and this is on the new battle and the face-off between Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and Hindu monks, and by extension the BJP as far as the elections are concerned, after Bengal Chief Minister's statement that seemed to attack Hindu monks for supporting the BJP. Kartik Maharaj of Bharat Sevashram Sangh has actually sent a defamation notice to Mamata Banerjee. For more on that, let's go across to my colleague Kamalika, who's joining us. Kamalika, tell us more.
See, this is a defamation notice given to the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee because of her comments that she made on the Bharat Sevashram Sangha, and the apology has been asked. In that letter, they have asked apology, and strongly Bharat Sevashram Sangha Kartik Maharaj has reacted yesterday itself strongly. Now they have filed defamation, and it has been asked that Mamata Banerjee should apologize for what she has said. Otherwise, their legal action would take place. So Maharaj has reacted. So definitely Bharat Sevashram Sangha taking it very seriously.
Patiala, one of 14 parliamentary constituencies in the state of Punjab, has versus the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party. How will that?
Thank you so much for talking to CNN News 18. My first question would be,
Well, it's a long history. You've all followed it. My husband was, we took a decision that always the for us, the current situation to future should be secured.
is there any confusion? Because I was
And most people are aware, very well aware.
completely dominating this seat. How would that challenge be completed coming into BJP and then, starting from a scratch?
Well, BJP had been a partner of the Akali Dal, and the Akali Dal did not let them grow. They dominated. So with the result, the BJP worker, the BJP ideology did not percolate down to the grassroots. And there was no proper organization. So it's been a very big challenge. I'm very lucky that we have the support of people who trust us and who have joined with us and who realize the situation in Punjab and how the center can help, how Modi ji can help. And we are making the BJP stand on its own feet. A lot has been succeeded, and we are not new here. So the electorate knows if they would like to vote for me, that they have to vote BJP. And I can assure you, by the time the assembly elections come 2027, the BJP will be firmly established here, and they will come to power in Punjab also.
But one thing I can tell you, ma'am, I was traveling in Patiala and they're saying that we need a member of parliament who's from that party who's in power in Delhi. That's what a few people told me. So I think it's a kind of a good thing for you. But the question is that how would you manage, how do you actually think of eradicating drugs from Punjab and from Patiala, because that has been a major concern. You've been MP for last 4 years. Captain Saab was the chief minister for many times, but nothing happened. How would things change now?
Things happened, but nothing can happen overnight. You know what the drug system is in the whole world. But what has happened is now that it has, instead of staying where it is, or whatever progress we had made, that progress has got negated and it's become worse. Amit Shah ji, just a couple of months before the elections were announced, had started that we will start a very strict regime of putting up anti-drug centers in Punjab to monitor it and to see how we can lessen the flow of drugs and punish the guilty. That and take care of the people who are already addicts. So that center has come up in Amritsar. There will be 2-3 more centers like that. And we have to get the nexus that is helping them. And the awareness program should be much more than what it is now.
Time for us to end this edition of the news. I'm taking your leave, but news and updates will continue on CNN News 18 after a very short break. We'll get you updates from, of course, constituencies that are polling today, plus the national updates from across the country. So stay tuned.
जिनके लिए मोदी जी ने 33% रिजर्वेशन दी है कि यहाँ पे कोई ब्यूटी पेजेंट स्टैंडर्ड पे फिट होना चाहिए, इस तरह की बातें अगर वो करेंगे तो डोंट यू थिंक दे नीड टू बी कॉल्ड आउट ऑन दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ एन एटीट्यूड फॉर वुमेन?
फर्स्ट गारंटी के नाम पे, नई गारंटी के नाम पे अब वो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि बंगाल में ये हुआ, अरे वो हुआ, ये हुआ, वो बात का इशू है। पहले बताओ कि आपने यहाँ फंड क्यों रोका? Ideologies and religion, they unite you, but they also divide you.
They have come back on the original agenda, that is to communalize, create hatred for Muslims, make Muslims as the monster, and then try to get as many votes as they can.
5 महीने पहले यहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट आई कांग्रेस की, which has been a disaster in terms of delivery, because they promised the moon to the people of Telangana in the last 100 days.
RSS का पहले से आइडियोलॉजी है रिजर्वेशन निकाल देना.
He should have told the people of Wayanad that he intends to fight from 2 seats. So I think the dual face of the Gandhi family, particularly Mr. Gandhi today, stands exposed.
All those seats that are going to polls, and Hindutva, the Ram card is on test tonight. Though, of course, Jagannath Puri has a significance of its own. Odisha also has elections going on there. So, look, competitive religiosity, there is no better at the Prime Minister than executing it. But coming back to Maharashtra, which is really where the election is right now.
Puri Jagannath will also have an impact in Mumbai. Because who's carrying forth the Hindutva flag, the religiosity aspect will also come into play here.
Absolutely. It's all very well choreographed. You know, you can take the strand and fit it anywhere today. But let me just tell you, Anand, you were spot on when you said that, look, at the end of the day, it's going to be about a test of loyalties. Who is going to stand with whom? Who do they think was the greater betrayer to the mandate? That is what really this is about. And many people are already saying that the bellwether state this time is Maharashtra. I'm not so sure statistically if you can extrapolate and say that Maharashtra has been an all-time bellwether state, but certainly this election, Maharashtra holds the key to the BJP's fortunes. Its dominance there to the NDA's fortune. Its dominance there was for all to see. It had, out of those 48 seats, the second largest block that goes to the Lok Sabha friends, 39 of those seats were with the NDA last time. It's a huge chunk. It's a huge chunk from one state. I mean, you can pretty much settle this election between Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. If you have those two working for you, you have a little bit of the Hindi heartland, you're almost the halfway point.
See, in the sense, despite the NDA splitting, the BJP held a certain number of seats. If the BJP holds its seats, and there are some gains out of the 15 that had there, and plus 18 that have been given to their allies within the NDA, Shiv Sena Shinde, and of course Ajit Pawar's NCP, plus some of the others. I'm just saying, is it a greater test for Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray?
That's what I've been saying from day one.
If they are not able to make a dent,
this is a make or break election for Uddhav Thackeray. It is a make and break election for the Sharad Pawar faction. Look, Ajit Pawar has many races left. He is at the end of the day the organizational man at the Baramati level. Let's not forget that. The organization spins and revolves around him. But let me just give you an idea of how critical.
A very good afternoon. Thanks for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Prithvi Walia. Remember, voting is on 9 Lok Sabha seats across 8 states and union territories. Before we get into details on what's happening across the country on voting day in phase 5 of the 2024 Mahayudh, we first start with the breaking news update coming in a day after Moneycontrol Kharge snubbed Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary for questioning Mamata Banerjee. Posters and hoardings of Moneycontrol Kharge could be seen defaced. And what was scribbled on these posters was, and I quote, agent of Trinamool Congress. All of this was scribbled on some of these posters. A big political war of words has now erupted. The BJP has come out to slam the alleged infighting in the Congress party. In fact, it's BJP's Amit Malia who's taken to social media X. He says the war between the Congress has spilled out after Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge openly castigated Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary for taking on Mamata Banerjee's. Posters outside Congress headquarters in West Bengal have been defaced with TMC Dalal written across. The central leadership of the Congress is trying to thrust Mamata Banerjee on the West Bengal unit, but they refuse to put up with the tyrant. So that's the reaction that's now essentially coming from the BJP. This a day after Mallikarjun Kharge, remember, snubbed West Bengal Congress chief Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary for questioning Mamata Banerjee's loyalty to opposition's INDI bloc. Like I said, non-stop reactions have been coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party. We first up listening.
Corruption, commission, ambition and confusion. मतलब अधीर रंजन चौधरी रोज खड़गे जी चाहे कुछ भी कहे, उसके बावजूद भी कहते हैं ममता बनर्जी का भरोसा नहीं किया जा सकता. वो तो कतार लगाकर हमारे साथ अभी खड़ी है क्योंकि उनको लग रहा है कि हो सकता है हम सत्ता में आ जाए, पर कल वो कहीं और भी जा सकती है. इस प्रकार से हर रोज उनको ताने मारने का काम और सिलसिला जारी रहता है. और ममता दीदी भी कहती है कांग्रेस की 40 सीटें नहीं आने वाली. ये कैसा गठबंधन है? मतलब जो लोग एक नहीं हो पा रहे सीट बांटने में, क्या वो लोग एक हो पाएंगे नेतृत्व देने में, नीतियां देने में? और इस गठबंधन का पूरा चरित्र ही ऐसा है.
Let me go across to my colleague Kamalika joining us with more details. Kamalika, now, these posters have surfaced. They have Kharge is a BJP agent, Trinamool agent scribbled on them all over. Those are the kind of reactions that are coming in from the BJP already. But how has the Congress leadership reacted to the ongoing split as is being called out by the BJP in the Congress in West Bengal?
See, here in West Bengal, the Congress is totally different from that which is in the center. Here, Congress means Adhir Chaudhary. So definitely the emotions of Adhir Chaudhary is there with the Bengal lobby, and they have not taken this rightly. The Kharge's comment has not taken rightly by the Ranjan Chaudhary Congress out here, and they are openly saying that to survive Congress out in Bengal, it is very much required to oppose Trinamool Congress just for their own political gain, which they always fail to, like when the Rahul Gandhi this march was going on, that point of time till the last moment, Jairam Ramesh was batting for only Trinamool Congress, but it actually helped them in no way. So there, where the Bengal Congress sentiment is that if they really are serious about Bengal Congress, then they have to fight Trinamool Congress. The way the National Congress has never sided by the Bengal Congress, that is what has hurt them. And though this, this poster thing where the black color was given on the poster, those posters have been removed now. But internally Bengal Congress, that means essentially Adhik Congress, they are very much hurt and irritated the way the National Congress has been behaving and the way they want to get married to Trinamool Congress. That's what the internal. If you talk to the Bengal Congress people, they will say they are so interested to get married to TMC that they are all in all way going supporting TMC, but not Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
Kamalika, there's a story to this. Let's talk about a brief timeline. Like you said, all of this began when all started falling apart between the Congress and the Trinamool Congress in West Bengal. We do know that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and several leaders of the TMC, including Mamata Banerjee, have been at loggerheads ever since the INDI bloc first came into being. But that said, this most certainly is the latest turn of events in the leadership crisis that continues to exist, at least at the state level in West Bengal, with several who've come out in support of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. What is it that the supporters, workers of the Congress on ground are maintaining as to why is it that they're so irked by the comments that have been made by Moneycontrol Kharge?
Can you please repeat the question?
What is it that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's supporters have taken strong objection to, Kamalika, as far as Mallikarjun Kharge's comment is concerned? Because Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, remember, had spoken of Mamata Banerjee as an outsider and said she cannot be trusted. And this after she did say that she's going to support the INDI bloc from the outside. So what is it that's irked Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's supporters so much?
See, the Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary supporters clearly saying that what is it like TMC has never helped them in any way. They have always said they are the person who have formed the India Alliance. They are always opposing left in Congress, specifically Adhir Chaudhary out here. And Adhir Chaudhary's seat is the only seat which they think that that's going to win. And to win that seat, when Yusuf Pathan, such a big celebrity, has been fielded against a Congress candidate, that to Adhir Chaudhary, then nobody came here to actually campaign for Adhir Chaudhary. If Adhir Chaudhary, there's a huge pressure on Adhir Chaudhary, he might lose. That's the thing in the market, in the political circles. But if he wins, then it will be his sole own fight through which he will win. There, when the entire Congress cadres, they are getting beaten up by the Trinamool Congress.
So after Mallikarjun Kharge's snub, we see these posters of him defaced in West Bengal itself. We have the BJP reacting to this fast. We have Rahul Sinha with us on the phone line as well. Rahul Sinha, how do you look at this? The BJP is saying this once again exposes the infighting within the Congress in West Bengal. But that is what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has essentially maintained since the longest time now, especially if we talk about this season. We've seen that all has not been well between him and several leaders of the TMC, including Mamata Banerjee.
देखिए, बात है कांग्रेस करना है तो बंगाल में तृणमूल का पैर का ऊपर सर रख के करना है। कारण कांग्रेस पार्टी वो तृणमूल कांग्रेस को सपोर्ट करते हैं। अजीत चौधरी को इसको मालूम है। तो जब कांग्रेस करेंगे तो तृणमूल को मान के ही करना पड़ेगा। तृणमूल कांग्रेस कितना अपमान किया कांग्रेस को, फिर भी कांग्रेस नेता लोगों को कोई इसमें शर्म नहीं आया। कारण उन्होंने गठबंधन बनाया, लेकिन गठबंधन में कांग्रेस को इस राज्य में छोड़ दिया। तो इससे ही तो पता चलता है कांग्रेस का संबंध में तृणमूल कांग्रेस का रवैया क्या है।
के मुताबिक राहुल सिन्हा जी, ये क्या मजबूरी है कांग्रेस पार्टी की? ममता बनर्जी ने कहा कि तृणमूल कांग्रेस अकेले लड़ेगी वेस्ट बंगाल में। सिर्फ ये नहीं, उन्होंने कहा कि कांग्रेस तो 40 भी पार नहीं कर पाएगी। फिर भी इतनी सिंपैथी क्यों?
इतनी सिंपैथी इसलिए जो कांग्रेस का तो सफाया होने वाला है, और जो कांग्रेस इस स्टेट में 1 सीट जीतेगा, एक्सट्रीमली पिछले बार 2 सीट जीता था, 2 सीट जीतेगा, इस बार कांग्रेस 0 होगा। लेकिन मैं बोल रहा हूं तो इसलिए ममता बनर्जी तो कुछ सीट जीतेगा और फिर कुछ सीट ममता बनर्जी का पार्टी जीतेंगे, तो उनका सपोर्ट से कांग्रेस कोई सरवाइव करने का रास्ता देख सकता है। इसीलिए कांग्रेस खुद जानता है उनका सफाया होने वाला है। अभी कांग्रेस कोशिश कर रहा है बाकी जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है उन लोगों को इकट्ठा करके कोई एक रास्ता निकालने का प्रयास कर रहा है। इसीलिए कांग्रेस बंगाल में बाहर में जाए वो चिंता नहीं है।
तो प्रीपोल अलायंस सफल नहीं हो पाई बंगाल में, पर पोस्ट पोल अलायंस की उम्मीद अभी भी कांग्रेस बना के रखी। जी सिन्हा जी, धन्यवाद हमसे जुड़ने के लिए. Thank you for speaking to us here on CNN News 18. Let me take in a TMC perspective as well. We have Riju Datta with us on the phone line. Riju, the BJP is saying this exposes the internal fighting, the infighting in the Congress in West Bengal, which is for everyone to see today. But look at how, there's so much mockery that the BJP today is making of the state of affairs of the Congress in West Bengal. And the TMC perhaps is only sitting on the periphery and seeing this as a big joke play out this election season.
Look, the person from the BJP who was giving the bite before me, his name is Mr. Rahul Sinha. He is the only person from BJP. We call him the Robert Bruce of Bengal politics, who have contested in 9 elections and he has lost all 9 elections. So it is a bit rich coming from them giving big dialogues. Bottom line is what PMC has said from day one. We are with INC, we are not with ARC. We are with Indian National Congress in the India Alliance. We are not with Adhir Ranjan Congress in Bengal because Adhir Chaudhary is a blatant agent of the BJP. But
Riju, to be fair, can you segregate the two? Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is very much part of the National Congress. He's a candidate of the Congress in West Bengal.
One second.
He very much plays an important role in the Congress party at the central level as well.
Look, you have to please understand something. That it is not Trinamool to segregate Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Trinamool has not segregated him. Trinamool just pointed the fact that he's an agent of BJP. It is the Congress and the Congress High Command, which is Rahul Gandhi ji, Sonia Gandhi ji and Kharge ji, which they themselves have segregated Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, stating, and I quote, that he is not the decision maker. And if he cannot toe the party line, he will be thrown out. And obviously, the news has reached Mr. Kharge that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is losing from Baharampur this time. So when he is
but there's a sense in the state leadership of the Congress party in West Bengal, Riju, that the TMC is once again going to break its trust, because the TMC, remember, was not interested in arriving at a seat-sharing consensus with the Congress party in West Bengal before the elections. What are the chances that they're not going to be snubbed after the elections? That's the concern that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is highlighting and pointing out.
Look, first of all, I'll tell you this. 31st of December, I don't know whether you and your viewers are aware of this. 31st of December last year was the date that was finalized between Congress and Trinamool Congress, Indian National Congress and Trinamool Congress for seat sharing in West Bengal. Even Mamata Banerjee has said from a public stage that we agreed to give them 2 seats. The only reason why seat sharing did not happen in West Bengal is Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, because he was working for the BJP. And that is why we have said from day one that Trinamool Congress is the representative of India Alliance in Bengal. The main motto and objective of the India Alliance is to defeat BJP. Trinamool will do that in Bengal. Adhir Chaudhary will lose in Baharampur. And Trinamool Congress stands resolute with Indian National Congress in the India Alliance. Adhir Chaudhary is a lost chapter, lost case. We are discussing him now. After 4th of June, we won't discuss him further.
Okay, many thanks, Riju Datta, for speaking to us here on CNN News 18. Let me go across to Kamalika once again. Kamalika, that's how the war of words is playing out. We see so much angst against Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary in the Trinamool Congress that they're not willing to listen to him or willing to buy his narrative, buy what he's trying to say in West Bengal, all through campaigning or, in the midst of this election. But tell us about how Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is dealing with this pressure that in a sense is being mounted by Mallikarjun Kharge, because what Mallikarjun Kharge is important in the view of the national picture of the Congress party, what the state leadership, not the state leadership, the national leadership believes in.
Definitely, it's a huge pressure for Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. We went to Baharampur to cover his election, and it was almost a lone soldier fighting his own battle. In one hand, there was TMC with the entire power, everything. The Yusuf Pathan was such a big name, Mamata Banerjee, Abhishek Banerjee campaigning for them. On the other hand, it was only Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. None of the central leaders, they came to campaign for him. But still, he has his own pull in Baharampur, and that is the only seat which the Congress has been retaining, even after the Congress is almost zero in Bengal. Like the assembly, they don't have any seat. They only have Lok Sabha seats, 2 seats in Lok Sabha. One is Adhir Chaudhary and one is South Malda. So definitely, we will not be surprised if Adhir Chaudhary changes party after the election results, because he is totally, that's what we are getting it from the sense, the people close to Adhir Chaudhary, that Adhir Chaudhary is totally pissed off. Totally, he is in no mood to be with the National Congress because of the circumstances. He always says that the Congress is in his heart and all these things. But the way the supporters of Adhir are saying, the way the National Congress is behaving with him, that is totally uncalled for. And they're definitely going to, request Adhir Chaudhary to look for other alternatives.
Okay, let's talk about the story a little bit in detail. And for that, it's important for us to also hear it from Mallikarjun Kharge. What exactly did he say to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary? How has now the party cadre responded on ground? Mallikarjun Kharge, of course, commented on Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's views as far as Mamata Banerjee's opinion is concerned. Here's what Mallikarjun Kharge said. Then we play out more reactions coming in.
ममता जी, पहले तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि हम बाहर से सपोर्ट करते हैं। ये पहले से भी हुआ, बहुत से पार्टियां बाहर से सपोर्ट करते आते हैं, जैसा कि यूपीए गवर्नमेंट था पहले तो 2004 में, तो बाहर से सपोर्ट कर रहे थे कम्युनिस्ट। अब उन्होंने ये कहा है, लेकिन रिसेंटली और एक स्टेटमेंट उनका आया है कि अगर सरकार बनती है तो सरकार में हम शामिल हो जाएंगे। तो नेचुरली वो गठबंधन के साथ है, ये स्पष्ट है। अब रही बात अधीर रंजन चौधरी की, अधीर रंजन चौधरी निर्णय लेने वाले नहीं, निर्णय लेने वाले हम हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी है, हाईकमांड है, इसीलिए वो हम जो निर्णय लेंगे वही सही होगा।
কি আছে আমার বিরোধিতা নৈতিক বিরোধিতা, কংগ্রেসকে কেউ খতম করবে আমি তাকে খাতির করব তা তো হতে পারে না। আমার বিরোধিতার মধ্যে কোনো ব্যক্তিগত বিদ্বেষ নেই, আমার বিরোধিতা নৈতিক বিরোধিতা, আমার বিরোধিতা পশ্চিমবঙ্গে আমার পার্টিকে রক্ষা করার জন্য লড়াই। এই লড়াই আমি কোনোভাবেই থামাতে পারি না, কারণ আমি পার্টির একজন ফুট সোলজার।
And shifting our attention to the next big story we've been tracking since last evening, Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi has died along with the Iranian foreign minister as well when his helicopter crashed near the village in Iran's East Azerbaijan province. The helicopter has been identified as a US-made Bell 212. Images from this crash site, in fact, showed the aircraft had slammed into a mountain peak, although the official cause of the crash has not been determined or ascertained as yet. Rescue teams, remember, were battling rough weather, challenging terrain throughout the night to reach the wreckage site. But upon discovering the crash site, no signs of life were detected among the passengers. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, also took to social media to offer his condolences to the tragic demise. The Prime Minister said deeply saddened and shocked by the tragic demise of Ibrahim Raisi, the President of Islamic Republic of Iran. His contribution to strengthen India-Iran bilateral relationship will always be remembered. So those are the kind of reactions that are coming in from across the world as we speak. And there are, of course, questions on what next in Iran. What's the leadership crisis going to be like, if at all? Before we get to the bottom of all of those aspects that need a little bit of attention, let me take in a word from Abhishek joining us live with more. Abhishek, last evening as well, we were speaking of how this crash and the news around it came out of nowhere. It did, of course, spread a lot of worry amongst the people of Iran on what's likely lined up for them next. But now there are details of how there have been no survivors found on at the wreckage site. And ever since we've seen world leaders react to this tragic news, how do we see this in the next few hours? Because, like I said, there's a lot at stake here. And the big question that's being asked really is who's going to be at the helm in Iran?
Well, even before the news of the death of Iranian president came, we had heard Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, saying that the function of the government will not be impacted. And that was suggestively telling the audience, the domestic audience of Iran, that even if they have lost Raisi and other senior leadership, the functioning of the government will not be impacted. So they had some sort of hunch that probably the Iranian president had not survived the crash. But as the news has been broken in the morning, we have seen Vice President of Iran, who is expected to be taking charge as a caretaker government, he is expected to become the caretaker, chief of the caretaker government, which will ultimately have a 50-day mandate to conduct the fresh election, which will elect a new leader, like the Raisi was elected. Also, the next general election were due in 2025. So now the rumors have it that probably Ayatollah Khamenei may delay the general election for one more year, so that the elections which were due for next year, 2025, would be held at its scheduled time. And meanwhile, a caretaker government may take charge of the country's crucial affairs. This is coming as a set when we are witnessing a very volatile situation in Middle East. Also, Iranian regime's recent skirmishes with Israel has been taken with a lot of serious concerns. How the Iranian government or Iran's regime will now be handling the domestic audience and international and defense affairs. That remains to be seen. What kind of leadership will be chosen and what kind of direction Iran will take from here onwards.
Absolutely. Comes at a very critical time as far as West Asia region is concerned. The world will be very closely watching the aftermath and the implications on the geopolitical equations as well. Now, this crash took place in the northwest Iran. Why we say this comes at a very crucial time, a critical time also, Abhishek, is the kind of developments we've seen, how Israel has waged a war in Gaza. It was triggered by a Hamas attack on Israeli cities. Iran's intervention also then became very important. And that is why this is a big talking point as far as the geopolitical situation is concerned, because there's been constant pressure, remember, by the United States as well. The India position has also been very interesting to watch out for. So who's going to be at the helm? What is the leadership going to be like? What calls is it going to take is going to have a bearing on all of these stakeholders. Abhishek.
Well, broadly speaking, Iran is governed for the last 60 years or so. It has been a theocratic government where the religious leader, the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, currently has been taking key decisions on foreign affairs, on domestic affairs, on defense affairs. So, broadly speaking, that is not going to have any shift. However, Raisi, who was believed to be very close to Ayatollah Khamenei, who is also, planning to retire soon and find a new person who can take charge from him. So in that race, Raisi was the front runner. So this accident has also come as a setback for the leadership ranks that the Iranian regime has been planning maybe for the years to come. And with the latest death that has happened to the Iranian president, we will have to see how the entire Middle East policy of Iran will be taking a shift. The situation
has a dual political system. The supreme leader holds decision-making powers on all major political issues. But like you said, the Iranian president was the next front runner. That's what makes this entire situation all the more critical for the country. But before we get into more reactions coming in, here's our managing editor explaining the entire story and its implications in detail. Take a look.
So, Iranian state media has now confirmed that rescuers have found the wreckage at the site of the helicopter crash. The helicopter was carrying the Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi. No survivors have been found, is what they're saying. Raisi, along with the Iranian Foreign Minister Abdullahian, was traveling for inaugurating a project very close to the border with Azerbaijan. And now, as of this morning, Iranian state TV is reporting that they've found the wreckage. It was a long search, a 15-hour search. There was inclement weather. It was snowing in that area. It's a mountainous terrain. And finally, this morning, as Iranians are waking up this morning, they are waking up to this terrible news that no survivors have been found at the wreckage site. It's been confirmed by the head of the Iranian Red Crescent Society. He has said to state television that finding the location of the helicopter and seeing the scene, there is no sign of any passengers being alive. So Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi, the Foreign Minister Abdullahian, as well as other senior government officials were traveling to this site very close to the border with Azerbaijan for the inauguration of a new dam project there. This, of course, happened very close on the slopes of a very steep mountain peak close to the city of Varzagan. This happened around 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. But today, Monday morning, Iranians are waking up to this terrible news that their president and the foreign minister of that country has died, has perished in this unfortunate helicopter crash. Now, it comes at a very critical time as far as Iran's internal politics is also concerned, and of course, Iran's external politics with its neighbors, with the United States, etc., are concerned. Remember, the most immediate priority, of course, would be, as per the Iranian constitution, the new president has to be chosen in the next 50 days. There have to be elections. If anything happens to the president, as per the Iranian constitution, the vice president takes over the chair on an interim basis, and within 50 days, an election has to happen to elect the next president. Mr. Raisi, of course, had won that election in 2021. He was considered one of the most hardline right-wing leaders that Iran has seen.
Losing an enemy, Obama, Iran, and the triumph of diplomacy, and Executive Vice President at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. So much to get to here. I do, though, just right off the bat, want to get your reaction to the president of Iran dying in that helicopter crash.
Obviously, this is going to be something that throws a major wrench into the wheels of the Iranian government and how it has planned to handle the next few years, mindful of the fact that the supreme leader is nearing the end of his life, and one of the biggest challenges they will face is the succession crisis, and the succession to the next supreme leader. And Raisi was one of the contenders for that position. Some argue that he had been groomed to take over that position, and he is no longer there. So there will be both that crisis as well as the crisis of holding elections within the next 50 days in a country that is deeply divided, a deeply unpopular regime, and a population that increasingly have stopped casting votes because they have lost faith in the belief that there can be change through the ballot box.
Yeah, and Iran has stuck to that, what they call a democratic process, because it lends their regime legitimacy. And without any kind of a turnout there, they're going to wonder exactly how to retain any sense of legitimacy among Iranians who've already lost confidence in the regime. Trita, I want to ask you, though, it is very complicated here to really try and figure out what the reaction within Iran will be. Do you suspect that a portion of the population, agreed with President Raisi, understood that for them, he was the keeper of a very conservative, religious, hard-line legacy that they wanted to keep in place post-revolution?
There certainly is a portion of the population that supports the regime and Raisi. I believe that it is a shrinking portion of the population over the course of the last 10 or so years. But there is also, of course, a segment of the population that perhaps more than anything else has a stake in some degree of stability and status quo, and clearly a portion, particularly amongst young people, that have completely lost faith in the regime's ability to deliver for the population. You will see those who will be mourning, and there will be others who will perhaps be somewhat pleased. But I think it is important to note, however, that this is not a president that was particularly impactful or much of a driving force behind any particular policies. And as a result, it is not a critical person from within the regime that has passed, even though he potentially would have been the next supreme leader. It would be very different, for instance, had the previous president, Rouhani, died in a helicopter crash in the midst of the nuclear negotiations. That would have been a significant blow to those negotiations precisely because he was a driving force of that process. Raisi has not really played that role. He has, more than anything else, just been a caretaker of keeping a degree of stability until the succession to the next supreme leader arrives.
And yet, you know, we had the Supreme Leader. We haven't heard from him since they've confirmed the death. We do expect, though, that he will likely speak in the coming hours. He says there will be no disruption. What do you think will happen in terms of the power vacuum now that inevitably is there, even though the Supreme Leader is obviously still in charge? I mean, what do you think the impact of that will be?
I don't think that impact will be very significant. I think rather what may happen is that if this ignites a much more vicious fight for who should take over the supreme leadership position. So far, they've tried to keep a process that is mostly behind the scenes and not let a lot of it leak out. But if this ignites something that ends up becoming much more open and vicious, it could have one significant implication for the United States. If the regime ends up in some sort of a gridlock and debilitating crisis, its ability to rein in some of its allies, Syrian and Iraqi militias that the Iranians have supported, armed, and trained, who they have used to, to project power in the region, but who also have their own interests. And part of their interest is actually they tend to be more aggressive towards the United States. There currently is a truce, an uneasy truce in which they have stopped their attacks on US troops, partly because of pressure from Iran. But if that pressure cannot be sustained, we may end up seeing a situation in which these attacks against US troops may restart. And that would obviously be a very negative development for the United States and the Biden administration.
And Shrita, what do you think will be the reaction among those who have suffered from this repressive regime, whether they remain inside Iran or dissidents now outside Iran?
There certainly will be people who, because they have suffered tremendously under this regime, will find a degree of satisfaction, perhaps joy in this. But at the end of the day, I think most of them also recognize this was not the most critical person within the regime, and his passing is not going to create, is not likely to create a very significant crisis for the regime's survival.
Shrita Parsi, we'll leave it there for now as we continue to follow this breaking news. Really appreciate it.
के लिए मोदी जी ने 33% रिजर्वेशन दी है कि यहाँ पे कोई ब्यूटी पेजेंट स्टैंडर्ड पे फिट होना चाहिए. इस तरह की बातें अगर वो करेंगे तो डोंट यू थिंक दे नीड टू बी कॉल्ड आउट ऑन दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ एन एटीट्यूड फॉर वुमेन?
फॉल्स गारंटी के नाम पे, नई गारंटी के नाम पे अब वो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि बंगाल में ये हुआ, अरे वो हुआ, ये हुआ, वो बात का इशू है. पहले बताओ कि आपने यहाँ फंड क्यों रोका? Ideologies and religion, they unite you, but they also divide you.
They've come back on the original agenda, that is to criminalize, create hatred for Muslims, make Muslims as the monster, and try to get as many votes as they can.
5 महीने पहले यहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट आई कांग्रेस की, which has been a disaster in terms of delivery, because they promised the moon to the people of Telangana in the last 100 days.
आरएसएस का पहले से आइडियोलॉजी है रिजर्वेशन निकाल देना.
He should have told the people of Wayanad that he intends to fight from 2 seats. So I think the dual face of the Gandhi family, particularly Mr. Gandhi today, stands exposed.
India's #1 English
is. Look at Maharashtra, 11 out of 13 for the NDA. Uttar Pradesh, 13 out of 14. There are no room really to make gains, okay? Let's assume that Rai Bareli continues to vote for the Congress. So that 13 out of 14, they'll have to hang on to 13 out of 14. Bihar, 5 out of 5. JDU, in fact, had 1 seat here. The LKSP had 1. Now, that Paswan seat is also very important because many people are saying this time in Bihar, BJP is carrying forward, but the allies may get chewed up by the RJD. We don't know. The jury is out on that one. Jharkhand, 3 out of 3. You can't grow possibly in Jharkhand. Odisha, 3 out of 5. Can you make it 5 out of 5? There's room for growth there. Statistically, West Bengal 3 out of 7, 3 out of 4, 3-4 it was. The TMC at 4. It's a very interesting election for the TMC this time because if it has to prove that it can still carry the Hindu vote, this is the phase where it has to prove it.
No, but the fact is that with just ahead of the phase, Mamata Banerjee's comments, will they help her or hurt her?
And remember, the CA card has been pulled out of the sleeve, my friend. It's I will make you citizens. So, you are absolutely right. This is a fundamental, real make or break.
But in that arithmetic of 32 out of 49, if you were to see, there are 17 seats where they still have an opportunity. The NDA and the BJP.
39 out of 48. 49.
39 NDA, but the BJP has 32 out of 49. 32. So if it is 39 out of 49, there are 10 seats where they still have to max out. My point is,
those seats are the Congress 1, Raebareli, SS UBT 2, TMC 4. Those are the 7 or 8 seats there, and of course 2 of BJD. So
that's what. So they will have to pull seats from UBT. They'll have to pull seats from Trinamool Congress. They will have to pull seats from Naveen Babu. BJD. So these are the 3 seats, 3 parties they will have to be, and with each one of them, there is a narrative that will be set. Because in Bengal, if they want to do better than 18 last time, they will have to pull seats away from the TMC while retaining their seats. Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena or Uddhav Thackeray's party or the Mashal party, they will have to tell them that they don't have the legacy. The legacy lies with the ideology and not with the surname.
I mean, look, it's a tall order. 17 after today, just to put this larger phase into perspective, after today, 79% of all seats would have seen polling, and there'll still only be 3 states left. After today, 23 states are done with. Delhi is left, Bengal is left, Uttar Pradesh is left, and I think Bihar might be left.
Bihar is left because Maharashtra has 5 phases. With today, it's over.
Exactly. So look, these are the 4 states. Now, this is where the BJP has done pretty well in the past. Bengal is really where they need to grow. Odisha is another place where they will need to really put that little bit of energy.
Now these are the phases which are the retention phases for the NDA and mostly the BJP rather than the accumulation phases or the adding on phases, aggregation phases.
Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi has died along with Iranian Foreign Minister when their chopper crashed near the village of Tawil in Iran's East Azerbaijan province. The helicopter has been identified as a US made.
Welcome back. In 9 years after 2 CPM party workers were killed while making crude bombs, the Pinarayi government is all set to unveil a memorial for them. CPM State Secretary MV Govindan will inaugurate the memorial built for Saiju and Shibu at Panur, the region which was once known for political violence. The memorial will be inaugurated in Kannur district on the 22nd of this month. Remember, the 2 CPM workers were killed while making crude bombs at Chetakandi on the 6th of June in 2015. So this goes back to 2015. The region at that time, remember, was seeing recurring incidents of tension between workers of the CPM and the BJP. Leader of opposition V.D. Satheesan, though, says the CPM is encouraging the making of bombs and targeting political rivals. Also further said that if Govindan is attending the function, a case should be registered against him.
This hypocrisy of the left is truly explosive. On the one hand, the left parties are saying that they want to do away with our nuclear weapons. They want to throw it into the ocean. But on the other hand, the same left parties in Kerala are giving a memorial to 2 notorious bomb makers who were killed while making a crude bomb and who were indulging in political violence. This is their true face. And martyrdom status is given to those who don the vardi and they fight against the enemies of the country, who fight against terrorists. these people will abuse and insult our forces and give martyr status to two people who are indulging in political violence and bomb making?
So that was one reaction from the BJP. Like I said, leader of the opposition, V.D. Satheesan, has also gone all guns blazing at the CPM. It's a bizarre thing, he says. He says this party in Kerala has been acting as an international terrorist group. They'll decide whom to be killed, when they will arrange weapons, place them, they will hire criminals or party workers, and after this, they will save the culprits and somebody else will be sent to jail. So these are the allegations now coming in from the leader of opposition, V.D. Satheesan. Let's hear it from him as well.
This is a bizarre thing. You know that the CPM in Kerala has been acting as a terrorist group, an international terrorist group. They will decide whom to be killed. Then they will arrange the place. They will arrange the weapons. They will arrange the scenes. They will hire the gundas or criminals or party workers. And they will commit the crime. After committing the crime, the party will save the culprits. And somebody will be sent to jail.
Let me go across to my colleague Neetu joining us with more details. Neetu, you know, the BJP, of course, raises questions with the CPM. It asks why is a memorial being built for those who are known for notorious political violence. But correct me if I'm wrong, when this incident actually took place in 2015, hadn't the CPM first distanced itself from the blast and then conveniently later the party mobilized funds for the construction of this memorial?
See, that is exactly what opposition leader Satheesan in his attack had said. When this incident happened, the next day the then secretary had said that they have no relation with these party workers, and after 3 years, they suddenly appear in their martyrs list in the plenum session of the CPIM. So this is what Satheesan has been saying, that they are behaving like an international terrorist organization. That is the allegation from opposition leader V.D. Satheesan, saying that they decide whom to kill, when to kill, they give the weapons, mobilize their workers or the criminals for that, and after that they save these criminals. So this is what the attack by opposition leaders, stating that immediately after the incident